It's a pleasure to be with you today. I want to thank the Goddards for hosting events. Let's give them a nice round of applause. How many of you love convention? Am I the only one? For me, convention is the best time of year. Every decision that I've made in my life to advance in a rank, to invite new people to come and join me in my business, I made at convention. I think we could do better than that. Let's see if we can bring a little bit more energy here. One more time, how many of you enjoy convention? Just a couple of housekeeping notes as we get started today. We are starting about 2 o'clock-ish, you'll see, pretty close to 2. And we are going to go for 6 hours, and we are not going to take a break the whole time here. Isn't that wonderful? One of the things that we can do, though, is that I want to invite you to take care of yourself. If you need to visit the restrooms, go get a drink, go get food, bring snacks in here, do all of that. So make sure that you take care of you during this 6 hours here. And we're just going to keep the energy high. We're going to keep the presentations, energy with the presentations, and we're excited about that. You can also order food or DoorDash and bring it right here in the room. So if you need to take a break, do that. But we're just going to keep on going with the presentations. Let me just ask you a question. I'm going to ask you to stand if you've ever done any of these activities. Would you do this for me? Have any of you invited a prospect to join you? Have any of you ever invited anybody to understand the products or the opportunity? So stand up if you've done this. If you've presented the product or the business opportunity at some point during your doTERRA career, have you done this before? How many of you have followed up with somebody in the past? Many times. Helping prospects become customers or distributors. Have any of you ever helped anybody do that? How about getting a new distributor started? How many of you have promoted events or been a product of the product? Have any of you done that? Congratulations. You know, you've done what we're going to be talking about over the next handful of hours. You can sit down. But what I wanted to share with you today is that sometimes when we're talking about and coming to these events, we think that we need to change our whole point of view and need to do things differently and be more like the people we see present. What I want to share with you today is that if you've done any of those, congratulations, you're an expert at what you're doing. And today's event, what we're going to do is refine your skills. Have any of you ever gone to an event that's been like this, where it's been 6 hours, and all of a sudden you're a little bit overwhelmed? Maybe you've heard a little bit too much. And I've done it before where I've been in an event and it's like, I am never going to be like Natalie or Andy Goddard. I am a complete failure. I'm overwhelmed. I'm triggered. And my life is over. Have any of you ever felt that way at any of these events? I was that way just recently. I get that way periodically. But let me just encourage you today to take notes, be present. Don't feel like you've got to memorize everything that's being taught to you today, because you're going to get great information. Since you know the details of how to do the business and how to share the business with others, look for ways to be able to refine what you hear today and refine your own skill set. Is that a fair ask? Can I ask that of all of you? Don't worry so much about every word, every jot, every tittle, but just kind of take the new information that you hear, bring it into your team, and share it with others. So be present. Listen to the presentations. See how those presentations will make a difference in your business. Sometimes you take screenshot after screenshot, and we promise that we're going to go back later. If you do that, great. But sometimes just being present for the presentations is more than enough to be able to do that. I did this just recently with Matt Hall. How many of you know Matt? Matt is amazing, isn't he? I had been doing this through my whole doTERRA career, where I had been following up with contacts and keeping the conversation going. But I learned a special skill from Matt that helped me to refine this. And then finally, before I sit down and turn it over to the wonderful Lindsay Norman, I just want to ask this of you. Please Don't compare yourself to anyone else. I get asked all the time, and the question always is in some form like this: Eric, what is the magic bullet? Eric, what is the secret sauce? Eric, what is the key to making doTERRA work? And what I say every time is that we don't need more people like me. We need more people like you. Authentically, genuine, wonderful, charismatic, dynamic people like you, and the best version of yourself. The secret sauce that we have is the best version of you. Is that a fair ask? Can I ask that of you today? I'm happy I got a couple of rounds of applauses on that. I got a couple of claps. Thank you very much for that. But in closing, I just want to share with you my enthusiasm about the future of doTERRA. Look at all of you here. Think about all the people that you're going to be able to bless with what we learn here at convention and what we learn at these events here. So thank you for spending your time here today. There are a lot of things that you could be doing, and it means a lot that you're with us today. So thank you guys very much. And please, I want you to stand up and help me welcome to the stage the amazing Lindsay Norman.
Working. Can you hear me? I might need to. Oh, wait. I think did we get it?
No.
It's this. Okay. All right, friends. Whatever. Here we go. Okay. Here's what I want you to hear before anything else today. Well, first of all, okay, before we go there, there's a lot of people still coming in. It would be really helpful if you moved to the middle. And I know that for those of you who love edges, you're like, no. But we have a lot of people who would like to participate in here today, and we would love to give them that opportunity. So if you could move to the middle, that would be really great, and it makes it really easy for them to fill in. Okay. And I'm taking off this mic, because otherwise it's going to drive me crazy. Okay. You are in the right place at the right time with the right people, with the right product, with the right company. Okay? Yeah. So, and I'm going to actually say it again because it is so important that you understand this heading into the rest of today. If you don't actually know this or believe it, it really doesn't matter who you hear from today and what they're able to give to you, you won't grow. So, you are in the right place at the right time with the best people, with the best product, with the best company. Okay? All right. And Eric talked about this a little bit, but you guys, I find this with a lot of my advocates, that people try different vehicles for growth all the time. So you're gonna have people who are gonna use body scans. Maybe you're using Zyto or Itovi. We have people who use foot baths to grow. We have people who use social media to grow. Some people use classes to grow. Some people use one-on-ones. And everybody is looking for the next big vehicle that will help them explode to diamond or beyond, okay? But I want to actually tell you that the vehicles by which you grow are going to change probably fairly regularly throughout your time at doTERRA. The vehicle itself is not what's going to make you grow. You are. You are. You are the secret sauce that if you pair it with the Zyto scan, when you bring your abilities, and even if you're the person right now who's like, oh my goodness, I'm not really that good at much. I know that there are a few of you. This industry is the best personal development plan that you will ever find. So just know, if you're putting your faith in social media is going to grow my business, the class is going to grow my business, no, you are going to grow your business. And you might use the class, and you might use social media, and you might do one-on-ones, and you might do Zyto, but you are going to do it. And that's what today is designed to do, is to equip you to bring your skills and your talents and your creativity to whatever vehicles you want to use to grow, but it can't be done without you as a secret sauce, okay? Now, I want to talk a little bit about eagles. Andy, I might need the eagle visual. I'm a visual learner, so let's go eagles. One of the things that I love about eagles is that they soar. It's beautiful, actually. When you watch an eagle soar, it's incredible. Now, an eagle cannot soar all the time. Eagles have to eat. And so in order to eat, eagles have to go down. They're either going to go down to the woods, they might go down to a river, but either way, they have to go down and they have to eat. But the eagle does not stay down long before it comes back up to soar. This is super important when we're looking at our business. Because sometimes, I feel like a lot of times when we start our business, we soar kind of high. The beautiful thing about soaring, you guys, is you can see where you're going. I know exactly where I'm going. I can see my surroundings. I can see all these opportunities. And then we go down. And sometimes we forget to come back up. And when we go down, what happens is sometimes we stay down too long. Maybe we do a class over and over and over again, and we realize that other people around us are down there and they're doing classes, and you're like, oh, this isn't working, and all of a sudden we become disoriented a little bit. And we feel like nothing's working anymore. Are you growing? No, we're not growing. Are you growing? No, we're not growing. So maybe today, when you reimagine your business, what that's actually asking you to do is to get up out of your environment and start soaring. Maybe you need to see where you've been. Maybe you need to see where you're going. And you cannot do that until you start flying high and seeing ahead. When you get way down into the weeds and way down into the muck, we lose perspective. And I will tell you, it's really hard to take control of our brain when we lose perspective. And the key to this business is what happens here. So I want to encourage you. Today we're going to give you a lot of meat. We're going to give you a lot of food. But you need to be asking yourself, why am I here? Where am I going? Am I in the right environment around the right people? Meaning, I'm going to be a little transparent with you right now. Are the people around me breathing life and growth into my business, or negativity? Okay. You need to surround yourself with people who want to rise up and go where you want to go. That's really important, because the people who you're surrounding yourself with can help you live or kind of help you die a slow death. And I want you living. Okay? We're going to do a panel. And our first panel that we're going to do is on the mind. We have some incredible leaders who have gotten really good at taking thoughts captive, renewing the mind. They have a good mindset. So I want you guys to be able to hear from them today. I think we have 4 of them coming up here. So where are we? Where's our panel? James, I know you're there. And we need 4 chairs. Can we move this? This feels so formal. Doesn't this feel stuffy? I'm making an executive decision. I hope this is okay. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Okay. Perfect. work. James Bybee, everyone. There we go. Okay, so we just talked a little bit about the mind, how important the mind is, and it is no surprise that really before we start sharing all these different ways of doing things with you guys today, the first thing we're starting with is the mind. And so what I'm going to ask each of these leaders here, one, introduce yourself, and one sentence each on what drew you to doTERRA and what keeps you here. By the way, I ask a lot of people that. What brought you to doTERRA and what keeps you here? So if you could each answer that question, then we'll go into what you guys do to keep a strong mind.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, is this on? Hello, hello, hello. Okay, hi. I'm Megan Dorsey. I'm from Florida. What brought me here was the income. And what keeps me here is the income and the impact.
Hi, my name is Kelly Melton. I'm from Canada, and what brought me to doTERRA was was the opportunity for a friend, not even for me. And then what kept me here were the oils.
I'm Sheree Burton, and I came to the very first convention in 2008 because Natalie Goddard gave me a free ticket. But I was completely blown away, and 2 years later I started the business. It was the people and the vibe of the culture that drew me in, and the prospect of being able to heal family patterns and then bring others to those solutions. And that's what's kept me here, and the money is great too.
Yes, totally. James.
So I'm tech support. That's what drew me here. And I love computers and AI and social media. And I found a lot of other people that were just like me. And we ran with it. I'm just kidding. No, I have a crazy sister-in-law somewhere. You guys all know somebody named Natalie Goddard? Right. She drew me into this craziness, totally tricked me. And no, it was good. She is so one of those people that just patiently grabs you in. This is what you need. She goes like this, puts oils in. That's her ninja skill is like oil under your nose. And then you have no idea what happened. The next thing you know, you're doing network marketing.
That is so true. Okay, so first question for them. Actually, this is going to be the main question. You guys each have about 3 to 5 minutes to share here, and I might ask a few follow-up questions. But what do you do to keep a high belief in doTERRA, or what do you do to keep control of your mind? Because this business can be hard. We're not acknowledging that. Okay, go ahead, Meg.
Okay, so I think that my experience is probably very different than most people in the room. I came to this business for the business. I was with a different network marketing company, and so I had been with them. I didn't realize there were other compensation plans out there. You guys, this compensation plan is amazing. It's amazing. When Lindsay was talking to Amy Fulmer about coming, she asked me to get on a call, and when Amy showed me page 6 and 7 of the build guide, as soon as we got off the call, I said to Lindsay, we're joining doTERRA. I mean, hello, the money.
She's my sister, by the way.
The money. Oh, yeah, she's
Yeah.
my sister. So just that perspective, because I had something different, I think is very different than a lot of people who maybe haven't worked for another company, okay? So I literally keep my build guide with me on my desk all the time. And at the beginning, I wrote my goals down. I think it's great to have your goals written down, the things you've achieved, you can mark it on there, and things happen, right? And it's not always in our timeline. We don't go like this, right? We're going like this all the time. And so when you're in a down season, or when things maybe aren't as easy as you would like, I think it's really important to be aware of our echo chambers. So I don't know if anybody in the room has heard the term echo chambers before, but it's the people you surround yourself with. So it might be in Facebook groups, it might be your team, it might be your family, and we have echo chambers and all sorts of things, right, in life. And for doTERRA, I know for me, there are seasons where I find that the echo chamber I'm in might not be the most positive. And when I find myself starting to feel like, well, maybe people aren't joining, or maybe people aren't going on rewards. I actually know the reality of the situation. That's not the reality. So I recognize and say, you know what, I might need to step back. I might need to not go into these Facebook groups for a while. And I try to be aware that when I'm finding my belief dropping, to put stronger boundaries up for my mind. That's how I do it.
I love it. Thank you. Kelly, go for it.
All right. Look at all you guys. Wow, there's so many people in here. Okay, so in my doTERRA experience, I've been with the company for 10 years, and I've watched a bunch of seasons. I've watched a lot. I sit on the sidelines. I watch Facebook groups. I'm in them. I see what people say. And you know what? I'm literally motivated by complaining. Who's motivated by complaining? I've sat back and I've watched and I've listened and I've been a part of things. And being in Canada, everyone had challenges. And we've all had challenges. So let's just acknowledge everyone's had challenges, right? No matter where you are. And what protects my mindset is making a decision and having a vision. So what's your vision? What is your vision? When you have a clear vision of where you want to go and what you want, and you connect to that vision, that can be your superpower. Like, what do you want? Like, what do you want? What are you committing to? And like, when you really dig into that, like when you dig into your commitment and your vision, you can create anything. It's committing to that, what you want. Like there's lots of people that have been like, yes, I'm going. My team's all here. We're all doing these things. And maybe you're here this year with nobody. Maybe you're here with one person. Maybe you're here with 30 people. And you know what? It doesn't matter. You're still here, and you still are connecting to your vision. And if you're not sure what your vision is, I'd really, really get a piece of paper, get a journal, and write out what you want. Like, how does it feel to you? Like if you had the perfect doTERRA business, what does it look like? How does it feel? And really sit with that and step into gratitude for what you already have. Because last year, I almost quit. And I made a decision that changed everything. I ended up winning Diamond Club last season. And and I had no evidence that I could do this. Janice, see you over there. So I just decided, and I don't know what happened, but miracles happened. Miracles occurred. People showed up. People stepped in. Like, it was crazy. Like, I was sitting there one day and some lady just called me and said, "Hi, can I please order $500 worth of oils?" I'm like, "Of course you can. Sure." It was somebody I'd met at a market like 3 years ago. It's just decide, make a decision what you want to do. Like, are you going to align with doubt, self-doubt, and negativity, or are you going to align with what's possible? Because Lindsay, this team over here is like the perfect example of anything can happen here. Like, anything can possibly happen. I went from enrolling like 1 to 2 people a month to, in November last year, I enrolled 85 people. So it can be done, you guys. It literally can be done. You just need to decide and have unwavering faith and belief in yourselves. So that's how I do it. And whenever I slip into something bad, I'm like, how can I get into gratitude? And I find gratitude.
I love that, Kelly. And one of the things that I think is helpful with what you just said is asking the question, does this thought serve me? Amy Fulmer asked, like, when Amy Fulmer's coaching some of my people, she'll say, does this thought serve you? And I'm like, whoa, yikes. So super helpful. Thank you.
Thanks.
James, veteran.
What was the question again?
Yeah, I know.
I'm
You were working
serious.
on your IT
I was
stuff.
not listening.
You were on your, I know you weren't. How do you keep a high belief, and also how do you keep control of your mind in this business?
Well, first of all, my top 5, number 2, I think, is belief. So for me, everything I do, if I don't believe it, I don't do it. Like, I just can't do anything unless I believe in it. So you have to I can't remember a day that I didn't believe in the cause of doTERRA, the mission of doTERRA, the culture of doTERRA. I can't remember a day I didn't use an oil and it didn't do something to me, right? So when I see people who are struggling with belief, I see people who aren't using the product. I see people who are sitting, waiting for it to come to them. And this is no judgment, because we've all been there, right? I'm just saying, ask yourself these questions. I see people who are saying, tomorrow I'm gonna do it. It's kind of like me in the gym. Tomorrow I'm gonna work out. And it's been like 10 years. So, this is the thing, like, my wife and I, we always just go into action and ask questions later, right? And because you figure it out if you're acting. So when I first started, my wife was in non-action. I'm one of those weird guys that started this thing for you 50 million women that are here. Men can do this. So Natalie said, she showed me the money. She threw weird voodoo on me. I said, okay, this is at least getting people's attention, so maybe it'll work. So I went into action through a ton of no's, a ton of like, you suck, that's weird, and all my family disowned me, and all that stuff. I went through all of that, right? But I went through it. I just kept going, right? And so then in action, I learned, because I was failing forward. You can't fail if you're not in action, and you gotta fail to make it, right? And so if you fail, then you will go forward, and then all of a sudden I was a gold and a US founder, 1.0, I guess they call us that, I don't know. Anyway, and then my wife, like some men do, it's my business too, I'll join you, right? But to be fair, our business went on steroids when she joined.
And I'm
awesome.
grateful for you guys. Is it still on?
Yep,
Okay.
go ahead.
So as I'm listening to these people, I'm thinking, yeah, like it's really about not being half-hearted. So once you commit, and I don't remember who said this, but doing isn't difficult, deciding is. Once you decide to not just dip your toe in, but to burn down all the bridges and completely commit to this, because I remember, I think it was you and Roxanne that said, just give it a year to my sister Robin and I, she's my upline. This was in 2010, and we were at a convention. They said, just give it 1 year. And we were like, why a year? Like, because after 3, 6, and 8 months, you're going to quit. You're like, the yield will not be there. You will not have a 3D measurable, like, you'll be working this much and get paid this much, right? But then it'll flip. But don't give up. Give it a full year, but give it everything you have. So luckily, Diamond Club came along during that time, and I ended up going Diamond in a year from the time that I decided and I committed. And I sat my kids down and I said, and we had a whole family meeting, like, I'm going to be traveling, and this is it, but you're going to get to go to Disneyland and have races and all that stuff. So you have to have anchors that believe in you, like James was just speaking to, like that pour belief into you. If it's not your upline, then you got to find somebody that totally understands and is invested in your vision and can hold space for you and anchor you into that vision. And it can't just be you. It has to be, you have to find like a safe, at least one safe person. So half-heartedness does not work in this business. And especially if, because we're in the people relating business. This is relationship marketing at its core. We're here to bring people to a different state than they currently are, which means we have to move to a different state to hold space for them as guides. So I had to, I'm embarrassed to admit this now, but like I did not like the word business when I started because I was so purpose driven and I was like, I didn't know how to bridge over from like, this is my purpose of like bringing healing to the world or whatever, and then there's money there. So I had to do, I don't know if any of you are like that, but I had to kind of look at this as like, this is heart-based sharing, this is service, this is not just me trying to go diamond because I want to make a lot of money. But also I'm unabashed in that now. Like I think that the more that you have, the more you can help people, the freer you are. So climbing into those blocks that are keeping you from being all in, not just dipping your toe, but literally diving in and saying, I'm burning all the bridges and this is what I'm going to do.
Love it. Okay, I'm going to ask another question for you guys to think about. And then I'll share something. So my question for you is, for the person in the room who's struggling with belief, what is your piece of advice? Okay, so I'll give you a minute to think about that. Person in the room struggling with belief, what is your advice? And I'll let you share in just a second. What'd you say? Oh, belief in the business, belief in doTERRA, belief in themselves, right? Because it could be any of those things, honestly. And you guys, if you don't have a high belief in one, the whole thing is affected. Okay? So the other thing that I find is super helpful is if you show up every day and you act. I think action is the answer to so many things. And the other piece of that is being unattached to the outcome. Because when you want something so bad and you're so personally invested in the outcome, if it does not happen the way you expect it to happen, which, by the way, it never will, because God knows better, okay? So it will never happen the way you want it to. But when things don't happen the way we want them to, what does that do to our brain? Oh, this is hard. I'm not good at this. But if you show up every day and you're like, action, whatever happens as a result of it, incredible. I'm super grateful. But I'm going to show up every day. Like, oh, this conversation didn't pan out to anything yet. Awesome. I've got another one in the pipeline. We're going to keep going. It keeps you in a better, healthy place. And I promise, truly, whatever you're feeling about your business or yourself, they're going to know. So in order to keep yourself in a healthy brain space and healthy business space, and I honestly find when I have enough confidence in what I have to offer, no matter whether they say yes or no, people are drawn to me because they don't ever feel pressured by me, okay? So being unattached to your outcome is super important. So action and staying unattached. I know that's a hard thing. It's a skill to learn. It's so worth learning it. Okay, who wants to start? Piece of advice.
I'll just, since
Go
I
for
have
it.
the mic.
I love it.
We have subconscious beliefs, not just conscious ones, which are the main drivers of our behavior. About 90% of our behavior is driven by the subconscious. So that's why we can't judge when we're in a cycle or a loop, because we honestly have neuropatterning laid down that is affecting how we show up. So the best business piece of advice I've ever gotten was from Deb Erickson. If any of you know her, she's a business coach for women. I worked with her personally right before I went Blue Diamond, and she was like, Sheree, everything is about managing fear. And I was like, oof, I've been teaching emotions. I've been doing all the things, like a psych degree, all that, I've niched into the whole emotional thing with doTERRA. But the way that she bridged it over to business, and anything, relationships, health, it's all about how you manage fear, your innate fear response driven from your subconscious behaviors and beliefs. So if you can find, and we do have tools with essential emotions and other things. I know people in doTERRA have a lot of different ways that they go about this, but if you think about calling someone, introverted people would rather die. It comes more easy to some personalities, and also people who are holding different trauma responses in their body. So we can't unilaterally say everybody has to do it this way, and this is you have to find a way. Just like I said, with someone that's holding belief space for you, you have to find somebody that, whether it's a therapist or a coach or somebody that isn't attached to your outcome, that is helping you manage your fear response. And there's lots of strategies for that, but I think that subconscious belief part is huge.
Great advice. Fantastic.
What she said. Just kidding. So many amazing people in this room. I don't even know what the count is, but whatever the count is, that's how many amazing people are in this room, okay? The problem is you don't believe it. So the secret to this, the secret to belief, the secret to success is is right here, not me, you. I'm just representing an individual. You are an individual. You're unique. Nobody else can be like you. Nobody else will ever be like you. When you can dive into that and recognize that you're never going to be Lindsay. You're never going to be Laura Jacobs. You're never going to be Natalie Goddard. Don't even try. Dive into you. Who are you? Who will you touch that no one, any of those people I mentioned, can touch? And there's countless others they can't touch that you can. You are the secret. So every day, take a moment. And if you're a mom, man, that can be tough, right? You're hiding in the bathroom, they're beating on the door, right? I mean, there's no place. I know because I can't even have a conversation with my wife because the kids are always, right? But figure out how to find a moment where you can touch the divine. Sit with yourself. Be comfortable with that. Ask yourself who you are. Talk to yourself and tell you how special you are, where you come from. Touch the divine. In 5 minutes, you will begin to feel, understand, and believe who you are. When that information, when you are informed at that level, the path becomes clear, the barriers to action go away. You will still be the most imperfect human as well as the most perfect human that's ever been. Your soul is perfect, your body is not. You're going to always be fighting that fight, that challenge. But if you touch the divine every day, in whatever way you do that, do it. It's the one thing I can tell you, like nothing else will happen to the extent that you want it to happen until you can figure that out. Your daily action is that. Then do all the other actions that follow that.
Nobody can follow that.
Really? Okay.
You're you. Be you.
Be me. Okay, yes, I will be me. I am a literal promoter. Woo is my first strength. So here's the thing, you guys, is what he said. And what about your oils, you guys? Like, I went through a bit of I had a hormonal meltdown last year. Like, literally, I'm not going to lie. I literally went through a dark night of the soul. My hormones were tanked. And I was not good. And what did I do? I was reminded that I have oils in a box over here and that I really should get using them. So I found a magical recipe to help with night sweats and 3 a.m. waking. Do you guys want to know what it is? Okay, so when you have an oil win, you guys, that really works for you, that is your belief. That drives your product. That, like, if you're like, oh, I heard that Serenity helps people sleep, but you hate that blend, that's not going to work. Okay? So 4 drops of clary sage, 4 drops of geranium in a veggie cap twice a day. Take one before you go to bed. It will be a magical thing. Works for guys too. So this actual blend has changed my life. It took me out of like a non-estrogen depression. It was really crazy. So getting whatever your problem is right now, whatever that is, whether it's an autoimmune, whether it's a depression, whether it's a sadness, or whatever it is, go to your oil box and see what might give you relief. And so I have this friend, and she's in Canada, and she gave me this menopause class. And I read the menopause class, and I did the menopause class. I did it for like 6 sessions. And I'm like, maybe I should actually apply this. So how many of you guys have got your intro to oils class and you don't even actually apply it? So get them out. Use the oils. You really need to. Like, I kind of really went through a phase where I wasn't using my oils. Is anyone not using their oils? Okay, get them out. Whatever it is, for whatever, if it's your foot sore, like, or you want your hair to grow, like whatever it is. I know it's not compliant, but just a tidbit of advice. So, just get them on you, whatever that looks like, inside, outside, in the diffuser. Like, even if it's just gonna start with the diffuser blend. What are you doing? See? All right. Oh, haha, you're so funny. So yeah, rub rosemary all over your head. Do whatever it takes. Like, that's, and what about if you have people that are in non-belief right now, come to them with love and be like, what can I do to support you right now? And maybe they just need a reminder to open up that bottle again and get it on them. Get rid of the noise, like all that noise about, the compensation plan changed, or VMG's changed, or no one's getting LLV, blah, 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 blah. Like, were you gonna die on that hill? No, you're not. I've declared it for you, okay? Anyways, make a declaration and get the oils on you. That is belief all the way right there. And that's all I have to say about that.
Oh, I don't like going last on this one. Okay, so what I would say is ask yourself, not what do you think, what is the truth? What is the truth? Is no one going on rewards? That is not the truth, right? So be aware and open to the truth, and then who is speaking the truth to you? Find a mentor. Hopefully it's your upline. Might be your upline's upline. But who can speak the truth to you and help you kind of get out of your head? Like Lindsay said with the eagle, maybe you're down eating and your mentor is up in the sky going, I see this, come up, fly with me. Have someone in your life who can speak truth to you. And then in turn, you'll be able to speak truth to others.
Whoa, wait, good job, guys. Well done. Was this helpful? Okay, we have the best of the best up here. Training today. This is just the beginning. And thanks you guys so much for sharing your wisdom. We have the lovely Laura Jacobs. Is she here? Laura? Yeah. Okay. So we have the lovely Laura Jacobs. And if I could get a couple people to help maybe with chairs really quick to bring those down, that would be awesome. And Laura Jacobs, everyone.
The podium you don't like? I need it. Okay, thanks. It's going to help me.
We have James. We're good.
I love it. Hi, everyone. What a great crowd. I love it. So good to be here with all of you. What are you telling me? Oh, thank you. Right here is great. Bless, thank you. I was worried. All right, my friends, shall we? Let's do this. All right, there we go. Just fell off. There we go. I think it's good. Glasses, everything. Okay. All right. I never present with a computer. I hardly ever present with a script. But if you knew what I'd been doing for the last 6 weeks, you would say, it's okay, Laura. So today my message is going to come from my heart and my experience, and I want to make sure I land it, so I need some prompts here to make sure that I'm on target for today to bring this message forward. All right, so first thing we have here is what is called the diffusion of innovation. And it's also known as the innovation adoption life cycle. And it shows how ideas are spread. The first 2.5% are the innovators. They're the first people to dive in and are willing to take some risks. I want you to remember that. The 13.5% next group, the early adopters, are the opinion leaders. They're the ones who spread the fire and they're comfortable with new ideas. Then come the 34% early majority. Those who've waited because they need to see evidence and they need ideas to be validated. Finally, the last 34%, the laggards. They're the last to catch on. They're very late to the game, and likely some other kind of innovation is well on its way ahead of their curve. Many in this room will tell you that today, the people that we're finding to bring into doTERRA are the early majority, and that we're working with those now who waited for proof. And with judgment, perhaps that is what is. But I don't believe that's everyone, and I don't believe that's everywhere. So I want you to consider something. If that's true, if you're a builder who comes to doTERRA today in this era as an early majority, or you or your upline, you may have a wait for proof mindset and find yourself then heavily dependent on your company's doctors, your company's science, research, and studies. You may not act without this backing. And then when you actually have it, you might not even feel capable of explaining it. Consider this. Those of us who showed up super early to this doTERRA party had literally next to nothing when it came to any of that stuff. We had one doctor. His name was Dr. Hill. We had very little proof science. I remember teaching about hormones, I think it was the third year, fourth year or something, and sitting down with Dr. Hill with my presentation. And I'm an herbalist and nutritionist first. I came from that world. There's a lot of proof there. And I was like, Doc, I want to prove the oils that I've chosen for DHEA. And he's like, Laura, we don't have that science. It doesn't exist. You know the one study we did have? We had just one. Dr. H.K. Lin had proved that frankincense motivated apoptosis in cells that needed it. That's all we had. And that internet thing, we didn't really have, that wasn't a big deal yet, and let alone it certainly wasn't riddled with essential oil studies that we could borrow from. That's how we started. And I want you to know, we were freaking smashingly successful. Guess what we relied on? We relied on tradition. We relied on anecdotal evidence of essential oils, and we relied on our own stories. And as Dr. Hill would say, we relied on our experience, and we borrowed from one another. We, I attest to, truly made the most of what we had to work with. And it's with that theme I want to carry my message with you today. How can we do more with what we already have? So next, that same little curve I just showed you is at the bottom, and I've layered it on top here with what's called a product lifecycle adoption. Now with that same bell curve underneath, this one atop, I want you to understand the concept that's terrifically applicable to our industry. The same bell curve can also represent the lifespan of a direct selling company, not just their products. Okay, so you hear me? A company can go up and down. Anybody heard of like companies that kind of come and go? Like a flicker in the night, right? It's because they had one big thing, they put it out there, that was it, and it eventually died. The company died. Okay, so we see this happening in our industry, sometimes in really short periods of time, and sometimes over even decades. We've seen some of the giants fall just recently. All right, so with this bell curve in mind, I want you to understand that it can also then represent the lifespan of what we could call has-been Hall of Famers. Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm not interested in belonging to a company that's a has-been Hall of Famer. Any of you? So do you want this to be our future? Because I got news for you. How many of you belong to this market called the good old US? This is your market. Primarily you're doing doTERRA right here in this market. Do you know we're already on that curve? That is where we are in the US. So if we want that to continue to be our destiny, let's keep doing what we're doing, shall we? Or perhaps not. How about if we disrupt that? And to that is also my message today. What if we disrupt where we are? What if we disrupt ourselves? Why would we do that, and how would we do it? Because out there are two giant network marketing companies that are still at the top. They're still number one and they're still number two, decade after decade after decade. And we're on their tails. We're a unicorn company. Even the experts in the industry have said that. There's something unusual about who we are. We have set a new precedence. We do direct selling differently. Do you know that? Do you feel that in your heart? It's why you're here, because you get it. It doesn't feel slimy or salesy or yucky. It feels so authentic because it is. It's what we do best. So what could we do with that? What more could we do with who we are? So let's just talk about it, shall we? Somebody might feel like they're in a slump. And I'd like to call that the downslope of the ordinary. Sometimes, even for the best of us, we hit a wall. Our essential oils, those magical elixirs we hold in the palm of our hands and have for years, they started feeling ordinary. Our teams got stuck in routines that worked yesterday but feel stalled today. And then we all wait for the next big launch to save the day. I've got news for you, my friends. This year is not a big product launch year. It's not. So if you came for that, don't go home. Just rearrange your thinking, because that's not what we're going for. But I want you to know why. Because last year's product is still on an upswing. Do you disrupt that? No. You do not disrupt your company's main thing when it's in an upswing. How long did LLV last? I got news for you. It ain't dead. Do you know the sales on LLV are still radically strong? Some people like pills. Okay, I do. I swallow a ton. I don't care. But I dig my VMG. VMG has brought us a new market share. We have not lost. We have not traded. We have gained market share. So in this last year, for the first time, we have, in a few years, we have seen an uptick in U.S. sales because our product is in an upswing. But here's the deal. How many of you are out there just selling VMG by itself, by its name? You're not. What are you selling? Foundational wellness. Keep that in mind. All right. Okay, so here's where we're at. Our company would be nuts to interrupt where we are, correct? And guess what? They know it. They're wise. I've spent a lot of time with some really smart people at corporate this year for very important reasons. This year's launch is a complement. It will stand on the shoulders of where we are. It will not disrupt it. It will pair beautifully with it. And from that, I want you to gain great confidence. Get the argument over in your head. Do we sell oils or do we sell supplements? The answer is emphatically yes. We sell both. You all know why. Because oils do better in an environment that has matter. Do you know that oils are more energetic instruction than they are matter? But if you want to build something, you're going to need some bricks. But those bricks will need instruction. The two of them pair together perfectly. Convention isn't about chasing the next shiny thing. It's about reimagining what we already have. The world's finest essential oils, powerhouse nutrition, and untapped potential to what the panel and Lindsay and all just bore witness to us, to the potential that exists within each of us. So let's tap into the framework that will light us up, disrupt us all in the right ways, and send us into convention with a mindset that's unstoppable. I want you to walk out of here today with sticky ears, ready to grab those mind-blowing insights and walk out on Saturday saying, I am in the right place, and I am here at the right time, and it's time to go, baby. This, my friends, is what makes the greats great, in case you want to know their secret. At first glance, you might think, well, there you have it. It is about the next big thing. It's about the next product launch. This is how you keep from going into decline. And I can see why you might draw that rapid conclusion. But here's the deal. We're not just building a business. We're mastering growth cycles. In doTERRA, it's not about new gadgets. It's about reimagining our essentials. Think Copaiba. How many of you know it's amazing? Okay? How many of you can attest to that personally? Do you know that we used to sell 10 times what we do today? I want you to gasp over that statement. We used to sell 10 times what we sell of Copaiba today. Why? Why has something so radically extraordinary become so ordinary and even forgotten? So you're going to go into convention, and those sciencey people you early majorities might like to count on, they're going to talk to you. And if I have the story straight, and I may not, so no promises, but my understanding is one of the things they're going to reveal in tomorrow afternoon session is going to be about studies, epigenetic and whatnot on Copaiba. And you're going to learn something so important that made Copaiba make sense to me. And you guys know I study the oils, right? I know my stuff. But I kept seeing that its resume was getting longer. Like, why are people keep adding things to the credentials of Copaiba? Why? And I couldn't figure it out. And I have responsibility very high in my strengths. And I was like, are we lying about this? Are we making it up? Is this like super anecdotal? Like, legitimize this for me, okay? I went into that space myself. And then we went on the presidential trip. And Dr. O gave us a little teaser about what they're going to teach us at convention about Copaiba. And if you will listen really carefully, you will understand why that oil touches your life inside and outside from head to toe. It's incredible science. And if you will take that one little slice and say to yourself, oh my gosh, one, I can't believe it does it, and two, I can't believe they can prove it, then what you'll know is you are standing on the tip of a gigantic iceberg. And what we have isn't ordinary or old-fashioned or in decline or some old idea. It's an extraordinary new idea. And when they continue to test the oils the way that they are and continue to show us, what was it that they showed us at leadership about frankincense? Roughly about 50,000 different epigenetic changes from frankincense at the Boswellic combination. Do you understand what that means? That means 50,000 of your genes either up or down regulated because frankincense boswellic acid was in the house. What else can do that? Now, I don't know where Dr. Hill landed on his presentation, but we met twice so that our presentations and our mindset was in alignment. And what I know is he might take down the house. We'll see how it goes. No promises. But when we were discussing things together, he's like, Laura, do you understand how a drug works? And we talked about the contrast between an essential oil and a drug. And, well, Dr. O confessed on that presidential trip that essential oils are intelligent. And he said he took Dr. Hill to the mat on that, like, no, they're not intelligent. And now he said, they are. They're discerning. And I'm here to tell you, a synthetic ingredient or manufactured item, it's not intelligent. It's a wrecking ball. It goes in to do a job unapologetically. It doesn't check ID. It just takes out whatever it's supposed to, good or bad, in your body. And when you study these oils and you understand what they really do, they'll blow your mind. So pay attention in class, my friends. Bring some paper tomorrow and listen carefully, because you're about to be changed. But here's the thing I want to leave you with the most. This S-curve looks very similar to the one I just showed you, does it not? But what it's speaking to is actually personal disruption. We too need to be disrupted. Did you know you crave it? So the bottom of the curve looks like you starting your business. Was it a little bit awkward or a struggle or a slow start? And did you not lack some confidence and have a little bit of self-doubt? Maybe even found yourself cleaning out your closet? Do you want to know why? Because dopamine is your signal. It's your motivation drug in your body, and it tells you you're on track. You need dopamine hits to move you along. And so when your business is in its slow start, and maybe the signups aren't really coming in, the leaders aren't really coming in, the evidence that what you're doing is right isn't there from you from a chemical hit, you'll go look for one. So if you need to go wash some dishes, do it. Okay? If you need to clean out your closet, great. And I know we poke a lot of fun at straightening out your oils. Don't make that a habit as far as like what you do every day for your business, but you get my point, okay? Go get a little dopamine if you need it, but stick with it. Because when we continue in right patterns with right behavior, that's where we find the win. Now, for those of us who've done this for a long time, we hit a level of mastery, and it's kind of cool. Like, why would I quit now? I'm better at doing this than I ever have been. But sometimes it feels boring because it's too easy, or you're too good at it, or you've done it 100,000 times, and the dopamine drops. And so that's why, once again, we need to disrupt. We need S-curves. We're built for it. We're hardwired for it. But here's my caution to you. And boy, Lindsay Norman, do I love you. Because she speaks my language. She thinks we think alike. When she stood on stage at leadership and said, I hesitate to come sometimes. I'm sometimes afraid to bring my team to an event like this. She said what she said, but I'm going to say what I heard. What she said is, I'm afraid my team is going to get disrupted here. Because we're in a good pattern, we got our mojo, we're doing our thing. But so often, because we're looking for the hits, we hear someone else's story, we hear someone else's best practice, and we think, I should chase that bright, shiny object. I should disrupt my business, I should disrupt my class, I should disrupt everything I'm doing, and I should start from scratch. So guess what's happened over the last several years? We have disrupted ourselves as a community so many times, we don't know where we are and we don't know what we're doing. Do you feel that? Okay, so when you're craving disruption, do you know where you really want it? You want it on the inside. Do you want to know what the biggest dopamine hits are? Sign somebody up in doTERRA and change their life. Have them call you up and tell you that their life is completely different. Chastity is sitting here in the audience. She started a new builder who owns an ice cream shop. And in that ice cream shop, they started teaching the 90-day reset classes. And one of her people came, and they got her on month 1. And in month 1, the thing that was occurring on her scalp that starts with a P, has an S that follows, it disappeared. She hadn't even got to month 2 yet. She hadn't even got to the cleanse part yet. But because she started putting right things in her body started to change how it acted. So be careful, be wise, where you get your disruption energy from. Disrupt yourself, disrupt from the inside. Your real craving is internal disruption. Look at your business practices, look at your attitude, look at the space you hold yourself in. And do you have a process of duplication living on your team that people can copy over and over again? You know where to start a new builder. You know what you're doing. You have a track that's built. And back in the day, you know what? We pretty much all did the same thing. And you know what? It worked really, really well. It did. It worked really, really well. So let's be careful not to compete with each other. Let's be careful not to disrupt each other through saying one best practice is better than the other. There's too much innovation in this company now. There's too many grades. I've seen Osti teach a class recently that was posted somewhere. She did a fantastic job. I saw Seth teach a class. It was great. It lives for them. They are the captains of their teams. They can guide their team, whereas Annette and Lindsay and Amy, they might be doing something different. But be careful. It's not about chasing. It's about discovering. So when you hear these amazing people speak, look for the patterns of success you can duplicate. We call that deconstructing success. So what's going to happen from here on out is in your booklet, you've been given a little present, and it's this pipes chart. This pipes chart was inspired 2 years ago at Convention 2023 at this very event at the Goddard's house. Lindsay Norman got up as a guest, as a new builder, told her story, and said how she was running her team. And I sat there and said, I think she's doing what I did. Maybe I should remind myself how to go back to what works. And so I actually wrote this chart to be the most generic, applicable thing that everybody in this business can use. There's nothing branded about this. There's nothing team specific about it. There's nothing to threaten anyone. It's just a reminder of the most basic outline of what we do in this business called pipes. And the most basic things you need to keep yourself doing in order to be successful. There's a customer column and there's a builder column. So sometimes we call onboarding a customer or launching a builder. So sometimes it's a little bit specific to your audience. But overall, it is the actions. If I had to write it all on one page in as few words as possible, that's it. This is what we do. Now, fast forward, last January, I was somewhere and that same Lindsay Norman showed this difference between activation and retention. Well, those were words that already lived for me because I saw such a difference in doTERRA's acquisition SKUs acquisition versus retention SKUs. We had slumped into the habit of going back to selling oil-only kits, and it was killing our retention. We stopped selling consumables. We went into an era, and it really hurt our business big time. So this really spoke to me when I heard that, and that was a kind of a fast throwdown on something really big, so forgive me, because I'm already over time, and someone's going to kick me off stage here any second. But there is something to acquiring people and retaining them, and there should be a through line. So if you start people out in a class that's only about essential oils and you never talk about how to build a foundation of health, and they buy an oil every once in a while, don't be surprised, for heaven's sakes. You taught them how to buy a freaking fire extinguisher. Hey, when you got that fire asleep, I got an oil for you. When you got that fire of mood, I got an oil for you. When you got that fire in your tummy, I got an oil for you. When the fire's gone, the oil goes away. And there's no new order because there's 250 drops in that bottle. Okay? But you know what? They may not have that tummy thing. They may not have that hormone thing. They may not have that thing if they had their needs met. Don't skip over the obvious. Create a world in which their needs are met. They will live better. They will feel better. That thing on their scalp will just magically go away before they even hit a cleanse, possibly. The man with adrenal glands that Rachel Lynch met, who gets your adrenal glands out and someone tells you you're going to feel better? But he was deceived into believing that. And from November of June of 2024, he couldn't work. And then he went on a program with our products. Simple 90-day reset, 5 products. He was back at work in 3 days. 3 days. Help people fill their tanks. Help them know why. Convert them to why. And then by all means, teach them how to use our targeted support like their life depends on it. My friends, we are the big thing. We don't need the next big thing. We are. We just get to continue to create S-curves in our life and in our heart and in our business. I love you.
Wow. Laura Jacobs, thank you for sharing your brilliance with us. What a gift. Okay, hopefully each of you got a notebook, a little workbook. There's space for you to take notes. I had a mentor once who told me, when your soul speaks, take great notes. So our intention today is to create a space for you to get individual downloads on what's next for you. So pull out your notebook now. We've had 2 sessions now. We had the panel and then Laura Jacobs. So go ahead and write down your top takeaways from each of them. We'll just take 20 seconds or so. So go ahead and take some notes. What are your takeaways? And what is an action that I'm feeling inspired to take? It's great to have information, but it doesn't do much if we don't put it into application. And next, I am super excited to share some of Natalie and my dearest friends with you. They have always inspired me. I still remember Mark invited me to a Super Saturday training by a personal development coach, and I'd never been to anything like that. And that turned out to be a course that changed our lives. Absolutely pivotal for us. So they've inspired us that way with their personal development journey. They've also inspired us with their family. These 2 have given single births 11 times. They have 11 children. In fact, I saw one of them here. Josh, can you stand up? Give us a wave. This is one of their 11. Josh is awesome. So Mark and Jen recently took another kind of journey, more physical and mental journey, and we've asked them to just share some of their highlights from this journey. So please help me welcome Blue Diamond leaders Mark and Jen Garrett.
Thanks, Andy. I wish I knew how to do a handspring. Wouldn't that be cool?
So who is ready for the biking portion of the afternoon? you may not have realized that somehow doTERRA relates with biking. And we wanted to share with you today some principles through our bike trek that we went on earlier this summer. And we're hoping that you can see concepts that will relate to your doTERRA business, because we could see them from the success that we have had in our doTERRA business. And I love the idea of principles that carry over, that they're not specific to just doTERRA or just a bike trek or just our families, but we can learn from those simple truths to be building blocks for the foundations for our success. We are so grateful to be able to share this time with you today, and are glad you're here. And we know some of you are dear friends, and some of you will be new friends, and appreciate the opportunity to visit with you. And just would echo what Andy said. You may not hear anything new today with your ears, but you may be taught by your heart something that matters for you right now, and I invite you to listen for that. Listen to the parable of our bike story, or metaphor, if you will.
This is our family. I just wanted to give you proof. This is last April. This is when this change started happening for us. Our oldest, Luke, was getting married.
April 2024.
Thank you. And then that's my little 6-month-old baby at the wedding. And then everybody in between. In that moment, if you can imagine, I actually didn't get a family photo of all my nuclear kids without our extra family in it, because there wasn't time, right? The baby had to be born, you had to get your act together, get a picture, be skinny enough to get a picture again, let's be honest. And then before the marriage, and it didn't happen. It's the only picture I have of my whole family, and there's the next generation in it. It's just what it is for our family. So in that moment, my husband said, "Hun," 6 years ago, let me go back a teeny bit further, he went on a bike trek with some of our doTERRA team to Ireland, and did this 350-something mile bike trek, and had a magnificent personal development experience with that. And so he heard that the same guide was taking another group, but taking couples. And he said, "Hun, they're doing this. They're going as couples. Maybe we could. It's our 25th anniversary this year. Like, maybe this would be fun." And what do you think my response was? We actually really love each other, but in this moment, it was one of my most unloving moments ever. I was like, how could you? I have been pregnant or nursing part of every year since we've been married. And that kind of uses your body a little bit. And that means you don't sleep very much. And if I was going to do something like that, I'd have to get up at 5 a.m., and there's no way. And when I exercise, I'll get sweaty and I'll get hot, and I'll be like, oh, that means to step back. That means it's too much for my body. That's really what I thought. So I was just like, there's no way. And how honestly rude of you to even bring it up. I'm so glad that you could go do that tomorrow. Good job. I could never. Please don't even bring it up. I was so mad and hurt and embarrassed that I couldn't, embarrassed that it wasn't even a possibility, and I was mad. My husband, in his brilliant and loving persistence, kept bringing it up. And not in a mean way at all. Just in a, can we talk about it a little bit? Can we explore this? Finally, one night, we're laying in bed talking. Usually lay right here. And he said, "Hun, I see us there. I see us there together, cycling through the fjords and the mountains. This grand adventure, I see us there." And as he described this, I realized I could see it too. And I said, after all my no's, after all my absolutely no's, I said, "Okay, I will." And he was kind of shocked, like, are you, I don't know, what were you? Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, it was an unexpected, because it was so quick from having gone maybe a month or 6 weeks of her kind of being like, "No, thank you, that's not a fit," to, "Okay." And what happened? She shifted from her head to her heart.
So that girl chose in and said, great, let's begin. And I immediately the next morning called the guide and said, okay, so I committed to this. What do I do now? Because I didn't know how. I had no idea how. All I knew was that I was committed and that I could see us there, and I needed to figure out in the next year what that path was going to be. So he said, get on the bike every day for 21 days. It does not matter how far you go. You are not going for any big records. You're not going for any big distance. You're not proving anything. You're putting on your exercise clothes. You're filling up your water bottle. You're going out to your bike and you're getting on it. Go to the stop sign and back. I don't care. But get on the bike. Is anyone seeing some doTERRA parallels here? I'm seeing some heads nodding.
Is this complicated?
What happened when I got out and got on the bike and went to the stop sign? I knew I was done. Check. What happened after the stop sign? Why? Because it kind of felt great. I was waking up not by a crying child, or a breakfast that needed to be made, or a school that needed to be got to, or whatever. I was waking up for me for the first time since I'd been married. We had a honeymoon baby. The baby was great. The honeymoon was great. But I had not woken up as an adult to a morning for me. And that was part of what this experience gave me. And so we started training. And someone who never was consistently exercising in her life, I bet I didn't choose to bike on Sundays. And later in my training, as I got harder, I needed another rest day. And so I did yoga with Joe instead, which I hope you're doing tonight at 9. I didn't miss a day. I don't think I missed more than this many days in a year. How does somebody who never exercises do that? It's because I had this vision. I saw us there, and I knew if I didn't do something, it was going to hurt. And guess what else I knew? There's certain things as couples. I didn't share this in our practice, but I knew I was going to say it. There's certain things as couples that are bullseyes. I knew me going on this trip with him was a bullseye for him. How happy were you when I said yes?
I was floating.
Show me with your body. And he probably only thought, I assume she's for reals, but it probably even to him was like, show me, right? Like there's no evidence he has that I really mean yes, but I knew that it would matter to him. That was part of why I wrote every day. Because us matters a lot. Me, waking up to myself, matters a lot. Our bodies and actually using them well and what they're meant to do helps everything else I do go better. So we biked, we trained, we continued the journey. This is at Leadership in March in Texas?
This year.
Texas?
Yeah, in Texas.
They happen to have 2 Pelotons. This is the one and only time we rode side by side besides the actual trek. And it was really fun. And so we trained on a Peloton, and then we actually, like 2 months before the trip, actually got my first bike, because I didn't have one. I was riding his too big one. And got my own bike, and I was like, great, I am prepared. My miles were good. I felt like more of a biker on my stationary bike in my basement. Why are you laughing? You know. Who has ever clipped into a bike? I do not recommend it. It is so hard. I fell over. Not like crashing or like a cool thing, jump I went off. I fell over holding still. And I just like tipped over and I couldn't get my foot out, and you fall and it hurts your hips and it hurt my wrist and my handle, but like I fell over standing still and I was so scared. Oh, it's like getting on a bike. You always remember it is so scary to get back on a bike after you fall over and get clipped in again and feel like I am chained to my bike. And if there's a snake in the road, which I saw a snake in there, like it's hard to know what to do. Clipping in was hard. And then there's hills that are harder than the 2-minute Peloton instructor was saying, give it 40 more seconds at 44 level. It's harder on a real hill. It's harder when you can see the rest of the hill and you know how much more you need to go and you know how tired you are now. It was so different. And I was like, I don't know if I can do this. We'd go up the hills, actually get to the top of the hill, and then I'd have to come down. And the anxiety of going so fast and still not sure I could unclip, and I'm going so fast, and if I crashed, I don't know what would happen. And we have a lot of people who were depending on me, and I didn't know what would happen. There was so much anxiety. And I was like, can I keep riding through this much anxiety? Like, is that even healthy? And this was like a couple weeks before the trip. I was nervous and scared on the bike. Do people go do things like this who are scared on their bike? So many hurdles.
Do things go the way we expect? I've learned to say, expect it to go in unexpected ways, and then you'll probably be on track, right?
But just still not believing. Can I really do this? I don't know. But I am going to try. But I had no idea if it actually would work. I had no idea if I actually could. We got on the plane. We actually landed in Norway. And this picture.
I see us there, and there we are.
Totally. This picture, I kept looking at it. Like we were there, and we hadn't started yet because we were there a few days early. And I was like, I'm in Norway. Like over a year of every single day biking, except the rest days, right? But like every single day I planned to biking, and I was there. It was so cool. And the night before our bike trek, neither of us really slept much at all. You could hear the other one rolling of her, oh, are you still awake? Are you okay?
Yes.
What, how are we doing? And like we need, when you bike hard all the, 6-8 hours, you kind of would be helpful to sleep the night before. But we're just nervous. I didn't know.
The great unknown lies ahead.
Yeah, so many unknowns. So.
And I just want to say, was Norway high on my list of places to go? No. I was interested in the experience, and it was amazing how it unfolded for us in terms of what it was. It should have been on my list. It should have been high on my list, but it wasn't. And that's a little bit like how our doTERRA experience has been, where it's been a gift that has unfolded and shown us things that are beyond even what we anticipated.
And I will say, even before I got to Norway, I was happy. I had received so much value from the training experience, from what I learned from that. And it was fun to actually get there and begin. You can't see all the layers of clothing we wear. It's very north, and it was very cold in June.
The
and
sun
I'm very
did not
wet.
go down.
Ever. On my weather app, sunset, no sunset today. That's what it said. It was cool. So we're riding along. We're really there. Here's a little vision of that.
There were tunnels that we did not practice ahead of time to go through, some of which were a couple kilometers long. That was kind of exciting when cars were whizzing past us. But just very unique natural beauty. You might see some seven dwarves mining through there if you look closely.
And you know that phrase, the light at the end of the tunnel? I didn't know what that meant until you're cycling through a tunnel that goes down and then it goes up. And you can see no end, and it is dark. And an ambulance came through, and cars would come through, and it felt like an airplane engine was coming right through this tunnel, and you're on the road, there's cars by you. It was the worst part of the trip for me.
Is it
but
hard?
You just keep riding, because you're not going to pull over and be like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore, except I'm still in the middle of the tunnel. I'm just going to sit here. You just keep riding to
Are
get
we
through.
getting stretched? Again, did we know exactly what we were in for? No.
This was like the side of the road. Here's a little post-ride reel for you. I had just gotten back. Mark had gotten back earlier, as stated before. This was not as big of a stretch for him as it was for me. And I'm laying there, and I had my bag open. I was ready to shower. I really needed a shower, but it was like, I need a minute. I'm not quite ready to step to that place yet. The wall on the other side of the picture was the same size. You know, sometimes the little rooms you stay in are two separate beds. It's all part of the experience in the journey, but like it's just real. It was all we had. You experience, oh, I didn't know I could keep going when I was that tired. It was so cool to find that out.
Has anybody done Diamond Club?
Doesn't this look like a screensaver? This is on the road. Like we aren't, like this isn't like the thing you grab pictures from. This isn't like AI created. Like this was where we were. And we were sitting on our bikes taking this picture. Wait, always represent, honey?
Yep. Representing doTERRA in my kit.
that look real? Was that worth a year worth of stretch? It exceeded my expectations over and over again. It was so cool. This picture is kind of what I envisioned on that initial "I see us there" moment. Remember? We're laying there, he's saying it, I'm feeling it, my choose in moment, my decide moment, like we've spoken of in here today. This was kind of what I envisioned, except we were like moving down the road, but we didn't have like a videographer, so I don't really have that piece. But like it was the mountain, it was us together in our little outfits, riding together, and it was so cool living into the vision of what we had hoped would happen. And this was on the final day. And I want to show you kind of my heart. Is that okay? Because at the end, every day, I honestly didn't know if I could do it. Every day of my training, every day of the actual ride, I didn't know. I was just saying, I'm just willing to try. And I know what training I did. I don't know if that's enough for what this takes. I honestly almost broke down in a tunnel. Like, who knows, I was physically trained, but are you mentally trained? Like, all kinds of things coming up. I finally got to the end, the last ferry that we were going to ferry to the last town, and our riding was done. And since it's not like a race and there's a big finish line and all these people applauding, like in the Boston Marathon at the end, I didn't realize until this moment that I was at the end. And I just want to show you what I authentically do, which I had no idea. I do power poses and things like that. But I just want to share with you my heart and my authentic response to realizing that I actually did it, that I got to the end.
And what you don't see in this clip is that there were about 50 people just standing there
Waiting for the ferry.
waiting for the ferry. And they got a little bit of a show.
Here, I rode from Tromso to here. Woo! 44 years old, mom of 11 children, this body. Woo!
Wow! Oh, yeah!
And I did it with him, is what I just said. And you can't see, I clipped it right there, but I just went. What'd you experience? The translators over here, you didn't need to translate that. You don't. Could you feel it? Do you know what it feels like to do something you didn't know you could do? That you had all these reasons why there was no way you could. Yes, other people do that. But there was no way I could. Not now, not still, not after all this time. Not when I rank advanced 11 years ago. Not when my team doesn't talk to me. Not when my leader dropped. Not. But I did. I did. I did it because you invited me to.
And we happen to want to give a little shout out. Our mentor, guide, former university professor who turned into a bike trek, self-expansion, fire lighting guru is here with us. Lane, would you stand up and give a wave? Wayofthehero.com. Revolutionary way to see the world. And
This was, you want to say it? Usually I don't do like a before and after picture. The first one, the left one, was going there. We sent a picture to our kids. We're going. This is happening. The second one is coming home. Do you notice anything? That's a good trip when you come home looking different. And I felt different. And I still feel different. Like, look in my eyes. Mark made it easy. He's in the same shirt. You have to look detailed. What is different in the picture? We were different. And we saw ourselves differently. And we show up differently because we saw ourselves differently. So we have an invitation for you.
does it matter? Is it worth it?
Oh, it's not done
Here are some thoughts to circle back on what we've talked about. Started with a dream of what could be, just a little thought that crosses the mind. And then we share it, we verbalize it, we cast a vision.
And that vision casting was those words. I see us there, right?
And then we employ consistency. We take steps that create momentum. Are they complicated? Are they difficult? Do they stretch us? Yeah, they probably do, but they're not complicated. And then we tap into the miraculous power of belief.
I did not know at any point until the moment I finished that I could. Same thing in doTERRA.
And we switch from a space where we say, yes, you can, to I can. I can see that possibility in me.
If I could go back to the beginning of our doTERRA journey, I wish I could tell myself, you can do this. You will have your husband retired from work since 2010. Half of our children don't even remember when he went to work, and the other ones were very young and can hardly remember. I wish I'd known at the beginning. I wish I could have told myself, this is going to work for you. My first oil class, the first person that I was holding the phone ready to dial hadn't dialed yet, thinking about it, thinking about what to say, thinking about what to text. I wish I could have told that Jen, guess what? You are going to do this, and you're going to stretch, and it's going to be work, and it is going to create exactly what you wanted, and it is going to exceed your expectations over and over again. Your ladder is up against the right wall. Please keep taking a step forward. Please. That's what I would tell that Jen. So we leave with this question for you. How about you guys read it? Just everybody together. Where
Can you see yourself?
Like, really ask yourself that question. Where can you see yourself? What's exciting to you? And what feels crazy out of reach?
What's worth moving for? What's worth the stretch? It starts with that vision that is inside you and you stoking that fire by taking a step, pedaling the pedal. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Can you pull this off, Andy? This will be for the next panel. All right. Stand up, you guys. It's been a little while. Stand up. Stretch your legs. Stretch your arms. And after this next panel here, we're going to guide you through a whole like exercise and things like that. But I want you engaged with me, so I want you attentive, which means I want your body moving first. All right. I forgot to grab the other microphone. Okay. Andy, do we have the quadrant? Yep. If we can find the quadrant, that'd be awesome. Feel free to stand. I'm pretty chill, so if you need a little bit more time stretching, it's totally good. We're going to do a panel here in just a second, but before we do that, I know I've had a lot of questions since leadership about the quadrant that I talked about. And so I'm going to just briefly introduce the quadrant so that you understand. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Just so you kind of understand how we use it in our business. I find that there's a lot of noise in the business, and it's very easy. Is my mic still on? Okay. It's really easy to feel like, am I spending my time on the right things? Or you might be working really, really hard, and you might be like, why am I not growing, but I'm working so hard? So here's what's super important for you guys to just kind of have a general overview of. Your business at doTERRA is made up of 4 things. new customers, retained customers, so new customers and then customers we keep, new builders, retained builders. All 4 of those are your business. Now, if you look at customers, those quadrants are going to be your addition to how you grow. So you bring in a new customer, they go on rewards, create some residual income for you, that's great. You add 2 or 3 customers, you're adding to your residual income as you build. Builders are your multipliers. So now when you bring somebody in to build, they're bringing in customers and builders. So I like multiplication, okay? But so I actually spend quite a bit of time in the builder ones. Is this going in and out for you guys, or is it okay? Okay. But a healthy business is one where you are doing all 4 quadrants. What I find is that we get really comfortable in maybe 1 to 2. Maybe for you, it's retaining your builders. So you've spent a lot of your time retaining your builders because you're getting this positive feedback that like, my builders are staying, this is really good, but why am I not growing? Why aren't my builders growing? Well, are you spending any other time on your other 3 quadrants? Okay. So I like to use this tool as a coaching tool. And at the beginning, for some of my people, they want a vision every month about how they should be spending their time. So what we do is we make sure that there's at least 1 strategy in every quadrant at the beginning of the month. And that way it ensures every month they are growing the whole business. Okay? Now, you might say, I actually don't know how to bring in builders. I don't know how to bring in new builders. So generally our fear keeps us out of certain quadrants, but then you don't grow a whole business. The reason why I love the quadrant at the beginning of the month is because it forces you over time to develop a skill in a certain aspect of the business that you wouldn't have done by choice, but because you're committed to putting a strategy in each of the quadrants at the beginning of the month, it's forcing you to get uncomfortable, and then you develop how to find new builders over time because you're being consistent, okay? So oftentimes if I'm having a coaching call with somebody and they're frustrated because they're not growing, we generally start looking at the quadrants. What's going well for you, okay? And they might say, well, I retain my customer, my customer retention is super high. So I'll say, okay, how are you doing with new customers? Well, I guess I haven't thought about it. I haven't spent a lot of time doing that. So then it's like, okay, now I know where to spend time with you as a coach. We need to look at that part of the quadrant, okay? So what we're gonna do today for you guys is I have several of my leaders who are absolutely phenomenal. And in fact, I will talk about all these things. I give vision to a lot of these things. They actually do them better than I do. So what we're gonna do is our first panel that we have is going to be on customers. And we're gonna give you guys some of the strategies for each of the quadrants. Would that be helpful? Okay. The other thing that we have, I think, and I'm kind of scared to put this out there if we don't have it, but one of the things that we've done on our team is we created an Excel document where one column is new customers, next one is retained customers, new builders, current builders, and we shared it with all of our leaders and we said, fill in your strategies for each of these quadrants and what you and your team do. So we collaborated all together to create a master document of all, because that way I'm like, I don't have all the strategies for new customers. I don't have all the strategies for new builders, but when we share all of our ideas together as a team, we have one big document that has lots of ideas. Oh, great. The Goddards are so on point. It's in your booklet. Yes, it's in your booklets. You can find it. Amazing. Thanks, ladies. So good. So, okay, go ahead, Natalie. Page 5. And 6. Page 5 and 6. And that's, you guys, that's just a starting point. You might be able to add things on there, but those are just ideas that we've shared. But, get together with other peers. It doesn't have to be your team members. Maybe you want to get together with 3 or 4 of your peers, and you guys might want to put some strategies there. Those strategies just allow you to have some ideas for, like, maybe you have a new advocate where they're like, well, I don't really know what I should be doing to get a new builder. And you're like, well, let me pull out some of our ideas that we have. And you've got a list there, okay? All right, let's have our new customer panel come up and current customers. I need one more. Can you guys grab one more chair? Because I think there's 4 of you. We might need one more chair. Okay. Thanks, Natalie. Wherever you want. There we go. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. So let me give one to you. Okay, perfect. Okay, so first thing that you're going to do, we're going to talk about, two people are going to talk about how do you get new customers. So these are just ideas. This is not exhaustive, but they're going to give you some of ideas. We have 2 people here who are incredible at bringing new customers. Actually, I think Lauren was just recognized by doTERRA for bringing 40 new customers, like in her launch month, which was like, what, 2 months ago? 3 months ago?
April.
Yeah, okay. I think she knows how to find some new customers, so that's great. And then we'll have 2 who are going to talk about how do they retain, because we have some of the best on our team right here who retain customers. So first thing I'd like you to do, Lauren, is introduce yourself, how long you've been with doTERRA, and then share some tips on how you get new customers.
My name's Lauren Musser. I've been with doTERRA since April, so however many months that is, like 5, 6, something like that. And I have a couple things that I'll share that I do to get new customers. But one big thing to know is you can't wait till you have it figured out. I started not knowing literally anything about oils. In fact, I told Sherry, I'm not joining for the oils. And thankfully, supplements were something I understood and could get behind. But I jumped in with both feet, not knowing a lot. And you have to get comfortable with being able to say, let me find out for you. And so I just put my blinders on, and I stayed focused on serving people. And however you decide to share, something that really helps me is to just put people first. Lindsay mentioned earlier about not being tied to the outcome. I walk in with no expectation other than that I want to meet them where they're at and serve them the best I can. So for me, a big portion of my business is actually from social media. I focus on one platform mostly, which is Facebook. Generally, it's helpful to focus on one and use that one as much as you can. And on social media, I don't just post about the business all the time or products. I share my life, and I am very raw and authentic, and I'm a real person on social media. People learn to trust me because I am who I am on social media as I am in life. I'm the same person. And so I share, for me, a lot of people come to my page for spiritual encouragement, or country living, or homeschooling, and I weave doTERRA into those things. So for me personally, I post about products every single day in my stories. I do my 1-minute routine. I call it 1 minute. It does not take 2 minutes to do that. Honestly, 30 seconds sometimes. And I do my routine with foundational wellness and the collagen in my stories, and generally I try to every day have some kind of response for them. So whether it's sliding the heart or ask me a question or something like that, some way for them to interact with me if they want to. And then every day I am posting spiritual encouragement on my page, but every week on my timeline, I am making sure to share the business and or products on my page as well. Let's see. I don't want to miss anything. Oh, one thing to think about too with social media is in your stories, people are not forced to see anything in your stories. So if they are tracking with you and you see their, like if you look at your viewers, if they are tracking with you every single day, reach out and just start a conversation, a normal human conversation, not like, hey, join my team. Like, don't be scary, just be normal and start conversation and just be very honestly interested in people. And that will start conversations that a lot of times people do not have the courage themselves to start. So yeah, that's a really important one. The second thing that I do that I have had a lot of success with is hosting monthly focus classes in person, and I do online too because I live in a town of like 1,000 people, so Zoom is important for me as well. When I do them in person, I give multiple times throughout the day. Sherry, my upline, she really helped me with that, like giving a 10 a.m. and a like 6 p.m. so that people have multiple times that they can come. And so some examples that I have done what I call nutrition classes. They're foundational wellness classes. I did an athlete focus class right before the fall season. My oldest plays football, and I rub shoulders with a lot of football moms. So I hosted an athlete class and actually got my first builder in that athlete class. And just because she has a heart for athletes and she showed up. I also recently just did Kelly Lancaster's hormone class. When she did her class, I actually was launching my business, so I had my blinders on. I wasn't gonna be like doing all the things, but I actually just played her replay, and then we discussed it, and I had a lot of success with that. And then, I'm going to be doing an essential oils class for a friend when I get home from this, and I'm going to be doing an immune class. In all of these, foundational wellness is one of the first things I talk about because you can't have a strong immune system, you can't be a strong athlete without starting with the foundations. But in those in-home and online classes, I am always giving an extra make and take, or for online classes, an extra gift for bringing a friend. So they, I think his name's Matt. I don't know everybody here yet, but Matt mentioned at the Experience doTERRA to see people as doors. And so it's a way to get to know their people too, and it's people that I would not normally have known or rubbed shoulders with. I always do a survey in my classes too, asking questions like, do you want to get 25% off, which that's a no-brainer question. But the second question is, would you like to know about when I'm having these monthly focus classes? Would hosting a class to benefit your friends and family be something that you would be interested in? And then, would sharing doTERRA as an advocate to either pay for your supplements, to bring in an extra income, or to be your entire income, is that something you'd like to have a conversation about and learn some more about? So it just gets conversations starting, and that's what's been working for me.
Awesome. And that's coming from somebody who's 4 to 5 months in the business, you guys, okay? So thank you, Lauren, so much. Sarah Shoemaker. Oh, introduce yourself, how long you've been at doTERRA.
So my name is Sarah Shoemaker, and I think this is my 2nd year anniversary. So very exciting. So I'm gonna share a couple points with you. And the first one is to be business ready. So raise your hand if you've ever been really excited talking about our products, and then when you go to close, it's a stranger and you're like, let me give you some information, and then you have nothing. Have you ever been in that situation where you have nothing on you? Am I the only one? Okay. Well then, you guys, I'm gonna pass the mic here because nothing more to say. This is me being business ready right here. This is my bag. This is why I have my bag, Sherry. I have my bag of bags right here. So this is in my bag at all times. Because I'm traveling, I have a lot of little bags inside of here, but this is what they are. So, foundational wellness. It has 1 VMG packet, 1 probiotic pill, and 3 omegas, okay? This is my daily routine, and look at how simple and easy it is. That's why what I want to share with people is how simple and easy it is to have foundational wellness and feel fantastic. So this is how I use it. I use it all the time in different settings, but here's a way that that is not icky at all. So I'm having lunch with a friend, and we're just talking about our lives, our kids, what's going on. After an hour into the lunch, she's like, so you've been looking great, and you've mentioned that you've been feeling great, so what's going on with you? And I'm like, oh, I'm so glad you asked. Let me share with you. So what I did at the time is I said, just a couple points about VMG. Do not overwhelm people, okay? Just a couple points about, well, it has 90 whole food ingredients, and it has all of your vitamins and minerals and greens in it. So you don't have to take all these pills. It replaces everything. Oh, that's cool. Then omega. Have you taken an omega? And like, yeah, they taste awful, right? I make them try it right there on the spot. Here's a little tip. Make sure they close their mouth when they bite into it, because it did. I got squirted one time. Yes, seriously. So, and you do smell like fish for a little while after. Okay, so I make them try it right there, and they're like, oh, that's not like any omega I've ever experienced. Exactly. Do you take a probiotic? Does it work for you? I'm not really sure. You know what? It might not be working for you because all of those wonderful flora are probably dissolving in the harsh stomach acid, not making it through to your intestines. Look at this pill design. It looks kind of spaceshipy, doesn't it? It's because it's designed, that's what I say. So it's very simple. It's because it's designed to dissolve in your stomach acid, and then the rest of it gets through to your intestines where you need that flora. So do you think that this is something that you could incorporate into your routine? Okay, sweet. It's $5 a day. That's it. Cheaper than the coffee that we're having right now. Yeah. So that's how I share my bags. Okay, and just do it as like a natural outpouring of your life. So that's tip number one, and tip number two is find your peeps, and that's the rest of what's going on here. Pickleball is amazing. I bought my new pickleball jacket. That's what this is called, actually. So this is in the marketplace. I want you to go get a jacket or something for pickleball. Pickleball, what's great about it is that people are old, like me. It's true. And people are injured. Every single one of them, I'm not kidding on this. Young to old has an ailment. That's why they're on the pickleball court if they're a retired tennis player, seriously. Or if they're just trying something new for the first time. So it is, and it's also a very social sport that anybody can pick up, and it's very conversational. So here's what happened a couple weeks ago on the pickleball court. My friend Gary, he's unable to lift his arm. I'm like, do you mind if I put something on it? Fine. So, I mean, we live in Colorado, so he's tried CBD. He's tried all kinds of other things. And I put Deep Blue on his arm. And the next time at pickleball, he goes, I don't know what you did. I don't know what you did, but I can move my arm. And he's like, I need more of that stuff. Find out that the guy is a chiropractor. He's done everything. He has the hyperbaric chambers. He's done everything. And nothing but our Deep Blue stick worked for him. So did I go for the Deep Blue stick sale? No. Not at all. So I gave him a Deep Blue stick, and I made an appointment to go into his office. And so what I did is I brought all of my supplements, because I'm sure he's been approached a million times. He's like, oh yes, I've been approached by every network marketer under the sun because I can share good things. And I said, well, let me share with you a little bit about our products and why they're different and unique. So we're still in an ongoing conversation about that. So here's the thing, don't go for that little sale, because you're gonna have a million little sales on the pickleball court, but go for the foundational wellness and the whole, and really to help the whole person. So he tried the VMG, and he's like, I biked 50 miles, Sarah. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's pretty amazing. And so I have my samples on me all the time, and look at the whole person. Those are my two tips that I would say.
So I love that. Was that helpful for you guys? And I love that she said, don't go for the little sale. Like even something as simple as, you know what, I can bring you a Deep Blue stick, let's connect, and schedule a time that you can connect and talk more about product. Okay?
And I have to say one more thing.
Yeah, go for it.
doTERRA, hello, this is in Marketplace. These are pickleballs, guys, for anyone who hasn't seen them. Every single person needs to get a Healing Hands pickleball, because if you don't play yet, you know somebody who does, it's a great gift. Great talking point as well.
She is obsessed with pickleball right now. She was trying to recruit me this morning. I was like, enough. Enough. Everybody, she's gonna have all of you playing pickleball by the end of today.
That's true.
So one of the things I want to point out that Sarah said is being ready for business. And I'm just gonna share quickly here, even for me, who's been in the business for 12 years, I've got a really strong mindset. I know where I'm going. I ran in this month and something. I have been thinking for a couple of months, I'm like, oh, I really need to get back to that networking group. Like, I just need to be meeting new people again. And that started really probably in March and April. I'm like, oh, I need to be meeting new people. I'm like, oh, every Wednesday I've got a free networking group. And by the way, my 17-year-old has a window washing business, and he goes every single week to that networking group, okay? 60 to 70 entrepreneurs are there in my local town. I hadn't gone, okay? And then I also had a networking group that met once a month last year with some powerhouse mamas who are in my community. So not a hard decision in my brain. Like, of course I would go, but I wasn't. And the reason why is because I had nothing to bring with me. I didn't have cards, business cards. I didn't have anything to present. I hadn't thought through product if I was gonna give it. I had none of that. So one of Sherry's leaders shared a business card template with me, and I was like, oh, I love this. I'm gonna make my business card. Do you know, as soon as I got my business cards in, I went to the networking meetings. Because I was ready for business. And I know better, right? So there's something about in the brain, when you are ready for business, business is ready for you. So be ready for your business.
May I add one tip?
Please do.
One thing I forgot to say on there, and it's what you just brought up right there. So I actually, there's a way that you can get around business cards, and it's this. Would you be open to watching a 3-minute video about these products? Everybody's open to a 3-minute video. And then you've got their cell phone number, and then you text it to them, and then you keep the connection going. So I do that, and I don't give paper unless they want it. I can give them paper; it's not in the bag, but I want their number to send them a video.
Like I said, they're more genius than I am. So amazing, great tips. Oh, what video?
It's the doTERRA marketing one that's on DMK, I'm guessing. So I keep. Again, I'm not very tech savvy. Sherry's laughing, I know it. I just think about the last person that I sent it to, and I copy it and then forward it. That's how high tech I am, right there.
We do not have a lot of high-tech people on our team. We do have some, like the Sherrys of this world really help us.
I am tech-tarded.
Yeah. So those are some ideas for you to get some new customers. And here's the thing, you guys. A lot of it you're probably hearing, you're like, that's not new. And you're right. A lot of times the key to getting new customers is just taking action. Okay? Let's move into customer retention. I've heard quite a bit in the last couple of months, murmurings of like, people aren't going on rewards orders. People aren't doing that. I'm like, what? Lots of people are doing that. Lots of people are going on rewards. And we brought two of our most amazing customer retention leaders here to share with you how they do it. So, Kathy, would you mind just introducing yourself and then giving your tips on customer retention?
Absolutely. I'm Kathy Mindock. I'm under 2 years. I will be 2 years in the business in December, but I didn't launch till January. So I'm going to talk about what we always hear about. It's about building relationships, right? So what does that mean, though? We hear that all the time. What does that look like? So I'm going to share some tips that I have, what it looks like for me. So first off, I actually set the foundation before they even purchase. So I let them know up front. I'll partner with them in their as their personal health coach on their journey. My goal is to walk with them on their health journey, not to just sell them a product. I also follow two very core principles that I in customer retention. So one is I ask questions and I dig deeper. I never ever take answers at face value. I like to get curious. And then two is really make it about them. Focus on how this is going to benefit their health goals, and that how can I serve them, and that I genuinely care. So I do set that up in just our first meeting. I let them know that right away before they even purchase. I also like to do strategic follow-up systems. So first 90-day reset, I like to check in every 1 to 2 weeks in those first 2 months. After that, it's probably monthly for at least 6 months. I do a paper enrollment form that I actually ask questions about their health concerns, and then that is what I use as a tool to personalize my follow-up with education or anything that I'm talking to them about. So example would be, because you mentioned sleep issues, I thought this upcoming sleep class might interest you. Would you like the details? And then I just leave it up to them, at no pressure. I also like to start everybody strong, and I am a huge believer that everybody on the planet needs to start with a 90-day reset. Unless they're not open to it, I don't force it upon them, but I strongly, strongly encourage the 90-day reset. It just sets the foundation for the results and to help keep them engaged for at least those 90 days, and I know they're gonna feel better after 90 days. So that is a huge point for me. I am gonna share some tools or a tool that I use, but I want to really strongly emphasize this. This is not necessary to add value to your customers. But I do use the Visera health scan. I'm very rural. Probably an hour drive is less people than most people have in their block. So very rural. So I use the Visera health scan. I offer free rescans to any of my customers. And at the end of the 90 days, I don't do them frequently, but more every like 3 to 6 months. Or if they feel they would like to do another one, I would be open to that. Then I like to just continue that conversation. So looking ahead to what's next, so after the 90 days. The beautiful thing about our system now is I can go in for that customer. I can set every 90-day month up and their follow-up month, their maintenance, their foundational wellness cart. And then it'll repeat after that. So I do that for them when we're on that initial ordering call, or even if they don't have time, I will do that on their next, like their open the box call. And Sherry's gonna talk about that, so I'm not gonna go into that. But I'm always also asking just like deeper questions. How's your sleep? If they're like, I feel okay. Well, how are you sleeping? How is your energy? How's your digestion? How's your pain? How's your inflammation? And I'm going back to that sheet too, because they might have said, I don't sleep very well. Well, how is your sleep now? You know, so always just going back and using that strategic tool of what they said in the beginning to dig deeper and find out what's really going on. But I really like to position myself as a partner in their troubleshooting, so not just their product rep. So this is a big thing that we all get. Canceling auto ship. What do we do when that comes up? Like you get that text message. So if they want to cancel, I don't take that at face value either. Most times it's 2 things, right? Do we know what those 2 things are? They're either overstocked or they're short on money because life happened. So I always ask, are you overstocked or did something come up? That's my first question. And then I give them the options. And I let them know it's totally okay if you need to cancel. But you can pause, or you can order one smaller thing to keep your percentage back that you've already achieved. So instead of losing that product, you can keep it by just ordering one small thing. So In most cases, and I'm going to give an example in just a little bit, I just had something like this come up. But why does this all matter? Because of these strong relationships, actually customers trust me. They come to me with concerns and health issues, and we troubleshoot them together. I always listen, ask questions, and guide them towards solutions. So here's the conversation that came up just last week, and I'm like, this is perfect for what I'm going to talk about. So a good customer, she's a very loyal customer, has been for over a year, very big orders every single month, and she messages me. She's like, I don't have that much to reorder. I don't think I can continue on with the auto ship or the monthly reward orders. And my doctor wants me on Nordic Natural Omegas. But I restarted VMG. So there was a little silver lining there. So me, of course, I was just like, that's perfectly fine if you need to do that. And then I went through, how she can just do other things. But I said, I'm curious. What is the reason that your doctor wants you on those Nordic Natural Omegas? And she just said, that's just what the doctor knows. So I said, well, just so you're aware, if there's a certain percentage or amount of something that she wants you on, you can vary the E Omega Plus. You can take, 3, 4, 5, 6, however many you want. And then I asked her, because I know she has digestion issues, how's your digestion? PB Restore can really help with that. So she got back to me and she's like, oh yes, I need the Restore and collagen. And plus I have like $500 in points right now that I need to spend, and I've gained a lot of weight. So I'm like, perfect. Let's use your points and get you some MetaPower products. So I said, since you have so much, get the big MetaPower Assist bottle, and it'll be free. Get some soft gels, get some Recharge, and some Advantage collagen, all free with those points. So I turned her into, now she has this huge list to order from I want to cancel.
So good. So good. So the one thing I want to draw out on that one there is that curiosity on your part is the key to retention. Because if you're curious enough, curiosity equals caring, by the way. So if you care enough about that person, if you're very curious about their needs, and that really is the posture by which Kathy grows, is she's always asking questions. Well, you're more likely to create a solution that is addressing their personal problem if you ask the questions. If you're simply worried about selling and making sales and getting enrollments, you will not retain in the way that you want to, okay? Sherry, introduce yourself, go to town.
My name is Sherry Hamlin, and I have been in direct sales for a little over 10 years, but my last 2.5 years have been right here at doTERRA. And so I'm thrilled to share with you customer retention strategies that have worked for myself, but not just for myself. When you see that your team is able to duplicate, that's when you know you have the magic sauce. Anything that we are sharing, we're giving you ideas, but we definitely want you to put your fingerprints on this, because it's what we do fits us, but you need to bring yourself to the table as well. So after you have gotten the customer, and what we want to do is retain the customer. So the first thing that we love to do after we have placed the order, worked with them, recommended products, etc., is we schedule, once we place the order, we schedule and unpack the box. We know when their order is coming in because the estimated delivery date is on the screen. We work with our customers. We lead, I should say, with foundational wellness. We complement with oils, but we lead with foundational wellness because we get to click the subscribe monthly box quite easily with that. So we schedule the unpack the box. And this is important because how many of you have ordered something and you can't wait for it to come in, but it takes a couple of days, and you put it, when it comes in, a family member has put it somewhere where you don't see it, or you stick it in your office or wherever your catch-all room is to open when you get a chance. How many of you have had that happen with an order? So do our customers, even more so. So by scheduling the unpack the box, we are literally helping them get their products out of the box and in eyesight. And we're reminding them why they ordered it, when to take it, how to take it, etc. So that is vital. And then sending a reminder the day of the Unpack the Box, which I know most of us do these on Zoom because a lot of our customer base is out of town. You can do them in person, just do them, okay? You are serving the customer by doing this. We have all gone to the physician and we have all been given a white piece of paper to fill, and we're all given a date to come back in 2 or 3 weeks to check our progress, and we hear nothing in between. And we go back in 2 to 3 weeks and things are still not fixed, so they prescribe something else, and they're gonna see us in 2 to 3 weeks. This is where we as advocates can set ourselves apart by reminding them we're walking this health journey with them. We're going to empower them with using the products, and then we're going to check in with them in a week or two, like we have said, to see how their body is responding. We're going to walk their health journey with them, and that creates commitment, relationship, and especially trust. Once I wrap up the Unpack the Box, we share with them how to do their LRP template, how to create a wish list. Like, we're setting them up for success to do it, as my grandbabies say, and my kids used to say, all by themselves. So after the Unpack the Box, I tell them I will be texting you in about a week to 10 days just to see how your body is responding. I believe this is a great place to start, but I want to check in to make sure your body is responding, because that's true. I mean, what's working for most people might not work for them. Keep an eye out for that text, and please let me know how you're doing. So I schedule a text, I check in with them, and dialogue continues. I'm doing great. I've been consistent. Actually, I've been a little bloated or gassy. Guess what? We get to troubleshoot with them. We're walking the road with them. So that's part of my Unpack the Box, and letting them know there will be a continuation of support. That's key. I also give them a first of the month text. Once they become one of my customers, I want to keep them in the loop as to what is being offered by doTERRA. We know that once they enroll, they get the monthly email from doTERRA with the specials, but if their inbox looks like my inbox, I prefer the text. So keeping them in the loop of what is happening at doTERRA, what's on special, that's another way to include them in. We also have a wellness community on Facebook that once they become a customer, we invite them in so that they can get support either by sitting in the bleachers and watching posts that are posted, screenshot them, send them to their daughter, whomever, or use them themselves. Or they can say, hey, my daughter gave me this oil for Christmas. What is it and what do I do with it? It's a vibrant community that initially we as advocates really contributed a lot of the content. But as we have continued to contribute consistently, our customers are now contributing at, I would say, at least 50% of the content. It is a robust community. And what I love about that is they are being supported while we're at our kids' games, while we're eating dinner, while we're on vacation. It's a safe place for them to land. We offer focus classes, and I invite my customers in to focus classes. Examples of that would be, if you think of our product packages in the catalog, a sleep class, an anxiety or stress class, and feature the adaptive line. Like, we don't have to make this hard, we just need to meet them where they are. And so maybe foundational wellness seems overwhelming to them, or taking care of their health is still something they're gonna do at a later date. How many people struggle with sleep? Anybody with a pulse, primarily, and we have solutions for them. So whether it's sleep class, stress class, a men's health class, a pain class featuring all of the pain products, Copaiba soft gels, Deep Blue, turmeric, etc. Let's show them other ways to either on-ramp to doTERRA or to add to their order and have those targeted solutions. We also love to offer customer appreciation events. And our first year, we did a favorite things class, and it was hidden gems in the catalog, where you featured laundry detergent or the skincare line, because if you're talking foundational wellness, they might not know that we have personal care items, household items, etc. What did that do? It increased awareness of the products in the catalog. We created a fun event, and after it was 12 days of giving that we followed our favorite things class with. And we then gave away one of each of the products that we featured. We did that in our wellness community. Algorithms were up, people were winning, everybody was happy. We have also done make and takes online. And people get the supplies, and we're making salves together, we're making dry shampoo together, etc. There's really no limit to what you can do to support your customers, but we get them into doTERRA, and then we expand the vision of how they can make doTERRA products a part of their daily lives. And then there are those slower months. The ones that begin with the letter J come to mind. Anybody else? And what I like to do in those months, or even in December when we've got a strong start to the month, I like to offer a free health reassessment to my customers, because where we met might not be where their health needs are now. So again, it's part of that continuation of care that we give to our customers, is to say, hey, I'm offering this free reassessment. If you want to take a look at this, and we want to make sure that we have the right products for where your health is. Because there may be some things you no longer need to be taking, but there may be some things that, because we took care of your foundational health, other things got to rear their head, and I bet we have a solution for it. So from the time that we enroll them in the life of the customer, there are so many ways to support them. And the key is customers, just like us, when we go to the doctor and we walk out 15 minutes later saying, I don't even think they heard a thing I said. We don't want that to be the experience with our customers. We want them to feel seen, heard, understood, and supported. And when we walk their health journey with them, whether it's through oils or supplements or a combination of both, we then have built trust and a customer for life.
Awesome. Helpful? Amazing, amazing. So just so you guys know, on our team, we do, like Laura mentioned before she got off the stage, make sure what you're doing you can duplicate, which is really important. So we teach every single advocate on our team our customer retention process. And it's 4 steps. And actually, both these ladies mention those steps in there, but then they do a couple additional things that they like to do, but we teach every single advocate. Step number 1, you're introducing people to product. That's step number 1. And you can do that through social media, body scans, classes, one-on-ones, doesn't matter. Step number 1 is connect people to product. Step number 2 is you're gonna have what we on our team call the wellness consult. This is to help them know where to start. This is where you're asking a lot of questions, like tell me a little bit about your health on a scale of 1 to 10. What number would you give yourself? Why? Okay, and so then you're helping them enroll for the first time. So that's our wellness consult. Step number 3 is open the box. Now that they have their product, what do we do with that? On the open the box, we talk about what they bought, why they bought it, how to use it, and we go over the rewards program. Step number 4 is we check in with them a week later. We train every single advocate on our team, whether they are a sharer or a big-time builder, that process, no matter what. That's standard on our team. Now, if you decide to do something extra, like some of these ladies are doing, more power to you. Your retention will probably even be even better, but we're like, that's why our retention on our team is so strong, because we do it and we duplicate it every time. All right, thank you, ladies. You're amazing.
Are we leaving these here?
Let's just move them off to the side, because we'll do a panel again in a little bit. They're gonna move their bodies
Hey, thank you so much. Wow, was that just lots of gems, right? I hope you're mining today, because there are gems. Are you ready to move though, right now? We brought in Jo. She gets things moving, right? We all need to shake things up in our life, in our business, in our body. And Jo's going to help us do that. She's helped us do that for the last 18 months, and it's just created all kinds of breakthroughs. So lean in, right? Step into that courage we've been talking about. And let's go.
Oh, thank you, Nat. Everybody get up. Woo, woo. We're going to use our voices a little bit. It turns out we've been really in our heads today. Could I all get an amen? Amen. We have been in our heads. We've been listening. We've been looking. We've been paying attention. I can feel it coming already. We've been taking in information from the experts, right? The training. When we move our bodies, we give ourselves permission to learn from within. And I'm going to give you an experience to feel. Taking everything, thank you, mind. Thank you, everything that's been going on in my head. And bring it down to your heart, to your gut. So before we move, what would you say if we just got still and standing like a tree? Rooted, heart rising, and check in. Take a deep breath in, deep breath out. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Just checking in. How's it been for you in there? Just let it feel like a full exhale. Just bring all that knowledge from your mind and breathe it down into your feet. One more deep breath, all on your own, in through your nose and out through your mouth. Yeah, please make some noise. You don't have to be quiet in here. I want to hear you. Open up your eyes if they're not already. Roll those shoulders up and back and down, y'all. I want to see you get bigger, okay? I want you to tap into the joy and the authenticity that is only you. Pick up the back of your heels. Whoa, what are we doing now? Just like that. We create a shift from what is getting heavy, what feels stagnant, what starts to get stuck. Yeah, let it just come up. We're not gonna think about it. We're just gonna feel it. Maybe you bring in the shoulders a little bit. What can you sense? What would you like to just leave right here? Just drop it. Any of you have a pet? Drop it. My dog picked up a mouse this week and she wouldn't drop it for an hour. It was like, she's me. Just drop it. Yeah? Please make some noise. Pick up that old blanket. You ready? Let's go. Use your voice. Into the nose. Come on. I want to see you. Show me. Show me who's been buried. Yeah? We need you alive. And kicking. One more. Bring your hand to your heart. Woo! That's it. up to your other hand. And could you just hold your own hand? Just for a second. Take a deep breath in. Maybe shut down your eyes. Releasing your hands now. Stay standing for another moment. Rolling up your shoulders, up and back and down. Eyes open or eyes closed. You get to choose in here. It's time to tap in to your joy. Stand tall, lift your heart. Breathe in through your nose and drop this question in. Who is waiting for you? Maybe there's a gentle rock in the body. Just trusting that your body knows, your gut, your heart. Hey, body, who is waiting for me? Who is calling for this medicine, this joy, this belonging, this community? And now stand tall. Another round of breath into the nose. Out through the mouth. Into the nose. Clean it. And to clean up what was then, this is now. Just standing here in your mountain pose. Opening up your eyes back into the room if they're not already. Sense into this community what we have here. You have everything you need. You have everything you need. Just go inside and listen. And you will hear it. You will know what to do next, who to talk to, who needs you. Sometimes it takes an S curve. Move around the mountain, around the boulder, soften it. Just listen. You got this. Let's have some fun. I'll be back up here in about an hour or so. It's so good to meet you.
Do you feel better? So much better. So it's good to re-engage the brain in a different kind of way, because we are doing a lot of head stuff today. It's good, but we need to sometimes give our brain a break. So we're going to work on the second side of the quadrant now. And what you're going to hear now is you're going to hear from some leaders on how they find new builders and then how they retain builders. So I'm super excited. Judy and I are actually going to be the ones to share on how we find builders. I love this topic so much. So Judy, why don't you introduce yourself, how long you've been at doTERRA, and then we'd love to hear your tips on how you find new builders.
Okay, it's on, right? No, it is, okay. Okay, so I'm Judy Danaher. I have been with doTERRA for about 18 months, I think. I did come from another direct sale business where I had built to the top. I was there for almost 14 years, and yeah, so I do have some experience. I'm super excited to share that I did not bring my husband home to doTERRA with me, but he did leave his career August 1st and join me in the business. And I'm sharing this because my belief is so high in doTERRA that I might cry. What we have here is so unbelievable that he left his very well-paying job of 38 years to join me, and my income is not at a point where I can say, I retired my husband. But our belief is so high, and our dream has been so long for us to work together, and that we stepped into our dream. And it's unbelievable. We're very, very excited. So finding builders is my very favorite thing to do. And I will say that Amy Fulmer and Lindsay Norman have been very key in helping me to have the skill to be able to do this. I did have some experience because of my other company, but they truly helped me so much with mindset. And that is truly where it begins, okay? And I love, Amy Fulmer did a call with us, and like, you just never know what you're gonna get from Amy, but you know it's gonna be good. And the main thing I remember getting out of it was to know your worth. Do you know what you're worth? And this has been a struggle for me. And so I now have written on my bathroom mirror, I am worthy because Jesus says I am worthy. Nothing else matters. So I am in this business. He called me to it. And so everything I do, I'm worthy because he says I am. So I absolutely love that. So that is a good thing for you to say every single day to yourself. I am worthy. And you can say, I am worthy because Jesus says I am. But it's important for us to say these words out loud so we actually believe what we're saying. The other thing is, I am capable. We are all capable. Even if we are brand new and we just started, you are one step ahead of the person you're talking to that you're introducing doTERRA to. So we are definitely capable. Plus, in doTERRA, we don't do things by ourselves. It's amazing how much we have, how much support we have. So lean into that support. And then I always like to say I have a strong mentoring program. Now, I started saying that when it was kind of like fake it till you make it. I didn't have one, but I really wanted to, like, my posture to be very confident and positive for someone else who's interested in the business, so they know I'm part of a team that is super capable and definitely has a strong mentoring program, and it's very duplicatable. So I knew I could introduce that to them, and as I continued on that, it would just continue to build my confidence.
Okay, I want you, Judy said that kind of fast. One of the things that she says is, I have a strong mentoring program. Okay, so even like she said, even if she personally is like, I maybe have to grow in that a little bit, I know that I can lean into what my team is offering. But she's able to say it because she does have that access to that, but that's able to give confidence not just to her, but to the person that she's potentially talking to. That's huge.
And I love to say that at the end of a class, because then everybody hears it, and when you're dropping seeds, you never know where that's gonna have a little sprout. Okay, the other is know the worth of this business. Oh my goodness, you guys. If you've never experienced anything but doTERRA, yay. If you've been like us and you've experienced other things, like, oh my goodness, this is such a golden nugget that we didn't know existed. And then when it was revealed to us, and it was each revealed to us differently and in different timelines, like when Lindsay left, I was like, nope, that's not for me. Lindsay, I love you. Nope, that's not for me. But I kept messaging her with questions. And she's like, yeah, I know what's happening.
My favorite thing is she got on a phone call and she's like, okay, I'm not interested in the business, but I'm just so curious about what you guys are doing. I was like, okay, do you want to know what we're doing? And she goes, yes, but I'm not interested in the business. I'm like, that's fine. No worries. She's amazing. She's one of our top builders, like team builders. She's incredible.
Oh, okay, you know, it all takes time, right? Okay, so it's important to know where your belief is in doTERRA, because probably for all of us, we have some, I want to say I have 100% belief, but it's probably not true. I probably have something in there that I need to work on. I just don't know what it is right now. But if you know you have something, like maybe there's a product, maybe there's an oil, maybe there's like something in the business you're not sure about, figure it out. Talk to your upline and talk it through until you have that 100% belief, because that gives you confidence. And then you can move forward in talking to people about the business with all that confidence. And having that confident posture is really important in drawing builders. So let's see. Okay, yeah. So we do this little thing in our home, and we call it Pizza and Possibilities. I got that from Amy. And we did a practice session. What it is we just have a few people over at a time, like maybe 3 or 4 people at a time who are interested in the business. We serve them pizza, and then we do a little presentation. It's about 30 minutes long. And so we practiced on our kids, like, tell us what this presentation is like and where can we do better. And so my son, who's, him and his wife are very, very, they will be a builder soon, but they just had a baby, so giving them a little break. But when they critiqued us, they're like, okay, here are some things you can improve, this and that. But my son said, but you have so much passion that I'm drawn to what you're doing. And so that is from my high belief. I have such a high belief it comes across as passion, whether it's products or business. I have such a high belief. I believe everyone should be on foundational wellness, like no matter what. So, let that passion shine. Be authentic, be yourself. People are drawn to you before they are anything else that you have to offer. So, and like Lindsay said, it doesn't matter what avenue you're using with the business, be authentic and be yourself, and people are drawn to you. Shift your mindset from addition, which is enrolling, to multiplication, which is helping someone else enroll. You're helping your builder be successful. It is the most gratifying thing. I had a class on Saturday with a builder, and she had 6 qualifying enrollments, which means they were from 125 PV to 269 PV. 6! I was blown away. What a blessing that I could help her with that. Okay, what else? Okay, know what you want. Clarity is so important. Take some time and journal and figure out what you want, and don't want what you don't want. So you might see what somebody else has. You might say, I want to be a diamond in a year, or whatever your goal is. Just know what it's going to take to reach that goal. Be very transparent with yourself of what you truly want. So peace and freedom are very important to me. Ultimately, they are my goal. So when we are like setting up, like, how are we going to work Diamond Club, or what rank are we going to try to get next, and how are we going to do that? Peace and freedom come into play. And I didn't start this by saying that I have 9 kids, and we have almost 17 grandkids. That little boy is going to be is due any day. So our life is very full with our family, which is such a tremendous blessing. So I take that into account with how I'm working my business and how much I'm going to put into it. So I might want to reach a really high rank. Like, who doesn't want to be presidential, right? Who wouldn't love that income in 6 months? But the reality of what it would take to actually build to that is, it's not worth my peace and freedom. Plus, I'm not sure I have that ability. Anyway, decide
we can
exactly.
Talk about
Okay, I do have the ability. I'm choosing not
I will
to
work
take
with
that
her.
I need a private coaching session. Okay, let's see. What I just say, I am worthy, I am capable.
Exactly.
Okay. Once you decide what it is exactly that you want, there's always a price to pay. Decide what price you're willing to pay, and then pay it. Do what it takes. But be authentic and realistic with yourself and what you're really willing to do. Clarity about your dream is the single most important step to success. Okay, so now for some practical tips. Make sure you have your 100 names list, and also make sure that you have your top builder list. And I think somebody already said this, but I love having my top builder list, and then I love making a vision board with that, and I will write out what I want my team to look at like. Like, I have my top builders. When I actually am onboarding them, where am I going to place them? This is what I want my team to look like. And you will be amazed at how that actually walks itself out. It is a really fun exercise, and then I just kind of put it up there in my office, and then it just kind of like unfolds. It's very exciting, the subconscious working. Be authentic with friends and with people that you want to work with, and this could be having coffee with people on social media. I think I learned from Matt Hall and an experienced doTERRA that be a fan, then a friend, then a partner. Plant seeds. I talk about the business absolutely everywhere. In a class, in a wellness consult, in the open the box, in the follow-up, and networking, everywhere we're talking about the business. And I like to say doTERRA is the company for your health and your wealth. We have a clear and simple path to $500 a month with life-changing income. And ask for referrals, you guys. If you're not asking for referrals, like who do you know? You're having such a good experience with the products. Who do you know that might be blessed by this? And then my last tip is to mine your organization, which means you're going to look through your organization and see who could potentially maybe have a class for you. It could be an advocate. It could be a placeholder. It could be just a really happy customer. And I did that this month for Diamond Club, and I was able to book 6 classes just from that one step. And I'm not even done with my organization. And I just like to say, like we offer a clear and simple path to $500 a month. Or if you're a placeholder, I can show you how to build that pod by having a class and get that pod to where you can be earning $50 a month that could potentially grow to $100 and then $500.
Awesome. So one of the things that Judy brought up is this top 10 list. So this is something that we do with every new advocate on our team. Before they launch, they're going to build their 100 names list, and then they're going to build their top 10 dream builder list. So we make them start thinking about building before they've even launched. Because why? The whole business is all 4 quadrants. So we have them have their top 10 names, like their top 10 builder list, dream list, because we want them to already start thinking about who would I want to partner with, who would I want to build with, okay? So we want that going to their brain right away. Okay, so Judy mentioned a couple of things about the brain, and but most people I know are like, give me the strategies, okay? The thing is, the strategies don't work if your brain is not in the right space. So what I often find if I'm talking to an advocate who's struggling to build is we try to start to work through roadblocks. What are the roadblocks in your mind, the way you're thinking, that make it so that there's a bit of resistance in having builders come to you, or you're just not seeing results? So one of the things, and Andy, why don't you go ahead and put this up now? Because I always say, you guys, finding builders is not actually rocket science. The hard work is how you think about finding builders. So are you ready for builders? Okay. But a lot of times I find my advocates don't even know how to have a conversation with they get so nervous that they're not going to say the right thing, or they're not going to be able to present the business. But guess what? All you need to know how to do is ask questions. So I have no problems. I'm a professional question asker. And the great thing about being able to ask a lot of questions is I actually don't need to be a professional in the business. I just need to be a professional in asking questions. And then if I don't know a lot about the business or I can't share it, I get on a 3-way call with my upline, and then they can share it. So these are questions that I ask all the time. Tell me a little bit about yourself. Tell me what draws you to doTERRA. And by the way, if somebody says to me, I think I might want to do this at some point in the future, possibly, or I might be, like they're super hesitant, but they gave me the slightest door that I might be able to walk in, I am walking in that door. And here is how we do it. I always say, you know what? I think that it's great that you might want to consider this at some point in the future. Would you be open to getting on a call to go over what the business model and comp plan are? Because you might actually decide from seeing that this is not for you, and then you don't even need to worry about it in the future. Right? Yes. And so for me, I'm like totally giving them permission to, like, this could be for you in the future or not, but at least as you're gathering information, of course, if you're going to decide on this or not decide on it, you're going to have to know the business model and the comp plan. So I'm like, why don't we do, are you open to this? And they're like, sure. I always say, how do you feel about, I'm a visual person. Do you mind doing this visually on like a Zoom? And they're like, yeah. I don't think I've ever had somebody say no to me. And most of the time, they end up building way faster than in the future because they see it. And I will tell you, on our team, we can share the business because we're excited about it and we believe in it. But so I think part of that too is knowing, like, how do I ask good questions? So when I get on a call with somebody who's maybe interested or they might have some interest, these are the questions I ask. Well, tell me a little bit about yourself. Like, I spend the first half of the call just asking questions, not talking about the business. Because if I want to talk about the business effectively, I have to know them. I have to know what they're thinking. I have to know what they love. I want to know their experience. I want to know what kind of money they want to make. I want to know what kind of impact they want to make. And guess what? I'm super effective at sharing the business, and it's going to fit them like a glove because I know exactly the answers to all of their questions because I just spent all that time asking them. So become a professional question asker. Get really patient in the process and ask a lot of questions, okay? The other piece that I find is a roadblock for people is they don't know how to launch someone. So if I have an advocate who doesn't know how to launch someone, they're way less likely to talk about the business or try to bring in new builders, even though they really want new builders, but the roadblock is I don't actually know how to launch them. So that's where we need to work through, like, okay, now we have a fairly systemized coaching on how we launch people on our team. It's not right or wrong. You need to figure out, okay, what are the most important things to a launch? So figure that out. Now you can free up in your brain, okay, I have a launch plan. It's like being ready for business. We talked about that earlier, right? When you're ready for business, business is ready for you. Well, do you have a launch plan for your people? Do you know how to ask questions? Once you know how to do these things, I promise you're gonna start having more builder conversations because there's no blocks in your brain. So these are really, I feel like, the foundations and the keys to, like, how do we find new builders? Let's look at the roadblocks that are stopping you from having those conversations, okay? Now, after that, there's lots of strategies. Judy shared a couple of them, but I get this. This is the $1 million question. Where do you find builders? And I'm gonna give you the most annoying, cliche answer. What do you think it's gonna be? Everywhere. Yep. It's true. I find them everywhere. But it's because I know exactly how to ask questions. I know exactly what our launch plan is. I love our business model and comp plan. I love it. And I think it has the power to change lives. So here's the last thing I'm gonna tell you on the builder, new potential builder side of things before we go into retention. How many of you love our co-impact sourcing? It's incredible. It's like the heart of our company. It's the DNA. When I actually didn't really know about co-impact sourcing, not because Amy and Natalie and others didn't tell me, but like my brain could only handle so much when I started with doTERRA. Like there's just kind of a lot. But the more I started to learn about co-impact sourcing and what doTERRA was doing for individuals and families and communities around the world to uplift people out of poverty, to give them dignity, to give them jobs. Do you know that our business opportunity does that? You can do all of that. I am a personal co-impact sourcing option when I offer the business. Because when I offer the business, I'm giving people dignity. I'm giving them a job. I'm giving them an opportunity to find income. I get to do that. So I'm like, why wouldn't I offer that? Now, of course, my belief is super high. I know how to ask these questions, but just you guys, these are some of the things, like, if you can get these pieces into place, you will find builders everywhere. Okay? All right, retention. Let's talk retention.
Good job.
Thanks. I get excited about that topic because I love it. Okay, so we're going to talk about retention. And we have, I would say, probably we have very strong builder retention on our team. Part of that is because when we bring people into this business, our belief is very high, which means they come in at a really high belief. If you are tentative in how you feel about doTERRA or the business when you're bringing somebody in, guess how long they're gonna stay? Probably not long, which is why your belief is so important. And if you don't have it, use your upline or your upline's upline or 4 levels up. Whoever it takes for you to have high belief when you're sharing the business, do that because you want your new advocate coming in at high belief. So we're gonna hear from 2 incredible diamond leaders. on how they have such incredible builder retention. Megan and Sherry, introduce yourselves and
I
tell
get
us
to go
all your
first.
amazing voodoo.
So if you weren't here, what did you say?
Carry on.
Okay. Okay, awesome. I'm Sherry Hamlin, and I love the part about onboarding. My newest advocate, Lauren, was up here for the customer retention part, and so this is fresh for me. We just launched Lauren in early April, and one of the things that helps whenever, of course, you need to have high belief, and if you don't, then definitely reach out to your upline. That is the best text or phone call any of us could get, is help me see all the possibilities with this business. And when we have a vision, then we can share a vision and we can cast a vision for where they can go with it. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to onboard them strong. They've decided, yep, I'm in, let's do it. And with onboarding strong, there's a couple of key aspects to that. The first is I always want to discover how much time do they have to devote to their doTERRA business, because I can see potential and capability pretty much in a pebble, honestly. But in them, I can see what they can do with it. But what I see and what they can do and have time to do may align, or it may be two different things. And the last thing we want to do right out of the gate is to create tension and frustration, because we are setting our goals on them based on what we think and know they can do versus what they want to do and what they have time to do. So if people are saying, yeah, I want to hit diamond in a year, how much time do you have to devote to your doTERRA business each week? I could probably do 5 hours. Exactly. Okay, so something's going to change. Either we need to change your goal or change the amount of time that you can contribute, because here's what's needed for that. So setting a realistic expectation for them to let them know what's entailed, but they get to tell you their goals. It is their goals for their business, regardless of what we feel that they can do. We've all been there. Also, we want to then, based on what they share with us, then we're going to create a launch plan that aligns, again, with the time that they have to devote, their capacity to receive training, and their openness to coaching. We can have people that have the greatest potential, but if they are not coachable, you all know the end result of that. I see heads nodding in the auditorium. That's great. It's also important to find out, as Lindsay alluded to, what are their financial goals? That's one of the questions. Mm-hmm. What are their financial goals? Again, if they want to be making $10,000 a month but have 5 hours a week, there's no job on planet Earth where you can make that kind of money per month. Well, maybe the influencers can, but you want to make sure that you're aligning their financial goals with the launch plan that you create for them. So our job is to support our leaders and our builders and help them achieve their goals. It's always about them. Next, we want to launch them strong. We help on our team, we help them with their first 5 to 10 classes. And whether that takes them 2 or 3 months, or whether that takes them 2 or 3 weeks. Lauren was very aggressive with her goals. She knew where she wanted to go. She had the time and the capacity, and she was coachable. So with knowing what her goals were, we set up 2 classes a week for her first month. And within her first 45 days, she was able to enroll 30 people. And I would say 28 out of the 30 were on rewards, because her retention rate is ridiculously high, but her belief is high.
Yep.
Her love for the product is high, and her passion for people is super high. And then she funnels into the systems we have of doing the wellness consults and supporting the customer, and they stick around. Is she an anomaly? Perhaps. I mean, there are lots of Laurens out there. We just have to find them. But even for a part-timer, let's have them take 6 or 8 months, but we can get them there when we meet them where they are and support them with their goals. Also, we're going to do their first 5 to 10 wellness consults. We're going to model everything for them, because we don't sign people up and say, good luck with that. They will be gone. We are partnering with them in order to let them go and then duplicate more once they are equipped to do that. You spend time on the front end, and they will be soaring like an eagle, dipping down to feed every now and then, and getting back up because they've got that long game vision. Also, like when we launch, we'll start off doing 100% of the classes, like the first 5 of them. And then this is a rough thing. This is not exact science. But the next 6 to 8, it'll be 50-50. They'll do half the class, we'll do half the class. And then the last couple, they're doing 90% of the class, and we're just swooping in where it's like, let's restate that, you know, because they're brand new. Same thing, it's just that gradual release. Finally, the other thing is money talks. When our builders are making money, they stay. And with the elevated comp plan, we can show them the path to 500. Yep. We can cast the vision. They do not need to know the details. So with Lauren, I said, let's get 15 people in your first month, 15 people in your second month. Let's get 5 placeholders in place, and I will help you structure strong and sustainable. And she said, what do you need me to do? I'm like, go enroll people. We're going to do some classes. Let's get people enrolled. And she did just that. And within her first month, we had her structured for her 250 power of 3 because she enrolled strong. She got them on rewards orders, and she did the customer care piece. So she started in April, and on her May payout, which was like mid-June, she had not only her level 2, 250 power of 3, but with her personal growth volume, she boosted it to 500. Mm-hmm. Plus she was making fast starts. So she could not get into the minutia of how that happened. That's my job as her leader. Her job is to spread her magic, invite her people in, let's get your people enrolled, and we'll support them, and I as your leader will take care of the rest.
Awesome. I love it. Great. All right, Megan, go for it.
Okay, so retaining your builders, they've been building a while, right? They are starting to develop their organization. They maybe have a skeleton. They might have a couple builders of their own. I love coaching calls with my builders. I love them. I definitely offer, and then the people with the higher goals are the ones that are having more often having coaching calls. They look different for every person. You guys know your business looks totally different than the person next to you. Everybody is different. There is not one way to do this business. So I really think it's important to personalize my coaching. I don't necessarily group coach because I don't really think it's helpful. The only time I would group coach is if I have a leader and I may be coaching one of their leaders and I would like them to see how I do it. That would be it. Because it causes confusion. So I really like to get on calls and personally talk to people. We look at the quadrant and we develop a plan, okay? I am a goal person, and I'm also, like, don't use a lot of technology. There's a pattern, except for Sherry. So I have a notebook, and every time I do a coaching call, I take notes. And I do the quadrant, and we talk about each thing in the quadrant that we're gonna work on. And you guys, if they need money, if they wanna earn an income, we're talking heavily about builders, because that's your multiplication, right? So, and everybody's strategies are different. Somebody might be super extroverted. We might have suggestions for them. Somebody's introverted. What are your strengths? That's what we look at too. We talk, sometimes people are uncomfortable offering the business. So we might work on belief. We do, I offer a lot of 3-way. Like if you want 3-way calls or 3-way coaching, right? I'm not sure how to coach my new advocates. Great. That is the best call to get, like Sherry said. If somebody says, do you mind helping me bring on a new builder? Do you mind helping me coach a new builder? I'm like, 1,000,000 times. I love those calls. Please reach out. So it might be, what is your goal? To earn $500 a month. Well, let's analyze what you have and what we need to do to get there. We focus a lot on foundational wellness, 125 PV, right? So we're looking at, how do I get to $500 a month, or maybe $1,750? The new trackers are awesome. Mm-hmm. If you have not used them, oh my gosh, you guys, they make our job so much easier for coaching.
I haven't used them.
Oh, I will teach her.
Honestly, I haven't. I'm sure they are awesome, and
they're awesome.
I'm going to have them show me.
So when you're looking and it says, you still need 240 PV to get your 500. How many foundational wellness bundles is that? 2. And when you're bringing people in on rewards, then your goal is to find 2 people, right, to come in on foundational wellness and sign up with rewards. Now that everybody's timeline is different, and we want to meet people where they are. If they are part-time, it might take them a month or 2 or 3 to find 2 builders. If we're doing the right things to retain your customers, then they know once they do that, they'll have their 500, right? Or whatever the goal is. So setting clear and concrete goals for them and then allowing them to do things on their time is really important. And then as they grow, another important piece is helping them pinpoint people in their organization that they can coach. Because my goal is not for my next diamond for me to be coaching their people, right? How can I teach that leader how to coach their people, right? So I think those are really important. I know we have time issues.
Yeah. No, that's great. We do a lot of modeling on our team. So, like, you know, if we've got a builder who's here who's like, I'm scared to share the business, or I'm scared to coach my first person, like, we let people be scared. And we're like, it's okay to be scared. Do you want me to help you? Yes. So bring your new person on. I'll do it. You take notes. So it's always on-the-job training. Always. And then they grow in confidence because they've watched on-the-job training. And then maybe the next time we're like, okay, now I will be on with you, but why don't you do it? And I can chime in if I want. But so we let people be scared. We let people not know. And we will model it for them. Okay? That is what we have for you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Are we taking these down?
I think so.
I hope you are feeling the power. They don't come off all, I know everything, do they? But do they know so much? Okay, this is a team full of advancement, full of growth, full of progress. I hope you're seeing that and you can mine those gems. Next, thank you, Lindsay and team, for bringing so much value to this training today. I want to welcome Melina Harrison. We have fun on the PD trips together. She always makes us laugh, and she sees what is needed in doTERRA. So I'm so grateful for her to come and share on this super important topic.
Thank you.
Melina!
No pressure. I usually am funny, but we're short on time, so I have to cut out all my jokes. But did you guys know, and I brought my notes up here just so I can stay on time. But in 1940, Richard and Maurice McDonald opened a restaurant in San Bernardino, California. In 1948, they transitioned that restaurant into a burger joint that focused on this speedy service system, which kind of brought in our fast food industry that we see today. And they decided that they would sell that system. And so they had such a great process, but they were only able to sell 15 of those systems, and only 10 of those people actually even opened a franchise. So it wasn't until they met Ray Kroc, and he kind of took his skills, and he started running their franchise department. So the first 4 years, they opened 100 franchises. The next 4 years, they opened another 500 franchises. And in those first 8 years, Ray did not take any salary for himself, and he actually felt held down by the limitations the McDonald brothers had put on it. So in 1961, he bought their company and the rights to their company for $2.7 million, which was actually quite a lot of money for him at the time, so we had to borrow it from all sorts of places. But now he was free to lead like he wanted and not only sell a system, but help other people implement that system. So in 1984, so just 23 years later at Ray's death, his fortune was estimated, his personal fortune was estimated at $600 million. So you would say that was a good investment, right? And am I supposed to have a clicker? This would be good. Sorry. It's not my first presentation, but nobody's doing my clicker for me. It's me. So we could all say that was a worthwhile investment for Ray Kroc. And can we all agree that leadership skills are a crucial part of building our doTERRA business, right? Yes, you guys agree with me, right? Okay. Phew, I was about to teach a presentation if you guys didn't agree with that. I've always said the type of team that you achieve largely depends on the type of leadership that they receive. And I agree with this. One of my personal strengths is being able to look at leaders and kind of identify their special sauce. And the main difference I see with really great leaders is their ability to develop other leaders, right? And that's what I want to talk to you about today. And I've in my 16 years of doTERRA, I've learned some of this by doing it right. I've learned a lot of it by doing it wrong. And I've learned a lot of it by looking at other leaders and learning from them inside and out of doTERRA. So I have 5 tips for raising successful leaders instead of followers. And so I'm going to share those with you today with my notes in hand. But the first is lead by example. B.J. Featherstone stated, leaders tell but never teach until they practice what they preach. How many of you guys have caught your kids copying you? I was on a business trip one time in a hotel, and I remember looking over, and my toddler was sitting on the bed with my cell phone to his ear in front of the laptop, like hitting buttons. There was nothing even, like it wasn't even turned on, but he didn't know what he was doing, but that looked like something cool. And so our kids really copy us. They say, more is caught than taught. And it's the same with our teams. Just a side note, you guys, I read a lot of leadership books and I read a lot of parenting books. I study those 2 things are my 2 passions. And they actually, anything I learn on one aspect applies to the other. So you'll see me kind of compare the 2 throughout my presentation. So John Maxwell, he is noted for saying everything rises and falls on leadership. That's really important. He also adds, to add growth, lead followers. To multiply, lead leaders. And in his 25th year anniversary book, The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership, anybody read that? Okay, so he wrote those 21 laws, and he stated that 5 of them he was below average on. Like 5 of the laws, he said, are just crucial for leadership. So it's not just about what you can do, it's about partnering with those in your team and their strengths. What's really beautiful about the doTERRA business model, which I think is different than traditional business models, is your team is not there to compete with you. Your team is there to complete you. You're not in business for yourself, or you are in business for yourself, but you're not in business by yourself. You have levels of people that have a vested interest in your success, and we have levels of people underneath us where we have a vested interest in their success too, right? Any parents in here, do you want your kids to be better than you or kind of stay at your level of success, right? So we want to do that too. Part of growing in this business, if we have learned anything, any tips or tricks, do we want to gatekeep that in our team? Or do we want to, if there's a way we can fast track and have someone skip some of our trial and error, we'd want to do that, right? Like that is my goal, is that anybody I bring on will do it better than me, faster, be more successful than me, right? That's not a competition. So part of leading, I just want to mention here, is having clear agreements. I think this is the only business model I've seen where we don't have any agreements. It's just like, you like oils, I like oils, you like money, I like money, let's go in business together. Like, that would never, ever happen in any other, and like, what does that mean? So if I was to open a franchise of a restaurant, and we were opening a restaurant next week because we both like food and we both like money, and I have to train everybody and hire everybody and take care of the food inventory, and then you want to show up and collect your paycheck and maybe have some free food, that's not a great partnership, right? But in this business, we so often create these secret agreements with people where they don't know what they're agreeing to. And in fact, they might say they're really a customer, or maybe they'll share a little bit, and we're like, but I know them. They would be so good at this. Like, I'm going to put them in a builder position. Like, we don't want to do that. So I actually have a leadership agreement that I have my people sign. And it's just so that they know what, and honestly, it doesn't matter what yours says, but if you have any expectations of them, they should not be a secret. We're not trying to trick them into fulfilling all of our secret expectations. That doesn't work in any relationship. And you also want to be clear about what they can expect from you, right? And anything that you commit to, always keep your side of your agreements. I always tell my kids, trust is your greatest asset. And the more trust you have, the more freedom you have. You break my trust, I get really strict, right? So remember that, because I think trust is something that we're seeing die down so much. Do you remember when a handshake and your word meant as much as a legal contract? Like, what happened to that? Back in the 1940s and 50s, actually, there was a study done, and over 80% of people trusted the government. After like Vietnam and some different things that have happened, it's consecutively gone down. I think now it's more like 8% instead of 80%. And so it's hard to function effectively when you don't have that trust. So one thing I'll say is trust is your greatest asset. Always keep your word and what you commit. And if something comes up and it has to change, then you communicate that, right? Okay, number 2, you want to listen to their perspective. I'm raising teenagers now, and it is amazing how much more influence I can have when I actually listen to their perspective first. Because if I just jump in and start giving them my advice, they're like, well, you don't even know where I'm coming from, and you're old. Like, they've called me a boomer before, and I have to be like, I'm not, that's like my parents. But it doesn't land well if they don't really feel like I understand where they're coming from. So I want to listen to them. And with that said, oftentimes my perspective and the advice I would give changes when I listen to them, because I have new insight about where they're sitting in versus maybe what I went through at their age. So we definitely want to listen to them. The third one is learn about them. Like, what drives them? What strengths do they have? What weaknesses do they have? And if any of you guys have more than one kid, would the advice that you give them for the same exact situation maybe differ from kid to kid, right? And this is how it is in your team as well. You want to learn what motivates them. My daughter could have cared less if I grounded her or sent her to her room. That's like her favorite place. So that wouldn't mean anything. My son, my oldest son, he lives for his social life, and so he'll hurry and get his chores done really quickly so that he can go and hang out, right? They're very different. But my daughter, like, if I took away her book, she'd go and get her chores done. But she didn't care if she was grounded. So it's the same with your leaders. Not that you can ground them. Don't try to ground your leaders. That would be weird. But everyone has different things that motivate them. So learn what those are. Some people, it's recognition. Some people, it's maybe a goal. If Mark and Jen Garrett are on your team, maybe you're like, hey, if you reach this, I'll get you some new biking equipment or free babysitting. You might need to bring a couple people with you. But what drives them? What would help them? What would motivate them? Learn their strengths and learn their weaknesses, right? And then the next is lend the stage for them to lead. Sometimes leaders are best developed when we create a platform for them to rise. I love how Lindsay just said that oftentimes people are scared to do it, and that's okay. But they rise to that platform when we create it for them. We lead that stage. I've seen sometimes in leaders an ego kind of takes place where they want to be the face for their team. I don't know why, because not only is that less effective, but it's a lot of work, right? Instead, you want to create a platform for other people in your team to lead. Because honestly, you guys can't be good at everything. My strength is strategy. That's what I do. And I had a leader, we'd create this whole strategy. The tiniest thing would change, and she'd say, oh, I need a new, and I'd go and recreate the whole new strategy because she doesn't know how to just adjust it. And like, I just kept throwing strategy at her because that's what I'm good at. Like, for me, I rock at that. But what she really needed was like the soul-centered, feely good, touchy stuff that sometimes I struggle to sit through. That's what she needed. So I put someone else in front of her, and boom, she felt empowered, and she exploded to Blue Diamond. And I remember feeling like a failure. Like, I sat there and tried to help her, but she didn't need my strength. She needed someone else's. So that's why we need to lend that stage. feature your leaders. Have them on calls. I can't remember how many times we have Marlene Flax on our team. We have her talk about successful vendor booths because she rocks at those, and I don't. So give your leaders that stage. I've seen so many quiet and shy leaders really grow into their leadership just by being forced to do it scared and being put on that stage. And number 5, lean on them for growth. And this means having them lead trainings, collaborate with them, and this means letting them do it their way. Their way might be different than yours. And I remember a leader calling me one time saying, hey, we learned we should duplicate and we should only have brownies or whatever, and my team wants to do these big, beautiful table centerpieces with oils in the middle and whatever. Like, she wanted me to call them and say they can't do that. And I said, listen, if that's what lights them up, let them do it their way. Don't cut them off at the knees. And this leader that wanted to do the fancy table displays, she grew to Blue Diamond. So yes, duplication is important. We talk about it being kind of like the recipe for the cake, but we let people frost it their own way. So we let them lead their own way, right? And I just want to really quickly finish for any of these parents in the room, if you were to measure your success as a parent, would it be on how perfectly obedient your kids were as children, or would it be based on how happy, independent, and self-sufficient they were as adults? Like, yes, obviously we want both. I get that. Like, obedient kids sounds nice. But if you had to choose, which one is more important? We really want to raise independent, self-sufficient adults. And adults, but also leaders. So I kind of do the bus test. If you were to be hit by a bus tomorrow, I know it's kind of dark thought, like you don't die, you're in a coma for a year, and then you come back, everything's fine. But if you were hit by a bus tomorrow, when you woke up from your coma in a year from now and you're nice and rested, not tired or exhausted or any of those things, would your team have grown without you, or would it have fallen apart when you woke up? So if there's any areas that would have fallen apart without you, that's where we really need to look at developing some leaders so that they can continue to grow your team and your business with or without you. So here's to creating more leaders and more impact.
Like Melina Harrison. Thank you so much. Okay, we're mixing it up just a little bit. So, how many of you have heard rumors about an amazing new class? Anybody? Yeah? Okay. So, we have been working hard. We filmed Amy Fulmer teaching the whole class, and she's amazing, right? We filmed Seth Rizame teaching the whole class, and we're going to put it up on YouTube. So you can share that with your people. So we wanted to show you this quick clip of Amy teaching the class so you get just a little vision of what it's about. Yours. I did. I shorted it. Hang on one second, and then we'll have some audio. Great quote, though, isn't it?
The heart attack at 50 began at 20. The Alzheimer's at 70 started at 40. The loss of independence at age 80 began at 30. The aging you want tomorrow begins with the choices you make today. This is so important. If we go back to our car analogy, how you care for your one vehicle over time determines how it will perform down the road. Now, I want you guys to put this in the chat here or answer if you're in in-person class. Can you guess how many years the average American spends unable to perform daily tasks by themselves? Put your guess in the chat there. I want to hear it. Okay, it's on average, depending on what study you look at, 10 to 12 years not able to take care of themselves and perform daily tasks.
So, teeny clip, and we put up Amy's strengths because you might be, just like Melina was saying, let people do what works for them, right? So when you connect with somebody that is going to love Amy's research mind, scientific mind, her class is full of those aspects, right? She's warm, she's engaging, women might like that, right? And you know, Seth has a completely different style. So that gives you a little piece of Amy Fulmer bringing this amazing new class, bringing wellness to the people. You guys, it's going to be incredible. We'll share it with you after. The full thing is getting finished now, but we wanted you to be able to see that. Thank you so much for all you do, Amy Fulmer. She's a Blue Diamond, and you have this amazing powerhouse team. Come on up.
All right, and you guys, the exciting thing about that class is I'm actually reading the script the entire time, so it's something that you can actually duplicate. I don't, if I'm teaching it in person, I don't read the entire script, but I wanted to for the video so you guys could see and get an exact idea of how it really feels if you're using the script, and it sounds really great. And the whole goal is we want you to be able to duplicate that, and we want your leaders and your teams to be able to duplicate that, right? And so the script makes it so easy. So we're so excited. I'm so excited to be here with you guys. The name of the class is Foundational Wellness Made Simple, is what we call it. So it's been amazing. We've been using it for months, and we have had great results with it. Our panel today, we're going to be talking about launching your business and relaunching your business. And one thing I want to say, we have a lot of different women up here. I'm going to briefly introduce them for the sake of time, because we're trying to shave time. So Holly Toulouse just started building her doTERRA business this year. What month did you start, Holly? In April. She is a premier, so she's doing incredible. We're so glad she's sharing with us. Leah Sweetman started building her doTERRA business just the end of November, and she is a gold, so she's been doing incredibly. Annette Jones, I know, amazing, right? So awesome. We have some really incredible women up here. Annette Jones has reached the rank of Diamond, is a U.S. Founder 2.0, and is going to be sharing with us, and has been with the business many years, about a little over 5 years. And Ekaterina is a Platinum, a Founder 2.0. How many years have you been with doTERRA? Almost 5. So we're all like 5 to 6 or less, or this year, right? So one thing I wanted to say before we start, comparison is the thief of joy. It is so important for you to realize and be really clear that you have your own timeline. And you should not compare your timeline to anyone else's. So I'm going to give you an ask right now. Will you trust and have gratitude in your timeline, in your journey as a leader in doTERRA? Will you guys do that? That's the keys. You have to trust the timing in the process, and you have to have gratitude for all the good that comes along the way and the timing of it. So, okay, so I wanted to start with you guys raising your hand, okay? How many of you feel 100% confident in launching your business yourself really strong, or in launching a new leader? Raise your hand if you feel 100% confident in that. Okay, you came to the right place today. We're so glad all the rest of you are here. And that's really telling, right? I think most people don't feel super confident in launching themselves or in bringing on a new builder and launching them. And that's why we're here today. We want to inspire you, and we want to help you have a vision of what is possible. And we also want to help you realize that this is actually a process that has worked over and over and over since the beginning of doTERRA. Laura Jacobs, she's saying, you guys are doing what I did. We're just doing it right now instead of 15 years ago. And so I want you to realize so many of these principles that have worked since the beginning still work today. It just takes some tweaks sometimes, or a different perspective or vision, or finding the right person. So I want you to remember that. There's 2 things you need to do if you are going to really get to 100% confidence, okay? Here's the first one. Every single day, you need to be intentional to grow your belief. I cannot overemphasize that. You heard it from in our last panel. Judy mentioned it. Like, if you don't have that confidence and you don't have that vision and that excitement, you're not going to be able to convey that to others. And so, but it's a choice that you make. It doesn't magically happen to someone that they have this vision and excitement and confidence, right? It happens on purpose. And so I invite you, while you're folding the laundry or driving somebody to school or whatever, be intentional with every day nurturing your vision and your confidence and your belief. Some of my favorite things have been the Empowered Success podcast. You guys, I have listened to so many episodes of that. It could be doTERRA magazines, especially the leadership ones, and you can read all the different stories. There's 15 years worth, you guys, that you can access online, okay? Make that a part of your day. even if it's 5 or 10 minutes where you intentionally nurture your belief and your confidence. Just grow your belief in the business model, in the company, in the products. And then I want to just share, just to give you a little bit of vision. I hope this is inspiring. I'm so grateful. My husband and I and all of our kids, we got to go. One of my dreams for a long time has been to go and live in a developing country and go and give service for a few months. And if we could all have it happen right by a beach. And that actually came true this year. And I got to go for almost 3 months with my family. And it was a dream come true. It was incredible. It's a dream I've had for the last 15 years since I started in this industry. And it finally came true. I'm so grateful. Thank you. I'm so grateful. There is power in our dreams and in believing and just being patient with the timeline. But I met a girl there who was 20, and she was from Utah, actually. She was there teaching, and she loves doTERRA. Her mom is a customer, and she wanted to launch her business. So guess what? I launched her last month, and she had 8 enrollments from her launch. She had a new builder that Monday night we did her launch class. She got enrollments from that, and she has another builder who wants to start next month. Okay, so you guys, this is a 20-year-old girl who's had no experience. She's just following this process that we're going to talk to you about today. So any age, any skill set can do this if you're willing to learn and if you're willing to follow the key processes and the principles that really work. So we're going to start with Holly Toulouse. She's going to share with us what has helped her to be so successful in launching to Premier this year. So take it away, Holly.
Okay. True confession, number 1, my heart is pounding out of my chest. This is the largest group that I have had the pleasure of.
Yay! Woohoo! So brave.
Okay, now that we have that out of the way. Second confession, I actually have been a customer with doTERRA for over 11 years. But I just launched in April. So don't give up on those people. That's what I'm here to tell you. Just quickly, doTERRA has just made a huge difference in the lives of myself and my family. We have 5 children. We'll be married for 30 years in January, and my in-laws are faithful doTERRA users. My mom, my oldest kids, my littlest kids, my friends. I always shared, but I never did the business side of it. So I was turning 50. And I just felt like God was saying to me, like, your next thing. What's your next thing? What's your next thing? And I prayed and prayed and prayed about it. And he kept saying doTERRA. And I was like, nuh-uh. I use doTERRA. I don't sell doTERRA. But he was persistent. And so I launched in April and actually launched to Premier in April. So what I'm here to tell you is that you have to have a plan. The most important thing is for you to have a plan. On our team, we have a launch plan, and I took about 30 days beforehand and set out what that plan was going to be, and I knew that I wanted it to be kind of fast and furious. So I had kind of prepared my family for that. So if that's the path, the plan that you make, I would suggest you prepare your family. Just let them know that mom's gonna be away for a while. Mom's gonna, have a couple of nights where I'm gone. You guys are gonna have to figure out dinner on your own, that kind of thing. And we set up to have 5 classes in 3 days. So that allowed me to have options for people that as I was inviting, and that's what you want to do. You want to have a secure plan, whatever that is. If it's 3 classes in a weekend, if it's 5 classes in a month, go ahead. The most important thing that I can tell you is that you need to have a plan. And the thing about it is, once you have that plan in place, then you implement that plan. I had 5 classes. My very first class, 1 person showed up. Can anybody relate to that? That's real life. 1 person showed up. But boy, did she have a big old order when we got finished with her. Because she had all of our attention. It was beautiful. It actually was a really beautiful thing. My next class, I had 12 people there. So you just never know what that's going to be. You just keep inviting and keep moving forward. Don't give up on your plan. Keep following through with your plan. And once you have that plan in place and you implement that plan, that's what's going to create momentum for you. Okay. Let me just check my...
You're
oops.
great. It's okay.
Is there anything else I forgot? Nope, because I think the other
Yep,
people are going to...
We're going to share a lot of those
they've,
details.
They've got
so
all the
that gives
details
us a
behind it.
vision.
So there you
Perfect. Thank you so much, Holly. Amazing. Okay, Leah's going to share with us about her amazing last 8 months, 10 months.
Well, thank you for letting me share. I'm in a season of being gentle with myself, and as I'm standing up here, I'm realizing this is not gentle, but I am going to read from my notes. So my journey with doTERRA, it began last September. That was my 11th month after the death of my son, and there's a slide for that if you want to put my picture or his picture up there. But my 25-year-old son, Nathan, died October 29th, 2023. So to say the least, that was an extremely broken time in my life and in my heart. I've also been with another direct selling company for the last nearly 12 years, but I couldn't find reconnection to what I had built there. I was different, everything was different, and quite frankly, I didn't care if my windows had streaks anymore. So I was struggling to honestly even be alive in that season of my life. I was deeply depressed, heavy-hearted, and unsure of how to move forward financially, emotionally, and physically. All I wanted was Jesus, heaven, and my boy. But it isn't my time yet, and I needed to be here, and I needed to find a way to be okay being here for my husband and my other 5 children. God brought people into my life, like Lindsay, who sent a care package. She was his hands and feet. And there were supportive oils, and there was a bottle of something called adaptive calming capsules, which immediately opened space in me to feel more than just depression. I shared this new support with my dear friend Trina, who I was desperately looking for to just look at her while I was talking to you all. I don't know if she's in here or not right now. But I shared that support, and she stated very quickly, I can hear healing in you, Leah. And that made me curious. It made me curious if I could come into this space with doTERRA just as I am, work on a healing, and help others heal as well. To my surprise, and by God's grace alone, Trina wanted to learn more about doTERRA as a business with me before she even tried a product. She was also needing hope for her health. So we flew out to Utah to experience doTERRA, and we were both very impressed, but honestly, I was still too scared to step into something new. I am and was at that time so broken. So I didn't see how I could do something new. Then Natalie put oils under my nose, which apparently she is known for doing. And she did an essential emotions exercise with me, and it was powerful. It really quickly helped me have clarity that I could come into this space completely shattered. I could trust God to hold my son in the safest place of all. Nathan is getting extra heaven, not less life. I could trust that God would use all these broken pieces of me and that he would use them to build something new to help me provide for my family. Trina and I left Utah knowing we were in. Hello, doTERRA. The next month was November 2024. Lindsay flew to our hometown and launched us together. We had gotten our pens and our paper together, and we wrote down our list of 100 names, and we highlighted who we wanted to focus on first and invite into that space. We hosted 3 days of foundational wellness workshops, 2 each day with the final holding a business opportunity class. People attended, they caught vision, and they joined us on our healing adventure. We went from launching ourselves, enrolling new customers, and even helping others to launch. Multiplication practices were out at the gate. No matter what our brokenness is, we all have hard here. There's nowhere on this side of heaven where the streets are made of gold. But as we learn to take heart, my hope is that each of us invites God into the work that we're doing in our lives, and that we raise the belief that health, healing, and provision are possible. Don't let where you are today stop you from where you're going. I may not be a picture of health, but I am a picture of healing. We are on our journey. We are all on our own journey. I'm still getting to know who I am after the death of my son, but I'm embracing that who I am today is the woman who will walk me to him again. Learn more about doTERRA as a company, and your belief will be raised. Invite people to the space to learn with you, even while you're still learning yourself. Be intentional to launch or relaunch by getting dates on your calendar. I tell my doTERRA family, dig the holes and then plug it with people. Honestly, it's not just your launching. I believe you should have holes in your calendar every month to invite people into. Don't say no for anyone. Let them hear your story. Let them learn about what doTERRA has been doing for you and your family. Be a product of your product. Ask God to open your eyes to see who else needs this support, because you may not be able to change someone's circumstances, but you can help support their mind and their bodies as they walk on these streets that are not so made of gold.
Right here to Ekaterina. Yeah, amazing. So beautiful, Leah. Wow, so inspiring, right? Wherever you're at, there is a place that you can still give and bless as you trust, right, and lean in. So, okay, Ekaterina, we're so excited to learn from you. She has launched many builders, and she's going to share with us a little bit about that.
Hi, everyone. I'm so honored to be here with you. As Lindsay mentioned, as Amy mentioned, I'm US founder and mom of 5 and a doula and a passionate advocate for building doTERRA just the way it was meant, with connection, intention, and heart. And as we are speaking about launching and relaunching teams successfully, I wanted to share with you 6 pillars that helped me to launch my teams and stories that prove that it was successful. So I would need a clicker, or whoever clicks to the next.
They can bring you forward up there. So next slide.
Next slide.
We don't have a clicker up
so
here,
here
sorry.
are the 6 key points or the pillars to launch teams just the way I do it. You gotta have onboarding system. You have to travel to your leaders, stay in touch, advocate for them, don't overload with information, and show up even in hard seasons. Next slide. Having onboarding system, it's just gotta be just like in any corporate world. When they have an onboarding process, when a new employee comes in, they know exactly what to do. You choose what it's going to be like for you and for your team. But in our team, we have a separate Telegram channel where we have step-by-step instructions on how to launch the business, how to do a first class, what's the comp plan, how to even set up a direct deposit instead of getting a check. And when you have that system creates safety for the leaders, and they know what to do. It helps your new builders to feel like they are at the right place. And it's very important to connect them to the community right away, to teach them the first income stream, because if they don't see it, they're not going to be interested in building. And to show them where to find answers, because you can't always be there for them to answer everything they need to know. You need to show them where they can go and find the answers. Travel to new leaders, that's my big thing that I do. I know not everybody is financially able to travel to new leaders, but for me, it paid off dramatically. And here are just some few stories. When I launched my leader in Germany, there is one picture there where many of us standing at the doTERRA event. Serafima lived in Germany. I just had my newborn baby. I still got on a plane. I flew to Germany, holding my baby in my hands. And guess what? She hit gold within a year. And I'm so proud of her. And she knew that I believed in her. And my presence mattered a lot to her. Another example, I go back. Another example, I drove to North Dakota 8 hours one way to support my leaders event. It didn't go well. It didn't go as much as we expected, but my presence mattered so much for her that she stayed and she kept building. My recent example is I earned Diamond Club sourcing trip. I gave it to my leader's leader. I still showed up to Portland. I flew to Portland to meet this new leader, and while girls went to the field, I went to make new connections, and I met amazing girl, Dasha, just out of nowhere. Like when you ask, where do you find builders? You just find them everywhere. Do you see what's highlighted? That's her first enrollment, almost 4,000 PV. If I didn't fly to Portland, I would never met her. She would never have this enrollment. And do you see the OV? She is already enrolling people that are enrolling people because it's not just her enrollment, it's also the enrollment of her leaders as well. So the third pillar is always stay in touch, and that's something that I do also going back to Serafima. For the first 6 months when I was launching her in Germany, we were on the call or text every single day, and that mattered to her. I could answer her questions, I could calculate her power of 3, and that's what kept her going. These small touches prevent discouragement and keep believing life in your teams. The next pillar is always advocate for them. And here I'm going to ask you, how many times do you reach out to your account manager a day for your team? How many times? If my account manager was here, she would be probably laughing because I reach out to her like 30, 50 times a day just for one leader. And that's Serafima in Germany. And that's probably why she's gold. But I reach out to my account manager and because I know that I can advocate for my team. If they don't have something in Europe that we have in US, I'm gonna get it there for her because I know that if I have their backs, they will believe and see the vision much better. Don't overload with information. This is my son who got overloaded with turkey leg at the Renaissance Festival and passed out. You don't want to do that to your team, to your new leaders, because if you overload them with information, you will paralyze them. People don't make steps and don't do choices when they have too much information. And that's the biggest mistake we can do. Explain to them power of 350, maybe the first boost, maybe premier rank, but not more than that. Because they just can't see that far yet. Meet them at where they are and give them information just step by step and don't overload. And the sixth pillar is show up even when it's hard and in your hardest seasons. And here I am with the previous speaker. There was a time of my life when I was going through a very difficult divorce. I was pregnant with my 5th. I left my husband. The police was at my doors daily. And I could have left doTERRA because I didn't have time for it, but I didn't. I was still showing up for my team daily. And just because they knew that I was still there for them, they kept building and they kept showing up as well. My divorce is over, the courts are not over, the police is not over, but I'm still showing up for my team, and I'm showing up here to show you that launching teams is absolutely your ability to do. You can do that if you just follow those 6 pillars and principles. At least that worked for me and for my team. And the heart of it is successful launches and relaunches are not about complicated strategies. It's about systems, presence, connections, advocacy, simplicity, and above all, showing up even when you think it's your darkest time. When you live these principles, your leaders don't just build a business, they build belief. And belief is what creates teams that last. So let's go launch, relaunch, and keep building with courage and love. Thank you.
So inspiring. Wow. Do you feel like, wow, if she can do it, I can do it as a single mom with 5 kids. So amazing. Annette, I'm so excited. So you heard me say there are two things, right? Well, I told you the first one. The second one Annette is going to talk about, because what I'm so excited about, Annette has literally put in hundreds and hundreds of hours to making a system that you all can use to be able to share, to help you have its step-by-step process of how to launch, what to say, so many of the golden things, the things that really make the difference that we've really dialed in. So Annette, we're excited to hear from you and your experience with relaunching leaders on your team.
Thanks, Amy. Our time shows very red right here, so I'll try to get through this really quick. So we created this program, and this program's called Rise Together program, and we've used it to, it's a program that you can use to launch a brand new builder, but it's also super valuable in relaunching people, and that's what I'm going to kind of tell you about. But this is the Rise Together program. It's a 2-month training program and workflow. So it's 10 hours a week commitment, lasts for 2 months, and it takes all the best practices and advice from people who are building the business right now and experiencing growth right now, and that's paired with the most up-to-date and relevant messaging. And it puts it into manageable daily tasks, so anyone can start or restart their business and create momentum and growth. So I actually invited my whole team to join me in the first level of Launch to Elite of this program. And we just barely finished doing it like like a week and a half ago. So it was the end of the first 2 months, right? So, because it's a brand new program we put together. And what I did is I invited my whole team to relaunch with me, but I also reached out to leaders that had previously been interested in doing the business and had stopped doing it. I even invited a couple of customers. We ended up with 3 completely uninvolved builders that joined us, which was really fun. You can go to the next slide. We started with a couple of goals in mind, and obviously the first one was income, right? Everyone on my team really needs the income. Income's a big motivation because everybody's looking for that time freedom, that freedom that an additional income brings. And so we needed to focus on maximizing the new compensation plan with the new compensation plan enhancements with new enrollments and reactivations. So I actually met individually with many of the people on my team, and we mapped out really what it would take to earn about $2,500 plus a month and how doable it really is. So I used this graphic. So with the Launch to Elite program, we focused on filling 4 foundational wellness classes with 6 to 8 people attending each. And we've seen pretty high conversion rates with the new class that Amy was talking about, right? The Foundational Wellness Made Simple class. So we're counting on, just hypothetically, about 4 to 5 enrollments from that 6 to 8 people enrolling or reactivating with either the Foundational Wellness Bundle or the 90-day reset. And actually, it's been really interesting. But just with the Foundational Wellness class, even though we're talking about the Foundational Wellness Bundle, we have probably 2 to 1 join the 90-day reset from that class, which has been really exciting. And with just those 4 classes, you can technically get to Elite. And once people saw how simple that process was, the idea of like surging all the way to Silver just seemed a little more doable, right? That's basically helping 3 people do that same thing. So I met on, what I also did is I met on Zoom with each of my team members, several of my team members, and actually mapped out how to get their power of 3 with the new compensation plan, and we pulled up their graphics tree, and we identified every customer who could help with those pods, like that. Someone mentioned earlier about mining your downline or mining your customer base, and that's exactly what it is, looking and seeing who is there and inviting them, because there's lots of people who haven't heard about the new products, who aren't up to date with what's going on with doTERRA, who haven't heard the amazing paths that doTERRA have created for us to get our products paid for, and with these incredible new programs. So those people that are already in our downlines are your hot and warm markets that make relaunching really exciting. And they were ready to be connected with. And this approach has really re-energized our team. People were excited to get back to the basics and to relaunch, it's restored belief in income possibilities that a lot of them had been disappointed by before, right? Because we have these new tools. We've always had great products and a strong compensation plan, but with the new enhancements, they take, with the new enhancements to both, to the products and to the compensation plan, it really takes it to the next level. And it's a great way to revisit the business with people who have been interested in the past, right? Yeah. And so, go to the next slide. This is what we've seen using this program. Do you want to go to the next slide? Is we've seen our team working more consistently. So it's been really interesting. People who have done the program, so what the program is you get like I'm not even going to tell that. You get tasks and assignments every single day that help you take the steps to learn all the basic skills that you need to do your business at whatever level you're at, right? And people who actually do the 2 hours a day or the 10 hours a week, they are seeing huge impact in their businesses. The other interesting thing is we're seeing people realize how little they're actually working their business. You know, if they're overwhelmed by 10 hours a week, then they're probably not spending the time to really get into momentum. So they're taking a critical look at the time they're actually investing and making the decision to be more committed. So that's been really interesting. And the daily assignments help you get started quickly on tasks, so they're actually getting more accomplished in a shorter amount of time. We've seen lots of, we've seen lots of reactivations, customers that have been disconnected, conversations being started with them. So many are trying the foundational wellness products and the 9-day reset, like I said. We're seeing more confident and independent team members, first because they are going through all the launch steps, right? So I know that their training is up to date, but also because part of the program is doing daily mindset work, like Amy was saying. It's one of the assignments. We encourage them to do an emotional release or other mindset practices every day, and so that's been really impactful. It's really fun to hear people share every day about how that's removing blocks that they've had run into all the time. Well, anyway, let's move on to the next one. And not the next slide, stay this one. But it also means that they're being braver when it comes to inviting builders, because they all of a sudden have this program that's set out for them that they can just plug people into, and they've just experienced it, so they know exactly what they're inviting someone to. So we are seeing people, we've seen people getting their first builders that have been in the business for several years and have never had felt ready to be a leader, step into leadership by getting a new builder, which has been really exciting. Let's see, I've lost my place, sorry.
It's okay, totally all right.
And then we're seeing people feel really super confident and relaxed about inviting. And with that first wellness consult after the class where you recommend products and take people's orders. This is often where we see people get stuck, is they get stopped up, whether it's because they're worried about what people are going to think about them, or about losing or straining relationships, or just feeling awkward and not knowing what to say. But in the program, we focus heavily on helping people sharpen their skills. So this is like the second goal we had, is to really sharpen these key skills of inviting and closing. So many people join the business, and what is their first thing they're worried about? How to teach a class. Am I going to be able to teach? You know, they're so worried about public speaking and how to teach a class. That's what they focus on. And you can teach a class. Anybody can teach a class. We can give them show them the recording Amy did, if we need to. You don't have to teach the class first, but if you can't get people in the door to teach in front of, then that's the biggest problem, right? Or if you can't close the sale once they have seen a class, then that's a big problem, right? So those are the two key skills that we focused on. And this is actually, I'm going to share a little bit about our inviting from the program, and I know we're super over, sorry.
This is really key, though, you guys. This is not something I've seen quite as thoroughly done, and it's made all the difference with people who have been stuck for years. So, like, really pay attention. This is super key.
Reason why this is not, it's not about the perfect wording and stuff, but we've just dialed into a couple different processes that have eliminated both people feeling like worried. The way we're inviting right now, it's helping get quality people in your class, not just people doing you a favor or people who did not know how to say no, right? You're getting people who are actually interested, and that's why we're seeing the conversion rate or the people actually getting the 4 to 5 out of 6 to 8 people of enrollments. We're seeing that high of conversion because we're taking the time to do this process. And we're also seeing people, it eliminating people's fears because they're having such positive experiences with the actual inviting process. So it's a 3-step inviting. We've talked a lot before about 2-step inviting, but we're introducing a third. So first you ask for openness. There's a million examples out there of how to ask for openness. Don't give any information about exactly what you're doing or the times or anything like that in your first outreach. First, you ask for openness, and if they're open to learn, and if that's where you get your first yes. Then, when they say yes, I'm open to more information, or yes, send me the details, then you tell them what you're inviting them to. Not when, not the time. You're telling them no specific details other than what it is that you're inviting them to. So it could be an online class, an in-person class, an event, whatever it is you're inviting them to. And ask if they would like to attend. And then after you are asking them if they will want to attend, then you're sending them date and time options. And the reason you do this, instead of doing it in the second step, you might think that is just too much. But what you find out is if they're saying yes or no to the time or to the event. Because if you send it all in the second one, then you don't know if they said, oh, I can't come because they couldn't come that day, or because they're really not interested. So by separating those, you really can dial in and know how to serve that person moving forward. So, and then once you know they are willing to attend, it's just a matter of offering different times and dates and times for classes, a one-on-one option, or even a recording. And then the other key is to do follow-ups. So at any point in that 3-step process, go back real quick. Any point in that 3-step process, you're going to do 2-day follow-ups if people that don't respond.
This is the magic, you guys.
Yeah.
So do this when you invite people. If they don't respond to your text.
At any point during your 3 steps, you wait, 1 to 2 days, and you have to send a follow-up, and you say, something as simple as, hey, I'm sure you've been busy. Did you see my previous text? What do you think? Can I send you the details? You're not re-sending the information. You're just asking them to refer back. Because there's so many people who get, they see a text come in and they think, oh, I need to respond to that. And then it gets lost down, or they get lost down in their thread, or they get busy and they don't respond. And so we see maybe, what do you think, 25% respond to the very first one, the very first thing. And then after the reminder, you'll get like 75 to 80% of them people respond after the reminder. But then this is the other key thing that I learned this from one of my leaders, Erin, and this is so magic, but she,
works so well.
If you still don't hear from someone, another 2 days go by and you still don't hear from them, at any point during the inviting, is you gift them the no. And that is basically sending them a response that allows them tells them that it's okay if this is not the right thing or the right time. If you haven't heard back from them, and that's okay. You're gifting them a way to say no without worrying about your relationship. And then after you tell them that, you ask them a question that's non-doTERRA related or non-invite related. And so when they go back to that thread, message with you, message thread with you, they don't see this, oh, I never responded, or I never told her, this is awkward, and you don't know where you stand. Instead, you've wrapped it up, you've closed the conversation, and you've moved on to something that supports your connection. So that's been super huge, and we've just seen it's been transformational.
The magic sauce. A lot of people will respond after that. That time when you say, it's okay if it's not the right time or the right thing, no worries. How's Sarah doing? Or how's the soccer season been, right? That's what it looks like. And a lot of people respond back and say, oh, I did mean to get back to you. I am interested. Or they'll be like, oh, she's doing great. And then you know. But it's been magic. Like, you have so many more people respond if you will follow this process.
Yeah.
And we better be done.
Well, yes. I got two more really quick, real fast.
Super fast.
It is super fast.
Over.
I know. Go to the next one really quick. Keep going.
We're skipping.
You can just go down. So the other thing was about the getting a really strong wellness consult. This is something we learned from Seth, and this is how you close an online class. But the reason why this is so, move to the next one, to the next slide. Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah.
One more slide.
Yeah. What that slide does in the class is it helps us get to where when you are doing the wellness consult with people, yes, leave it here. You know exactly where they are when you start that conversation because they've already indicated what they want. And so we have this is 2 resources that you're welcome to.
All the verbiage is right there, so please use that document, you guys.
So the first one is our invite verbiage and all of the strategy there, so you can click on that. And the second one is a Google folder of our wellness consult slide decks based on that.
Super helpful for somebody to duplicate a wellness consult.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Annette. Thank you. Amazing, everyone. Okay, we're going to hop out. Yep.
I already see a few of you just doing what you do to wake up the body, to wake up the mind.
I loved your resources.
Deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. Take a few.
Okay,
to
one
yourself.
song, and then we're moving to Seth Risenmay, so watch out.
Oh yeah.
Here we
we're
go.
just
Move your body for a minute.
Getting you primed. In through the nose and out through the mouth. So wake up the body to wake up the mind. Roll your shoulders up and back and down, opening up your arms if it feels right. Just begin to notice what is here right now. Just do a little check-in with yourself. What's landing? Oh, you're taking it all in. Good job, you. Just allow your arms to maybe even start to feel a little heavy. And that's okay too. Next breath, bring them in and out. With the practice of Qigong, we can open our hearts, clean our hearts with movement. It's so exciting. Let your body do it. Don't think about it, just feel it as you move from your heart. Maybe you take the pace up just a little bit. And breathe with it. That's right. That's right. Moving back into your own rhythm. Notice your own pace. Notice if somewhere along the day you started going with someone else's pace. Moving a little too quickly. Come home. And open up to what's true for you. That's it. What's here now? Woo! Let out a little yeah! Yeah! That's it! Let's pick up that blanket again. And drop it. Inhale, exhale. Bring it up. What would you like to release? Fear? Doubt? Oh! That's it. Take one more together now. Inhale. Take one hand to your reaching for the stars, for the sky, for the limitless that is you. I want you to reach for a future moment, something you've been dreaming about. You can shut down those eyes now. That's it. What have you been wishing for? Something that is felt outside of you, your deepest longing. Breathe into it. Who are you with? And what are you wearing? What is surrounding you in this place? Step into it. Imagine yourself. How would it feel for you to be in this longing, this desire? And once you have it, grab a hold of it and bring it into your heart. Open up that latch, that golden latch. It's yours. It's yours. And breathing into your heart here and out of your heart. What are you grateful for? Just let it settle in. Let it be still. Let it be quiet. What are you grateful for? Take that with you. Take a seat. Open up your eyes. One of the quickest ways to open up possibility is gratitude. We all have it. It lives in you. It lives in me. Thank you for this time and this space to be together. If you want more of this, come tonight. We're over at the Hilton from 9 to 10 p.m. And I'm going to take you through a somatic journey where you'll come home to yourself with Shinrin Yoku and forest bathe together on mats, move our bodies and breathe, and open up to everything that is waiting for you. Thank you.
The next speaker, sorry, that was user error. The next speaker needs no introduction. You've heard him, you love him. He's bringing the magic today. So grateful for Seth Risenmay. Seth, take it away.
Thank you. All right, title of my presentation. Are you tired of feeling overwhelmed, stressed, and broke? The other presentation is, are you tired of feeling sick, fat, and lazy? So I thought this was a little bit kinder. But anyway, yeah, so this is, I wanted to share with you the path to creating $500 earners. And that needs to become your focus in your business. If you, just so I can get an idea of who I'm dealing with here, who here's joined doTERRA in the last year? Okay, who here has been here in the last 5 years? And if you've been a member of doTERRA for more than 5 years, raise your hand. All right, okay. Have any of you read the book, Who Moved My Cheese? Well, the general idea is this, right? There's a mouse in a maze, and he does the little maze, and he finds the cheese. And then he goes back and he finds cheese in the same place, and then eventually somebody moved the cheese, and they keep going back to the same place over and over again because they just keep thinking that the cheese is going to be there. And have any of you noticed that since COVID, something changed? Society has changed, and we have to realize that the cheese has moved. And in addition to that, the compensation plan just changed. We have to adjust to this. And so, and the way that we build has to change as well, or else you're going to continue to feel overwhelmed, stressed, and broke. So let's go to the next thing here. All right, where are we at? What's going on? Okay, this is, we need to become great at explaining the health pyramid, as well as from the presentation that Amy and I taught that's recorded that you're gonna get, we describe or talk about Casey Means and the 10 causes of metabolic failure in today's society. The top 3 causes that she talks about are chronic overnutrition, nutrition deficiencies, and microbiome issues. And the 3 secrets to restoring health are these 3 products: VMG, E Omega Plus, and PB Restore. You can build a multi-million-dollar business if you can learn how to explain these 3 products and how they work. But this is not new. Even when we were building doTERRA at the very beginning, you know, when I started 15 years ago, we led with the essential oils because they were new, they were exciting. But what built our businesses and the foundation of our check and what made our unilevels grow was lifelong vitality. And what's happened is the company has adjusted, they've improved product lines, thank goodness, and they're staying cutting edge. These 3 products aren't just good. These 3 products are great, and in particular, PB Restore is in another league than anything else. We have to be great at explaining these products. We have to be great at explaining to people how they can feel healthy, fit, and sharp, how they can feel the way that they want, have the life that they want. I don't know. So I'm no spring chicken. I turned 50 this year, right? And my wife gave birth 6 weeks ago. And my daughter had a baby 3 weeks before that. And so, so have you ever seen Father of the Bride 2? I'm living that right now. Anyway, so, and I'm here for it, man. I love that little boy of mine. He has captured my heart in ways it's hard to describe. I'm here for all of it. I love getting up in the night with him. I like changing his diaper. I like it all. I love every bit of it. And I gotta tell you, it's awesome to do it when you're not young and broke. It's like parenting is actually quite fun when you're rich. But who knew? However, the thing that is extremely important is now staying healthy, fit, and sharp is the priority of my life. That little boy deserves a dad who is young and fit and active and mobile for as long as I can be. And so now all of a sudden I'm looking at 100 and I'm thinking, how can I make it to 100? And how can I be awesome at 70 and active at 80? How can I make sure that this is me? Well, now I'll tell you how to do it. It's first, you need to have, like we talked about before, we have at the beginning, what's going on with these slides? Come on, let's go. So we have PB Restore right in the center because microbiome health is so important. VMG is great for mitochondrial health to make sure that our mitochondria are producing enough energy and ATP. Our omega-3 fatty acid supplement is helping with a healthy inflammatory response, and our VMG gives us the antioxidants we need to reverse aging. If you can explain that to somebody, they'll understand how critical these things are for all of us to stay healthy, fit, and sharp. Now, when they're gonna look at this, they're gonna say, well, but how much does it cost? And we're going to explain to them that, yeah, the cost is, if you got all those together, it's $183.50. If you bundle those together, it's $149.50. The value of it is $512. We have to be great, excellent at explaining and justifying why that is worth it. Why $5 a day is worth investing in your health. We have to be great at explaining that you will make time for your health or you'll be forced to make time for your sickness. Which would you rather invest in? And by the way, this statement right here is true for everyone. Do you know anyone that this is not true for? Does anybody not fall into that category? That they are going to make time for their health or they'll be forced to make time for their sickness? Which would you rather do? Exercising, that's fun. Rehab sucks. Supplementing, that makes you feel great. Prescriptions, boo. No one wants that. And so what would you rather invest in? They have to invest in something. Everyone has to invest in this, right? So, but nevertheless, $150 a month can be hard for some people to invest in. So we have to be really good at explaining the rewards program. The fact that the person can earn rewards dollars, free shipping, and the free product of the month. Did you know that if somebody were to order the Foundational Wellness Bundle, that in their first year, just the receiving back the rewards dollars from the loyalty program, that they would get back $262.50, and every year after, $450. This would be like going into Costco, buying $100 worth of stuff, going to the register, and they hand you back $30 and say, go buy whatever you want in the store. And that's what doTERRA does, right? We buy this, we invest in our health, and they hand us $450 per year and say, go spend it on whatever you'd like in our product catalog. Well, what are they going to spend it on? They could spend it on a number of things to help them feel healthy, fit, and sharp. But one thing they could do is they could invest in essential oils. I recommend these 12 as the 12 essential oils that every household should have, because they deal with almost everything that a household deals with. However, they don't even need to spend their money on that, because that comes as the free product of the month, worth $223. Okay, now if you can explain this, that if you invest $150 a month into your health, complete that metabolic healing cycle, and participate in the rewards program, you're not only, it isn't $5 a day, it's not even $150 a month, because you're getting $450 back every year, plus $223 worth of free essential oil. Now, if we can't explain that, then we suck at our jobs really, really bad. This is the biggest no-brainer in the history of no-brainers. Do you want to feel good? Do you want to feel healthy? Do you want to feel sharp? Then you need to have vitamins, minerals, and greens, omegas, and probiotics. You have to, or else you're going to get on the train of suckiness. So if they still are struggling with the idea of how am I going to afford this product, we need to teach them how to pay for the product. And did you know that it's as simple as this? That if you were to sign up one product lover, one person who buys the Foundational Wellness Bundle for themselves and their spouse, and they get the other stuff, they're like us. If you find one of you, and that person buys 500 in PV of product in a month, which I do, you get $100 every month. That's the simplest way for me to explain it. You find one person who purchases 500 in PV and product per month, and you get $100 every time that happens. Now, let's say you don't find that, and people don't have $500 to just throw at stuff. Well, let's find a couple, and that couple orders 2 Foundational Wellness Bundles, who finds another couple, and that couple buys two Foundational Wellness Bundles, and if you do that, you make $100 a month. Can we explain this? This isn't that hard. How about if you found a couple and they each bought 2 foundational, but then you found another couple and there was only one person willing to buy it, and so then, or you found a single person and they were willing to do it as well. There, boom, you're earning your $100 a month. Fact is it really doesn't matter how this works. It could be 4 single people, it could be 10 people each ordering a little bit. As long as your pod volume gets to 500, then you're going to earn the $100 a month. Okay. Now, if paying for your product isn't a big motivation for you, we want to talk about paying some bills. If 3 of those people do the same thing, let's say this person on the left finds two couples, maybe this person in the middle finds their product lover, maybe this person on the right finds a number of different things. It doesn't matter. As long as their pods get to 500, you make $500 per month. This is the model. This is the fastest way to get to 500 per month. It's relatively simple to do. And if we can teach this, then this is the secret to wealth, building wealth in doTERRA today, okay? So in the past, what silver has looked like is silver would earn maybe $1,200 per month when you got to silver, when you first reached the rank. In fact, it may even be a little bit less than that. And you'd have 3 elites, and those 3 elites would be making around $300 per month, and most of it would be coming from fast starts. Do you know what I mean? Like when you were elite, how much was your unilevel check? It was basically non-existent. What about your power of 3? When you were elite, what was it? Maybe $50 or something like that. It wasn't much. And when you were running for silver and you helped 3 people go elite, the people that went elite, they were doing you a favor. Right? And the person that was going silver was probably doing it as a favor to the person who was running for diamond. Right? So if we recognize this, the comp plan has changed for the better in a big way if we make the adjustments necessary, because this created a fragile experience, fragile ranks. Elite was the foundation rank that built every other rank, and yet it meant nothing. It did nothing. So let's change this. Instead of looking at silver as 3 elites, look at silver as 3 people who've reached 500 boost, the 500 boost, okay? If you did that, then your 3 elites would be making $650-ish per month, and most of it would be residual. If you did that, your silver income would be at least $2,500 per month, and it would mostly be stable and residual. We have to shift. If you want the cheese is moved, and we have to start is don't focus on elite anymore. Focus on building people to $500. Imagine if you were to talk to people and say, I want to help you make $500 per month. That's what I'm trying to do, is help you make $500 a month. Instead of saying, I want to get you to elite. Well, why do I need to get to elite? Is there a bonus for that? No. But it helps me. And I'm trying to do my diamond upline a favor. So if you were to take this again and just think of it this way, if each elite was helping 3 people reach the 500 club, then the silvers would be making $2,000 and the platinums would be making $5,000. All of this would be mostly residual and very stable. And then again, with diamond, it would look more like this. You add a 4th team, you're at 10,000. So we need to refocus the way that we look at the comp plan as clubs. We want people to join the 500 club, the 2,000 club, the 5,000 club, and the 10,000 club, because this is what those ranks actually mean. And those are the dollar amounts that you will at least be making. Does this make sense? So I think that it's very helpful if we focus on this. Now, so what does all of this come down to? This whole thing is built on this. You need to master finding 3 committed and capable builders and getting your $100 per month. This is it. It all starts here. So many people we don't focus on actually what matters. And so people go, well, how many people should I put on my front line? Put as many as you can until you find 3 committed and capable builders. And fill your pod with reoccurring volume that's at least 500. If you've got 10 people on your front line, then so be it. If any of those people end up wanting to do something later, you can move them down into the pods underneath of your 3 committed and capable builders. But if we don't master this whole thing breaks. And so all you have to do is master that. This is the 100 club. Make sure that you're in it and then teach it to others. Can you do that? You don't even really need to focus on anything else, PGV, TGV, all this other BS. None of it matters. Just fill your pod and find 3 committed and capable builders. No. How do you go about doing that? Am I over time? Freaking. Okay. Well, thank you so much. But I just promised. I'm sorry. I promised James. So here's the deal. Oh, I got it. Okay, well, I'm going to give you 3 principles. I love to teach principles to make this happen. First, you ever heard about, you know what geese do? Okay, I love the geese because when they migrate, they all work together and they form a V pattern when they fly. And you know why geese honk while they're flying? It's to encourage the lead goose who's flapping up there all alone. And when that goose flaps, it creates an updraft for the goose behind it. as a group, they can go much, much further if they do it as a group. Did you know that if a goose gets sick and it has to drop out of the V pattern, when it does, other geese drop out with it so that after it recovers, they can create their own V so they can catch up and continue? What this teaches us is that they understand that how much you value an achievement gives you the desire and the power to achieve it. I'm going to name this goose. Let's name him Valdepa. And Valdepa the goose teaches us that how much you value something gives you the desire and the power to achieve it. I was talking to my sister years ago. She's deathly afraid of heights. And I said, Heidi, if I were to put a steel I-beam across this floor, could you walk across it? And she said, yes. I said, what if I were to raise it up 5 feet? And she's like, yeah, I could probably do it. Well, what if I were to raise it up between 2 houses? She's like, no, I couldn't do that. I'm like, what if I gave you $100,000? She's like, well, I could probably do that. And I'm like, and I was like, right, because the amount you value the achievement enough to do something you normally wouldn't. And so then I'm like, but what if I were to take that up between 2 office buildings, like 3 stories? And she's like, no, I couldn't. What if I gave you $10 million? She's like, I could probably figure out a way. I'm like, okay. So then we went up. I'm like, what about skyscrapers? We went all the way up to like this, you know, before the Twin Towers fell, right? Like that type of thing, right? And she was like, no, I could never do it, ever. And I was like, yeah, you could do it. And she's like, no. And I'm like, what if I gave you $1 billion? She's like, no, 100 billion, no, 1 trillion. I'm telling you, there's nothing that would make me cross between 2 skyscrapers. No amount of money would ever do it. And I said, okay, what if she had a little boy, a little toddler, and I said, what if I was holding Joseph on the other side? And I'm like, I'm going to drop him if you don't cross. And she said, I would cross it right now. No amount of money could have made her cross that. But all of a sudden, I gave her one thing that meant more than anything. And all of a sudden, when she said, I could never, there's nothing that would make me cross that. And then I gave her a scenario, and she said, I could do it right away. Why am I teaching this? Because we have to value the 100 pod. We have to put so much value on it that we celebrate it. We celebrate it for us, and we celebrate it for others. Because if you can do it, you can teach 3 other people to do it. And if they do it, you're in the 500 club. Does that make sense? And everything just builds off of this. So can we agree to fly further together by placing enough value on that core rank to make sure that we're guiding our people differently? And then let's start making the 100, the 500, the 2,000, and the 5,000 club the types of things, the jargon of what we all start talking about and what we all start like directing and inspiring people to do. And if you do that, you'll find the cheese again. And this can be a great experience. So thank you very much. Hi, it's so good to see you.
Back from Australia, buddy. Really?
Yeah, I'd love to do that. The team that needs me.
Yeah, good.
All right, how's everybody doing?
know if we need.
You're cold.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Reach to your neighbor, give him a big hug, start rubbing them down with On Guard, and that'll make you warm.
Let's move these over.
Okay?
Yeah. Good job.
All right, we're going to set up a panel here real quick. How many of you, while we are setting up some chairs, by show of hand, either know what or use a Zyto Balance or a Viscera Link? Raise your hands, I want to see. Okay? All right, so, maybe a third or a quarter. Okay. Oh, they use them even in Russian-speaking markets. Amazing. So it's all over the place. Okay, I'm going to set us a timer here so that we're not here all night. But, if you were here all night listening to all this, would it not be amazing? You would be going out afterwards and killing it with your business. Okay, so we got these 4 lovely ladies up here. And so for those of you who don't know what a Zyto Balance or a Viscera Link is, Yeah, if you don't know what that is, raise your hand. A Zyto Balance or a Viscera Link. Okay, a few of you. It's just like everything else in doTERRA, it's voodoo. Okay? That's all you have to know, right? But it's just a tool that could be useful in building your business. These people up here use these tools. And just remember, it's just a tool. You are the magic. You are the magic. But you might pull in a tool to help you build your magic with doTERRA. Okay, so what I want each of these ladies to do real quick is tell me their name, how long they've been in doTERRA, and where they live, and their rank.
Rachel Lynch, Lewis, Indiana. I've been in doTERRA for 15 years, and I'm a Blue Diamond.
Victoria Spangler, and I'm from Salem, Ohio, and I've been in doTERRA for 4 years, built actively for 3 months, and I'm a silver.
Did you hear that? 3 months. I'm Roxanne Bybee, Presidential Diamond. I live in St. George, Utah, and I don't even know how long I've been in doTERRA, James. How long have I been?
17. My name is Catherine. I live in Florida, but originally from Russia. I've been with Roxanne and James's team for 2.5 years now. My rank is Premier.
Okay, awesome. So we have all different levels represented here. So that should kind of cover the crowd, all right? So what we're going to do first is we're going to go from this way to this way, and they each have a few minutes, and we're going to stay on time, a few minutes, to just tell about kind of their story with the tool and how it's impacted their business, how they use it. And remember, you're just looking for nuggets. You may not even choose to use this tool, but nuggets of things that they say and what they do that could impact your business, whether or not you choose to use the tool. Just a tool.
All right, so I have used the Zyto for, I would say, going on 14 years. And just about every single person that I sign up, I do a scan on them. And for one thing, it builds a relationship with them. And I will have follow-up appointments with them. It's one of the easiest way I can find to get people on rewards. But also what I find that sometimes if you just look at the organ report on the balance, you can pretty much get them on a program, which I've heard over and over today, 90-day program, and thanks to Laura Jacobs, she has made that soar. But I'm hearing this all day long, and that is one of the things that I love doing when I do a scan is we go straight to the organs report, and we look at those organs, and sometimes I can close somebody with a 90-day program in a matter of 5 minutes, because if my organs look like this, I would be doing a 90-day start. That's where I would start out, right at a 90-day program. And so that's been very impactful for our business. And it's also, you can count on 90 days of them using those products, and then they're going to be hooked. They're going to want that VMG over and over again, the Omegas, the Restore. So what I find out after the 90-day program, they're still going to be using those same products over and over again, and I've created very loyal customers. And I can see drastic changes in their scans. But what I love to do is then also go out and ask for referrals. So I used to do events where I would set up a table and I would get events, get people from events. But I found lately that if I get referrals from the people that I'm actually doing scans on, there's another level of trust there. And it makes it so better for me to just go in like, hey. And so people actually call me and they, I've heard about you, instead of me going out and finding them. So that's kind of where we're at right now, because I'm asking for referrals when I'm doing the scans. So I have built my entire business on Zyto scans, so it can be done. And my daughter would be here today, but she just had a newborn baby. But so she was supposed to be speaking. She's an introvert also, but so I'm going to speak for her. I'm not sure if she really blamed it on the baby, just having a baby earlier, or if she was an introvert and didn't want to get up here. But as a Gen Z, she's very young, and she just decided this past September, a year ago at convention, that she was listening. They were listening online, and she decided she was going to do the business with us. And every single person that she signed up, she has done a balance scan on them. She also hit platinum. and was #1 in Silver Club. And it was by doing balance scans on every single person, looking at their organ report, getting them on products that they're going to be using consistently, getting them on a 90-day program, or at the very least getting them on foundational wellness. That way we are getting that plan established for them, and they're going to be consistent, you know. And for her, she says, Mom, I would not have the confidence as an introvert to go out and tell somebody what they need to use. But for her, it makes it very easy because that takes it out of it. And then I'm going to start introducing Victoria. Actually, she was one of my little Sunday school kids. So I'm quite a bit older than her. And years ago, I reached out to her. I said, Victoria, I'm looking for a new builder. And you've managed restaurants and stuff before, and I know you have this in you. And I know you love the products. Would you be interested in doTERRA as a business? And I just went right to the business part with her. And she said yes to me. And I was super excited because I was like, she's going to be a rock star. But guess what started happening? And I was like, she's a Gen Z, so I'm not going to but she started signing people up with a lemon or On Guard cleaner. And she'd call me, I signed somebody up. I'm like, awesome. What was it? She said, On Guard cleaner. I'm like, awesome. Because you don't dare discourage anybody. I was like, we're not going to grow a business on Guard cleaner. We're going to have to go a little bit beyond that if we're going to really do something in the business. So I really tried to introduce her like, Victoria, you need to really get into doing balance scans. We've got to, and at the same time, she had a lot of life happening. She, got pregnant, and she said, I'm going to quit my business. And in my mind, I said, I'll believe it when I see it. But here we are. And she has come so far, and it's when she started implementing the balance. So I'm going to turn it over to her, and she's a rock star.
So I started my doTERRA journey in 2021 when Rachel got in contact with me, and I was working in banking at the time, and I loved banking. And so I wasn't building super actively. I was building, like she said, signing up people here and there, but nothing super serious. I wanted to, but I had a lot of self-doubt, and I'm like, I can't do this. So fast forward to last year, at the beginning of last year, I found out I was pregnant. And I was in my head, as soon as I found out, I'm like, how am I going to work banking with a baby that I wanted to be home with, still bring in income and all those things? So me and my husband sat down, and he was like, it would be really cool if you could quit banking and do doTERRA full time. And I was like, he is crazy. I could never do that. So but we worked everything out. We sat down and went through all of it. And in March, the end of March of this year, I left banking. And I dove headfirst into doTERRA. And when I left banking, I was elite, earning my $50 bonus, power of 3. And in July, I hit silver, and then last month I earned my first 1750 boost, which was 4 or 5 months. And I did it with the Zyto. So I usually meet with customers, I book appointments, and I usually schedule like a couple days a week. I'll just do sun up to sundown scans. And the scan really helps build relationships with people, and relationships equals retention. So that's something that's really helped me build a more solid team than an On Guard and Lemon. But so yeah, that's my story.
Wow, that's a good story. And remember, again, I keep harping on this, but I want you to recognize, again, it's just a tool. There are many tools, and you go out here in the hallway, and there's people that can showcase different tools that they have. It's just what I hear is each of them took the tool, combined it with action, and took a step, a leap of faith, and moved forward.
Just making sure. Okay, in case I do have slides, I should just be hitting the arrow forward, yes? Okay, they probably aren't there, is what it's looking like. All right, well, that'll be fun. Darn it, we had awesome slides for you about AI. Okay, well, we'll help you figure out that piece. So, Viscera versus Zyto. It's not about a fight. We're not going to get up here and arm wrestle or Itovia or any tool. As we always say, just whatever the tool is, if you're going to use it to build your business, pick a tool. Like, it doesn't matter, right? Your tool could be Aroma Touch Technique. There's a panel about that later. Emotions, it could be something different, right? But They have totally done amazing with Cytobalance, and I do have one of those, but I'm extremely fond of Visera because it's app-based. So raise your hand if you have your phone with you pretty much everywhere except for maybe the bathroom. I don't know. Yeah, like we have our phone on us at all times, right? And that's what I love about Visera is you do not have to have another thing so I can scan on the run, shall we say, right? I can literally be at the grocery store and be like, talking to someone, do you want to do a quick scan? And it is quick. It doesn't even take, like, I would say probably not even a full 2 minutes, okay? So for booths, for me, this is the way, people won't necessarily stop if I have just essential oils out, but they'll stop and go, what is that thing? What are you doing with that? So that's how we're using it, is kind of like an attention-getting way to have more of connection, right? So pick whatever you want. It doesn't have to be Visera, but if you have something that's doing that for you, great. But I want you guys to know about it because it is phenomenal, and it's actually not as hard as it seems. Just don't make it complicated. So we did have some slides that would show you guys that there are 2 webinars that you can get on a week if you want to learn about Visera. If you're like, the reason you're not using it is because you don't really understand it. And this is actually where Catherine comes in, because one of the biggest problems with scans is you get the scan for your client and you go, I have no idea how to tell them to create, like, it just sounds so overwhelming to understand it and to tell them what to do every day with the products, right? And so Catherine has become a master at this, and I have to say I'm kind of old, and so AI is not really my friend quite yet. But Catherine has literally worked with AI so much, and so we're gonna have her comment on, she's answering the problem of, oh, I have a scan and I have my client, how do I help them use and purchase products and have it in a daily routine?
Thank you, Roxanne. So actually, it's not just the AI, it's the power bundle, so to say, that I use to work with clients and help them. And this power bundle consists of the oils, the products, apparently, the Terra products, and then Visera app, with which we run scans. And then AI enters the chat and helps us analyze whatever Visera comes up with. So how it works, we run a scan on a client, and then we interpret results of the scan. We upload the screenshots of the scan, excluding the name of the client, of course, to have certain level of security and privacy. AI, I use ChatGPT, like probably many of you, to interpret the results of the scan, like all the screenshots that are available. You can also upload other information, whichever the client is willing to share with you, like lab results or doctor's notes or any information about them. And AI will analyze all of it and will come up with amazing protocols, including the products that Visera actually recommends for a particular client, including Symphony of the Cells protocols, if you're familiar with this. So it can incorporate everything that may be useful for your client. And then you share the information with them in a personal meeting, or you can text it if that's how you work with them. And then you help them order the products. And it's the best way to maintain them on the rewards program, because those scans, ideally, you run them every month, at least once a month, in the beginning of the month. So if they want to get the free product, that they have time until the 15th to place their order. You can also run those scans more often. Like sometimes I run them every day for myself. And it helps to improve biomarkers significantly, tremendously. And like I've just attended the Symphony of the Cells training where Boyd Truman shared that he hasn't done lab tests for over 15 years, I think. And when he did go to get one, his blood work came out to be like the health of a 28-year-old. Like his health is amazing. And he said that the only products that he uses is the doTERRA products, nothing else, no more other supplements or interventions. So this stuff works, and you can indeed improve people's health by
Hey, Catherine, would you tell him about the truck driver who told you he wasn't going to work with you anymore after a scan?
Yeah, that sounded intriguing. Yeah, so, oh, we have those slides. So yeah, I had this guy as a client who is a truck driver, and he wanted to go on a 90-day cleanse. First month was okay, but as he started the second month, he texted me that he experienced very bad symptoms, like he was nauseous. He wasn't even able to go to work for several days. He felt so terrible. So he said, I'm not doing it anymore, like never. And I offered to run a scan on him and to see what was going on. I uploaded the results of his scan. It's tiny here on the slide, but this is just to let you know how you create those screenshots, and then you upload them. And so ChatGPT came back with a suggestion that he might have experienced a Herxmeyer reaction, which I had no idea what it was.
Herxheimer.
Okay, sorry. And that meant that his body experienced a severe, like, adverse reaction to detoxing, that it was probably so full of toxins that it was not coping with the speed at which his body started eliminating those toxins. That's why he felt the way he felt. So I explained it to him using AI in detail. I offered him reimbursement. I offered him all the support I could. And he actually changed his mind. And he told me that if I hold his hand throughout the second and third month, that he was willing to continue. And so we slowed everything down. I spoke to him every day, and he started feeling better. With AI, we figured out how to structure the supplements that he was taking in a way that he wasn't feeling the way he felt before. So, and now he's good, and hopefully his body has cleansed, and he eventually didn't get disappointed with doTERRA and with the way it all worked in his case. This is the way to do it. There are no hopeless situations, so to say, and it's just kindness and expertise that we can offer to people to make things work for them and for us.
Rich, can you go to the last slide? There should be a slide, and I can't seem to get the clicker to get there, no matter how hard I push. But it just shows the times if people want to get on the webinar. But for some reason, I can't get it there. And it has a picture. Oh, well. Okay, so there is a WhatsApp group if you want to learn more about CytoBalance, right, Rachel? And I just realized we should have had a slide with that so people could take a picture. But let's see how we do that. I don't know. Okay, okay. The picture that we had was just for, like I said, the Viscera, but there is a group that you can get in to learn more about CytoBalance.
There's a WhatsApp group for each one, right? Yeah. So there's a Viscera app WhatsApp group, and then there's a CytoBalance WhatsApp group, and then like both organizations provide videos and calls and things that if you really want to dive into the weeds on them. What I love about Rachel and what my wife and I, Roxanne, we just did a show over the weekend before convention. I know, kind of crazy, huh? And we used the Visera the whole time. And when Rachel uses it, she doesn't go into like the weeds of like every part of that report, do you? You focus on basically one thing. That's your goal, to get them to see, oh, good, you're human, you're messed up, right? So, and we have a solution for that, and it's a 90-day program, super simple. I have it ready for you right here. Here's a link, whatever you do, right? Just get them into the program. Now, the cool thing is she decided, okay, I had one guy who had a little bit of a trouble, with that, starting that program, right? And again, sometimes people give you your background and sometimes they don't, right? And so if they don't and something like this happens, she was able to take another tool called AI, which some of you are afraid of, right? Which I totally get. And she used that other tool to help her do what her mission is. Her mission is to change lives with doTERRA. I think everyone here has that same mission, and they've figured out how to use these tools to get people to recognize. It's funny how you can tell them, and then some weird thing that scans their face or they put their hand on says something, and they go, oh, yeah, okay, I'll do that. I'll buy this. I'll do whatever you say, right? So get the tool and use the tool. Anything else you gals want to say before we?
I am so sorry. There's not a discount code on there because I was waiting to get it. So Visera is outside, right outside the door. They have a table right back there, and you can get the code. If you guys go to visera.com/shop and try to get the deal, there's also a Zyto Balance special right now this weekend. Yes,
Yeah,
they're
there's
doing
a
a
combo.
combo so that if someone's like, I don't want to pick, I want to do both, or I already have my Zyto Balance, but I want to have the Visera. Go out there and get the codes. I apologize, guys. They didn't get it to me, and I didn't get it in the slide in time, so I apologize. But it's good pricing, and you want to do it now.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Oh, we'll take those chairs, please. You can keep those up there. Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Do you have the clicker? We'll take that, and you can hit that. Thank you. Well done, guys. Thank you. They gave us 35 minutes.
Okay, you got 25.
25 minutes. All right, 25 minutes.
We will be super short.
We will be super short. All right. Welcome, everyone. You all tired? You guys still have some in you? A little bit left? All right. This panel will be worth your time, I promise you, because we're going to be talking about new ways to connect and enroll. Who needs some new ideas for connecting and enrolling? Anyone? All right. Awesome. So my name is Ali Mona. I'm going to spend a couple minutes with you just sharing what is working on social media today in September of 2025. Does anyone post anything on social media ever? Yeah, okay. If you can post, you can build. Okay? And before you tune out, and you might, the thing I hear all the time is, I'm too old to build on social media. Anyone ever felt that? I'm too old. Okay. One of my dear Crossline sisters, who's sitting over here, turned 72 in a number of weeks and enrolled 3 people on social media. Come on. You are not Elaine. Come on. Stand up. Let's give her a round. Okay? It's a big deal because social media is not going anywhere, is it? Okay? So here's what's working. Oh boy. Ooh. Okay, a tiny bit of background because it's important. I was never one that wanted to build on social media. I built Belly to Belly in China, had just completed Diamond Club, had tons of momentum, and the pandemic hit. Okay. And in 3 weeks, my family packed up everything we owned and landed in a teeny tiny little town in central Mexico. I speak Chinese, I do not speak Spanish. So there were 5 English-speaking families that I could find, and I enrolled them immediately, and then I ran out of leads. Okay, and so I came to a really important decision point in my business. Either figure out a way to bring the world to me or quit. Truly, because I ran out of people. Okay, so it was never part of my plan, but I had to figure it out. And so I spent a ton of time and a ton of money trying to figure out not how to emulate what the big people were already doing, but how to build it from scratch. Okay, and that's what I'm going to teach you about today. The hidden key is influence. In fact, it's the hidden key to building any business, is your ability to hold influence over an audience. And so, bring it back, guys. Bring it back. Okay, everyone starts with low influence. Yes. Okay, so there's only two ways that communication works on social media. It's social. Either you're reaching out to other people or people are reaching out to you. That's how you determine how much influence you have online. Are you doing more of the reach outs or are people reaching out to you? It's time. We all start with very, I'm gonna stop looking at the slide. Maybe if I don't look at it, it'll keep coming up. Okay, there's two phases to building influence on social media. The first phase is what we call action marketing. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go over there. No, I'm not. Action marketing means you doing the intentional targeted outreach to build community on social media. It is not, hey girl, I haven't seen you in 10 years, but do you want some oils? That's not what intentional outreach is. Intentional outreach is adding value online, going and becoming a person of value online. Well, the second phase is attraction marketing, where your content is doing a lot of the work, okay? But here's the thing, here's where magic happens. The magic happens when you combine both strategies. So in the beginning, when you're still building your influence, you're doing a lot of the blue, a lot of the action marketing, you're doing a lot of the intentional outreach, but you still have to have content up. Because as you're going and adding value, people are gonna be like, ooh, that was a nice comment, who's that? What are they gonna do? Click on your picture and come check you out. Well, you better have some good content ready for them to check out. And so they work in tandem. The cool thing is, though, you don't have to do action marketing forever. You just have to do it in the beginning, and then your content can do a lot of the heavy lifting for you, okay? Here's what doesn't work, and this is, let me give you what I did. I was like, okay, I need to get on social media. So I looked up all the big people that were just killing it online. And I was like, well, if they can post that and make a ton of sales, I think I can post that and make a ton of sales. What was I missing? Influence. They had a higher level of influence online than I did. You can't use the same strategy. Okay, so what's working? Okay, what's working is being very, very, very targeted in who you want to talk to and creating content that speaks specifically to their pain points. And then you positioning yourself as the authority to help them solve their pain. Okay, what's also super important is adding value online. Every time you're online, you're adding a ton of value. You're commenting, you're encouraging people, you're posting great content. And then, it's okay, I got it right here, but I don't have my glasses on. They're on my head, I know. Okay, incrementally and strategically growing your influence. Your influence is key. Why do people join doTERRA and skyrocket? Influence. If you don't build your influence, you can't build your business, okay? And so, gift for you, I took everything that I learned and I put it in a free course, okay? Because here's the thing about social media. If you might say, Allie, I never, ever, ever want to be on socials. Okay, that's fine. But what about your teammates who do? Can you teach them? Can you teach them how to do it? This course, it's coming. It's suspended? Sweet. Okay, write down school, SKOOL, .allymona.org. That'll get you there. Okay. What is SKOOL .allymona, not alimony, but you'll remember it now, allymona.org. Okay, that'll get you there. It's a school community, because community always works. And a lot of doTERRA leaders are using this course to train their teams because it's free. And so I made it free because I never want someone to feel as stuck as I did. And I never want someone to be at a choice point where they feel like they have to give up their business because life changed and they don't have the skills to level up. Okay, so maybe that'll come up. SKOOL.allymona.org. Okay, still doesn't work? That should work. Write it down and I'll fix it. Okay, that should totally work. Maybe not the QR code. Suspended? Oh, maybe I need to pay for it. Okay, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out for you. But write that down because that is the link when I figure out why it's not working. Okay. We're going to get it, ladies. That's it for me, but these wonderful women need to speak to you as well. No, they don't. All right. You want to talk?
Yes.
Yeah, without your slides. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
It's working.
You're up.
Hello, everyone. Okay. My name is Yulia Burdenyuk, and I am the Terra Silver. I qualified in November last year, and already since May, June, July, and August, I'm doing Silver Plus. And also, I want to mention that I'm mom to 11 months old. So I'm very proud that I can be working as the Terra leader, and I can speak and share a little bit what I'm doing. Okay, my topic is networking and enrolling with heart and service. Okay, that on the picture, I'm doing an event. We are calling it Woman Needs a Woman. And I'm gonna share a little bit about strategies for successful networking. I think about networking, it works very well for me. I think I can say network pro. Okay, so little bit. Can you just give me a round of applause to support me, please?
Yulia literally just walked into the room.
Yeah, I just came from
so
campus tour.
You're doing
it was
amazing.
like here. My little one is there. So, okay, a little bit shaky. Yes, networking has always come naturally to me, so I use it as a key strategy to grow my business. Everywhere I go, okay, I'm meeting someone, and I have a plan in my head what I wanted to talk with the person, or if I'm just gonna exchange social media, or if I'm gonna just gonna exchange phone numbers. And in my head, I always have that I would like to have long-time relationship with them, not just only like short-time registration, but also long-time. For me, it's important. And also we are doing collaboration events with experts to add value to their audience. That's what I like to do. I like to collaborate with other speakers, with people. For example, we had with nutritionists, or people who was doing, some exercise with life coach. So wherever works for you, like with different speakers, just do it. You never know how it can, like an synergy be. So just do it, okay, with different speakers. And what also works for me, to attend events, what other people does. So for example, last Sunday, I went to, it was like one space, Ukrainian people opened it, like space for women, and I just came there as participant, where actually I also met some other people, we networked, so it's important for me, and I would like to share it with you, just to go and attend different events. You can have exchange energy, that's what I like. You can have new information, and you can have new contacts, what is very important. And how to build, that also would like to talk, how to build long-term customer relationship. Here on the first picture, it's me and two of my customers. So they're being with me for over a year and a half, and they're attending to events, because that's what we talk about influence. You're not just a person who's selling like an oil. You are an influencer, and you are talking with people. And when you got into this long-term relationship, they will be with you forever, until you're gonna stay in the Terra. Okay, connection grows when people feel genuinely cared for. That's the most important thing, just do not sell oils. When you're texting with the people, ask them how they feel, how does their family does. So that's the most important when you're building long-term, not just like selling oils one time or make registration one time. Educate on healthy living and suggest supportive products. Honestly, I do have Instagram what I'm doing. I do have in Telegram support chat, and I'm always trying to send them info how they can mix oils, how they can do, for example, like recipe to feel a little bit better. So just, try to connect with them differently, not just to sell oils. Okay. Lead with the heart and care, not just sales. I think it's the most important thing here when you are speaking with people from your heart, not just from, oh, I want this registration. Oh, I want to sell it. When you do it from your heart, people feel it, and they're gonna come back to you. They're gonna do referral, and you're gonna see your growth. Listen actively to build trust. That's the most important thing. I like to ask questions, so ask question and listen. Listen what they answer to you. Sometimes even I write notes about people, what they do, what their kids does. So just maybe you're gonna have some notebook about your clients, so you can reach back to them, not just sell oils. Okay. And serve and support to create lasting customer relationship. I think it's the most important thing when you are serving and you are supporting your customers. They're gonna feel it. So I think my conclusion on that: just do it from your heart and do long-term relationship.
Thank you, Yulia. Thank you. Sherry.
Hi, my name is Sherry Farrell, and I do most of my business in person. Okay, and so if you used to do your business in person but have gotten away from that, I just want to encourage you that it does still work. You can go back to that, okay? I know Seth mentioned TGV, PGV, but just to give you an idea, my team primarily does everything in person, and our team growth volume is at 28,000, okay? So it is working, in person is working. So I want to share with you something that we do. We do fun DIY classes. So who here used to do DIY classes? Who started that way? Okay, it's fun, right? And what we're finding is that people still want to connect and people want to have fun. And so we have a hostess, okay, and she picks out a DIY from a list that we have, and we teach the basic oil class and foundational wellness, and then we do a fun DIY at the end. And everyone loves it, and because they have fun and because they have connected, they want to host. They want to do that for their friends. And so it has been fantastic to go back to that. And these are some of the popular DIYs right now. The candles have been extremely successful. So I want to share something that a change that I made in my classes right before Diamond Club last season. And I believe it made a tremendous impact on my enrollments and the volume of my enrollments. I did come in third place in Diamond Club last season, and I use the class in a box. Okay, I use the tear pad that comes in it, and it's very duplicatable. The change that I made was I started telling people the price of the individual oils as I talked about them. And what I found, what I've been told, is that when I tell people how much peppermint costs, that it's $26 wholesale, they feel relieved. And they're like, oh, I can afford these oils. And then they relax and they listen instead of waiting till the end to hear how much it's going to cost, okay? And so after I go through the oils, you can see on here that I've added oregano and tea tree at the top because it's not on the sheet. And so I talk about those during effective. On the wild orange, I do not have the cost on there because it's not in the top 10 foundational box, okay? And that's what I want them to get because I know and I teach them that if they have these top 10 oils in their home, they can take care of 80% of their health issues. I love my oils. I want people to have the top 10 because I know that when they go on vacation, if they take their box with them, if in the middle of the night something happens, you know, they reach out to me, I can tell them what to do if they have the top 10. So I'm very passionate about wanting people to have the top 10. After I've taught on this sheet, I will tell them if you purchased each of these oils individually in 15 milliliter bottles, which is the only way that you can purchase them individually, it would be $347.50. But what doTERRA has done is they have given us an opportunity to get these at way below wholesale costs. They have put these in fantastic bundles for us. And so I show them the Family Essentials box. It's only $135, and they can have everything they need. And I'm serious. I tell them, if you go on vacation, take this with you and text me if you have a problem, and I can keep you, like I can help you, you know? And I have that happen a lot. So I love it when they get the box. So $135. So from there, I will tell them that doTERRA is the #1 essential oil company in the world, and our foundational wellness supplements are one of our most popular items. And so I transition into that, and I will teach on foundational wellness, the importance of foundational wellness. I will teach on VMG and give that price, the individual price. Then I'll teach on the omegas and give that individual price, then the price when you buy them in a bundle. Then I'll teach on PB Restore, give the price when you buy in a bundle. And as you see here, I'm giving the prices, so when they hear the bundle prices, there's value to hearing that bundle price. And then after I have finished with the foundational wellness, I'm very visual, and I have found that this really helps people, is if I have everything there for them to see, and I will scoot everything together. I will scoot the oil box, I'll scoot the supplements, I will put everything that they can get free at that time, the shaker bottle, I'll put the little peppermint, the diffuser, whatever Diamond Club promotions we have. I have it all sitting there, and I'll tell them, so doTERRA does not want you to have to choose between having everything you need when things come up in your home and your foundational wellness. So they have put together, this bundle is by far the best bundle, by far the best value, and it includes everything. It's the Foundational Essentials bundle. I believe that's the new name. And I have it all sitting there, and they see it. And then I let them know it's only $250. And so you can have your first month of foundational wellness and all the oils you need to take care of things when they come up in your home. And so this is my heart, like this is what I want people to get, because I know they're going to be happiest if this is what they get. And so this is the bundle that I sell the most of. All right, then the last thing I want to share is when I am getting ready to try to catch a wave, is what I call it. I'm getting ready to try to get some momentum going. Maybe I'm in a slump, or maybe I'm getting ready to start Diamond Club. I will have customer appreciation events in my home, and I will invite everyone that is local to me into my home, and my goal is to just make them feel loved and appreciated. And I really come from a place of gratitude, and I feel like they feel that, you know? And so we'll start by having everyone in the living room, and I will give education on the products that they're going to sample, some of my favorite products. And then I have stations set up. Usually it's 3 different stations, and they'll rotate in groups through the stations. And I'll have team members come and help and man the stations if the group is large. But it's typically samples and snacks in the kitchen. In the dining room, I'll have DIYs. And then in our living room, I will have either Aroma Touch or scans available. And so after we've rotated through, we come back into the living room and meet in a large group. And I do more giveaways and just really share from my heart how much I appreciate them as customers. And I will discuss rewards and make sure they really understand it so that they never miss out on anything free. And it's been surprising to me. Sometimes there are people that have been on rewards for 5 years, and when I'm sharing, there's something they're like, oh, I didn't know that. So I think it's good to review that. And then I'll talk to them about inviting a few friends to their house for a fun DIY night. So a lot of people are turned off by the word host. If I say, would you like to host? They may have an image in their mind that is intimidating to them. But if you think about having a few friends to your house for a fun DIY night, that's not as intimidating. And I'll have fun little gifts for them. I'll have diffusers. I like to find some really unique diffusers that I can give them for hosting and let them know that I will spoil them and how much I would appreciate that. And then I always talk about the income opportunity with doTERRA, because doTERRA has blessed my life, my family's life, so much, and not only with our health, but with the income opportunity. And so a lot of times we can speed up when we get to that part, but I like to slow down intentionally at that part and just share my heart and how much I love the company and share with them the possibilities and just invite them that if they would, if they would like to hear what it's like to create income with doTERRA, then I would love to share that with them, and that I would personally mentor them, and I have a great mentor program. And so these are just a few of the things that I have done that have been successful this past year. And I really believe that whenever you approach things with gratitude, with wanting to help your customers feel valued, feel seen, help people connect, and help people feel empowered, that they appreciate that and they appreciate you. And the most important thing to me is that they have fun. People need to have fun, guys. We need to have fun. And so I just encourage you in your business to have fun and help others have fun, and you'll be blessed by that.
Awesome. Thanks, Sherry. Thank you. Chantel.
I think this one's working. Do you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. My name is Chantel Torkelson. I'm here from Alberta, Canada, and I'm a diamond. And I wanted to talk about how I am sharing. I have really transitioned to targeted focus classes where I take the basics that we know about our essential oils and I invite people to something like a summer survival class, like maybe the beginning of summer. Recently just been doing a lot of back to school and immunity classes. And again, I do Beat the Winter Blues, women's health and hormones. I often, if I ask a customer to host, I will let her choose the class that she wants. Because we thrive in communities. I find that like for instance, my friends tend to all be women around the same age. We've got kids in school, maybe we're going through perimenopause. And so they'll pick a class that really resonates with them, and it's gonna resonate with their social circle as well. Anyone can do this. You just take what you know about the oils, your top 10 oils. You look at them and you go, what do we know about lavender in the summertime? We know that it's soothing for our skin after sun exposure. I'm not talking about that right now, heading into winter. I'm talking about the fact that we're trying to get our children back into a routine. We're trying to get them back into a sleep schedule. And lavender is gonna help you. Maybe a women's health and hormones class, I'm gonna talk about how if you put some lavender in your bath in the evening, it's gonna help those cortisol levels lower. So I do this with all of the oils, but I also really, really like to keep it simple. I am not going through 10 things about each oil. I'm telling you 1 or 2 things about the oil that you're going to be able to remember when your box of oils shows up, and it's relevant to right now, this time of year, so you're going to go ahead and use your oils right away. I usually break it down into 2 different categories. I have our support. I will run through the oils just in this order like this. Frankincense, lemon, oregano, on guard, tea tree. You all know what this makes. This makes our flume roller. This is what we're gonna use to support our body from seasonal threats. And then my other 5 oils I'm gonna talk about, these are gonna be when we have something come up, something that we need to support our body from a symptom. So I break it down like this, just keep it really simple so they know how to use their oils. And then again, I do this with foundational wellness, exact same thing. People don't care what's in it, they care what's in it for them. So I don't spend a ton of time telling them all about the amazing things that are in these products. I'm gonna tell them what it's gonna do for them. And again here, this is know your audience. If you're talking to a group of chiropractors and doctors, they are gonna care. There's a few of you that are probably nerds like me. You get really excited about knowing the detail, but most people don't. They just glaze over. So again, when I'm doing these targeted classes, I'm going to pick some of the things that we know about our foundational wellness, and I'm gonna target it to that class. I mean, we know it doesn't matter what you're dealing with, you need VMG. Or I'm in Canada, so again, we do a lot of LLV there still. But you can take your omegas and you can target that. We know if it's back to school, omegas are going to be supporting our focus. They're gonna be supporting our mood as we head into winter with less daylight. And again, our probiotics, exactly same. We can talk about how they support our immune system. We can talk about how they support our hormones and our mental health and things like that. So I do a lot of my teaching almost primarily on WhatsApp. I built almost exclusively online. And so how I do that is I either ask a customer if she would like to host. I talk about the refer a friend and the benefits. Or if I don't have a hostess, I host my own and invite my customers. It makes a really great continued education. I create the group. I give them the invite link, a message with the invite link attached. All they have to do is send it to their friends, and I explain to them how to do it, how to send it to everybody. And then I divide the class into 2 days. Day 1, I talk about the top 10 oils. I usually tell my story, what are essential oils, why doTERRA, and I do this really, really briefly. So we're talking like 5 videos between 2 and 4 minutes long because people's attention spans are short. And under each video, there's going to be a graphic and then some text because people learn in different ways. Some people will watch a video, some people will look at a picture, some people will read the text, and that way you're getting each thing. I personally message each person who joins the group. I thank them for being there, kind of start making connections with them. This is a great format for BOGOs when you need to educate your customers really quickly about what's on sale right now. You can just invite them all to a WhatsApp group. Day 2, again, foundational wellness. We're going to just quickly run through what's in the foundational wellness and how it applies to this particular class. So we have our, again, keep it simple. People get overwhelmed easily, and we know, we've heard the information so many times that we forget how much information we have with doTERRA and how much education there is. So remember, the confused mind always says no. And again, day 2, I personally message everybody in the group. The fortune is in the follow-up. Sorry, that was my last slide.
Awesome. Do you want to finish up? I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have something else to share? Or are you good?
What?
You good?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Well done. Jenica.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jenica Miller. I'm going to be very speedy because we are already out of time. I've never used this. Do I just press this each?
The one on the right.
All right. Okay. I'm just going to go through this fast. Where are your people? So this is just, you need to get really intentional on who is the person, who's your audience, who are you speaking to? You have a mission of health. So where are the people who are looking for your mission, right? So I just give a few ideas there. This is what I'm doing, and I've been doing this since January of this year, and my business has really grown. So I go to a red light therapy gym. So I love it there because people pay to come there. So I'm already like, sometimes when you talk to people about solutions and you're like, but they're like, I don't want to spend the money. And you're like, you've got to value your health enough to invest in it, right? So you already have an audience there investing in their health. They're committed, and clearly they're open to holistic, right? So I just set up a little table, and it's right by the entrance and exit. So when they come in, typically I actually get them when they go out. Usually if they're coming in, they're signing in, they have an appointment, and it's kind of speedier, and I'm just a friendly face and hi, And then on their way out, I hook them with a sample. So I'll just say, oh, hey, have you tried our VMG yet? Which I know they're not going to know what that is. And they're like, you're what? So they're like, you're what? And they start coming to me, and I'm like pouring it for them while I'm talking, and I'm just assuming they're going to say yes, they want to try it. So that's just how I do it. So I sample the electrolytes and the VMG, but you can see, I'm pointing down there, sorry. You can see the different things that are on my table, right? So I've got the foundational wellness bundle, the Advantage. I have a deep blue stick because people come to red light therapy oftentimes because they have inflammation and they're in pain. And they literally open it up, and I have people trying it on right there, and that one always sells. So that one's fun. And then my recharge. So that's how I get them to my table. I ask them if they want to sample. And then you can see I have a few things on the table as well that I'll just introduce who I am because they don't know me, and I'm just briefly, I know I have them for maybe 2 minutes Sometimes they stay and ask more questions, and I'll talk to them for 5 sometimes, but it's usually quick, right? Okay. Then you're going to connect and be a solution provider. So I'm going to find out their health issues. So while they're there and they're drinking their electrolytes, while they're drinking it, I'm spouting out what's in it, right? I'm like, oh, this has 4 magnesium types. That usually perks people up, right? This has a metabolic boosting blend, so it helps curb, so I'm just telling them the bullet points of things that I know they're going to, a lot of people come to a red light therapy at this gym because they want metabolic benefits. They want to lose weight. So I'm just spouting those things off while they're drinking. Then they go on to the Reimagine, spouting off the main things, right? But I find out their health issue. I say, if you don't mind my asking, would you mind sharing with me why you come to the red light gym? Like, what benefits are you looking for? And I'm just trying to listen because I know I have a lot of solutions, right? And so I hear all kinds of things. I have this autoimmune and this autoimmune. And you can see I've got, last one. I've got month 1 of the 90-day reset with the QR code right there. If I'm talking to anyone that's got hormone issues, autoimmune issues, or honestly just a whole laundry list of issues, I'll say, if it were me, this is what I would do. And then I start telling them about the 90-day reset. So I'm essentially just on the spot educating people as they come to my table. Then I take their picture and I get their number. They always say, do you have a card? How do I get more info, And so I say, you know what? I stopped doing cards because people just throw them away. So I have a Google Drive. So what products are you interested in? I just kind of move them right to this one. Why don't I text you my Google Drive, look through it, and then let me know what questions you have. And they're like, okay, perfect. So I have everyone's number, and then I go, okay, is Tatiana in here? I don't know. Oh, okay, awesome. We learned from her at leadership to take a picture, right? Do you guys remember that? So since then, I've been doing that. So after I find out basic info and tell them I'm going to send them my Google Drive of images that's going to educate them, I actually like doing that because, I don't know, I don't always feel like the doTERRA website is kind of mild, right? So I show them before and afters on Advantage and all that. Then I go, let's take a picture so you can remember me, and then you're not going, who is this that I talked to? And so then in my own phone, I have, whatever, you can just trust me on this, but I have a whole list, right? Or I scroll through and I have some info, like this person had gastric bypass surgery, she wants this, because I'm hearing little things about them. So when they leave, I sit down and I take my little notes, and it's like, oh, hubby has, it takes stuff for cholesterol and this and that. And they'll tell me things, and then when I'm doing my follow-up, I'm like, hey, did you get a chance to look through that Google Drive? What questions do you have? I tell them, I try to be really, my main thing is I don't think people are gonna I don't wanna give you my number, are you gonna chase after me? So I just say, get back to me if you want, save my number or delete it, whatever you want, because I just don't want them to feel that. Okay, and then I'll enroll them on the spot if they're ready, and if not, that's how I drip on them, and then I enroll them afterwards.
Awesome.
I think that's it. Yeah.
That's it. All right. Well done. Now you can keep up. So out of everything, if we can just sum it up, it's find your people. Where are they? Where are the people who are already spending money on their health? It's going to be a much easier conversation to have. Really tailor your message, right? One oil, lavender can do a bazillion things. If you tailor it to whoever you're talking to, there'll be a better connection, right? And then find your people. Right, go and build your community of your people, whether you do it in living rooms or at red light therapy gyms or online, right? Your people are out there and they're just waiting for you to show up. So thank you guys.
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the tech side of things. My name is Mandy Summers. I am a doTERRA Blue Diamond. I've been in doTERRA for a long time. And I have had ups and downs, as probably some of you have been through. I don't know if all of you, I'm not going to assume all of you have. Raise your hand if you've felt like you've been on a roller coaster ever in doTERRA. Yes. Which is why I ended up in the tech space. So I've had a marketing agency for forever, for a long time. And for the longest time, I ran my doTERRA business not in the same way I run my marketing business, and I didn't use the tools that I use for my clients in my doTERRA business because I was just too busy and there was so much to do and all the things. And about 6 years ago, I decided to implement everything that I knew that I would do with marketing into our doTERRA business. So that's why I'm up here talking about tech. I actually love it. It's like I geek out over it. And I've got a couple other girls here that are going to share a tool that they use. But I wanted to just start out just a little bit and give you a few things to think about. I don't want to overwhelm you because I know technology can be overwhelming. But I love this quote, and this is why I dove in and I decided to create systems in my business. Your systems are perfectly designed to get the results that you are getting. This is a quote by Stephen R. Covey, who I absolutely love all of his stuff. So if you have ever felt like you're spending hours and hours creating a post on social media. So I do have a couple YouTube channels. I have over 50,000 followers across all of my social medias. And I built my doTERRA business in person until I decided to build it online. And now I do both. And so I have this unique perspective of like boots on the ground plus, I've done a lot of enrolling online. But a lot of times what happens is we spend hours writing posts and we just get crickets. Like nobody responds. Has anybody ever felt that way? Raise your hand, right? Yeah, that's where I was, and I had to create a system. And that's what it's about, is creating a system that will actually work for you. How many of you feel like this? Juggling too many things? It's like, right? Raise your hand if you say yes, if you've ever felt like this in your business. And this is why systems are so very, very, very important. So this is the customer journey. And if you are in the marketing space, you know that there's a journey that we follow. And doTERRA has simplified it with the pipes. And this is exactly what we do to take people through a full customer experience. So any of our clients that we work with, we actually create a plan that takes them through to this point. And I've had this thought for a while to actually combine it with the pipes, because I love how simple doTERRA makes it. And so let's just see if we can click this through. Hold on. Wait, where did my slide go? So at some point, we'll come to a slide that has it together, where I've meshed it over. I've kind of lined it up in a great way. Have you ever felt with technology that it's too much, right? Like you're like, I don't know if I can do this. You've got prospects, new enrollees, new builders, groups, challenges, appointments, referrals, vendor events. Does anybody do all that? How do you keep it organized? How do you keep it going? How do you make sure that you have that system in place for when there's the ups and downs? And that's exactly what I want to give you a few tools for today. And then these beautiful ladies here are going to give you some tools as well. So I put together this website, essentialpipes.com. Natalie and I were chatting a little bit, and some of the other people who put this together, to put all the resources from today in one place. And then a little bit more, because the magic of doTERRA, in my opinion, is the collaborative minds. And I remember when I first got started, I came to a Goddard event. I'm so grateful for Natalie and Andy. Can we just give them a round of applause real quick? I mean, two of the most amazing humans I've ever known in my life, and I'm just so thankful that I get to be in their space ever, because they bring people together. And the very first convention I ever attended, I came to one of these events. And it just, to me, this is a testimony of it's so important to have events like this, because you get to learn so many different perspectives. You get to see what's working for people and what's not working for people. And so I'm just really grateful. And so Essential Pipes is basically a place to just put collaborative things. And some things are things that are charged for, and a lot of them are free. And so if you know somebody who has a great system, please let me know, and I would love, love, love to add it in to this. And so everything, I've been listening, and the whole time people are referencing things, I'm trying to put it on. So Natalie asked me if I would cover AI for just a minute, because I love AI. In fact, when they were talking about the Zytoscan, I actually have prompts for that. Do you guys want those? Okay, I have a link at the end, and they're not going to come instantly to you, but I will get them to you by tomorrow, I promise. But you can use AI for all of these things. So how many of you are using AI? Raise your hand. Okay. How many of you feel like you don't understand how fully to use AI in your business? Okay. So AI will cut down, like it is the assistant you've always wanted. It will take hours. Like I'm saying 40 hours a week you could cut out of your workload if you implement AI. It can brainstorm class topics. It can create outlines, design custom welcome guides. It can write DM scripts. Like if you're like, I really want to get online, but I'm scared of what to say. All of your Facebook, Instagram, YouTube videos, all of those things it can help you with. It can generate slide decks, handouts. It could do FAQs. And as I've been listening today, I'm going to, the QR code that I have, I'm going to create a free AI class for our doTERRA communities that will teach you how to build AI assistants. I also would recommend Perplexity AI instead of ChatGPT for any of your Zytoscans, because that one actually will reference real, and AI, and ChatGPT is almost there, but it will reference real studies that have been done. So when you put things in and you're asking for advice back based off of results, it will then reference the studies that are happening that back up exactly what's going on or what it's recommending. And so it's very similar to ChatGPT, except it's a deeper research. So because we don't have time today and it takes a long time, I will create something and put it on that website, Essential Pipes, that you guys can have for free. But I did want to take you through just a very quick, and these prompts I'm going to give to you as well. If you are looking, if you're like, I'm just not sure who I should connect with or how I should connect, and I want more than just crickets. Like I don't want to have crickets that are showing up on my social media. I want people to engage. It's very important that you learn how to leverage AI to give you the most effective results. And I've seen some of you, the people in this audience that I've gotten texts from who have gone through these prompts, and I've literally gotten texts from them saying, I'm crying. There's 7 texts. By the end, you will know your exact ideal client. You will know exactly what they're searching. You will know it will actually write 100-word or 1,000-word diary from that actual person, so you know what they're thinking, feeling, and it's so much easier to then create content based off of and speak to that person. The other thing I love about AI is that a lot of times people are like, well, it's not authentic. No, it taps into your authenticity. It helps bring that voice to fruition. Because a lot of times, how many of you have ever had a message inside that you're like, I want to get this message out so bad, but you don't know how to articulate it out? Like, say I, if you've ever felt that before, right? And you know that you're supposed to be sharing something, but for 3 months, you're stuck on the same topic because you don't know how to get it out, right? Say I if you've ever done that. If you've ever been stuck like that, right? So this is what these will take you through. There's actually 7 that go with this one, and I have a whole series of doTERRA ones that will help move you through that customer journey so you can move through the pipes sooner. The other thing is a lot of times I find that we get stuck in the support role. Hasn't you ever got stuck there where it's like you're creating all these things? And I want you to create a system that can get you out of that. It's important. I'm not saying we shouldn't support, but we shouldn't be stuck there. We really want to be working in the invite and present, and then enroll. The middle of the pipes is where we want most of our activity flowing. And so we get stuck in the prepared, we're not sure what our why is, what our ideal client is, and then we get stuck in the support and nothing's going on in the middle. So if we can use AI to get us through that, magic. And then the other thing that you'll get in these AI ones these prompts are, has anybody used AI to figure out how to move people around for end of month? You guys. It's amazing. Like, how many of you struggle with, like, I'm not sure what I should do? Like, I've got this much PV here and this much PV here. How do I get it? AI will tell you. It's amazing. So I'll give you those prompts as well so you can work through that. Because for me, I used to spend about 10 hours a month trying to figure out how to get to Blue Diamond with the enrollments that we have, with all the people. You know, it's like, where do we need? Where are our holes? Things like that. And so that is going to be awesome. So I will definitely give that to you. You're welcome. I want you to move through this. And actually, I think that this was just an AI thing that I had filmed, but we're just going to skip it because we're running on low on time. Oh yeah, and this is just showing, and you guys can't see it, but it's showing, okay, I want to hit gold, and basically the prompt says something like, I want to hit gold. Gold are 3 premiers. You describe what the premiers are, how much OV it is, then you describe how many enrollments you have, and then it will tell you exactly like where you need to place people and like how to place them, and then how much extra OV you need and things like that. So really, really awesome. So scan this, and I will try and have this all out to you in 24 hours because I was busy making the other website that I needed to bring all these AI prompts together. So with that, I just kind of want to wrap up. Now, I have not talked about actually building website and email systems. How many of you have a website? A few of you? Yeah, awesome. How many of you are emailing on a consistent basis? Good, I'm so proud of you. This is what systems will do for you. If you can set up systems that can nurture your people when your life has the ups and downs, you will never run out of leads. Your people will stay engaged. You will be able to continue to grow even when your life is up and down. Does that make sense? So I'll include in that a training on how to set those up. That is advanced. So if you are feeling like, I can't handle advanced right now, I want to encourage you to go to Enroll Pro to get started. Laura Jacobs is a genius with content. I mean, amazing. And she has some really great nurture sequences that will get started. But email is so important. It's not dead. And I highly recommend that you all really think through how do you set that system up and make that happen. So with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to these 2 beauties. We have Janessa and Chelsea, and they actually have a great app that they have built out for challenges, and so they're going to tell us all about that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you giving me the time.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead and stand up real quick. Stand up. I know it's been a minute. And go ahead and stay standing if you eat 200 grams of protein a day. All right. You guys eat a lot of protein. All right. We're not here to talk about protein, even though I do love protein and I eat a lot of it. I am a fitness nutrition coach, and several of you may have remembered me last year talking about the Up Level 21 challenge. And today we're going to talk about the technology, the same app, and maybe I'm going the wrong way, or there's just a few extras. All right. Oh, whoa. They want that? There it is. Take a picture of it. You guys actually have a link to all of this. If you got your book, all of the slides are in it, if you guys didn't know that. So you're taking all these photos, and you actually are going to have them on your computer. Okay. So we have a booth out in the lobby, and Lumify Wellness is a technology that we created. We have originally started Up Level 21. It's a 21-day habit challenge, and we were using a third-party app, but we found we had to do a lot of workarounds. And so we came up with a technology, and Lumify stands for lumen, which is to light, and then phi is a verb meaning to make or to cause to become. So to bring light and to make clear, to essentially illuminate your doTERRA business. And I think all of us know that in order to stay engaged and to keep going, you have to have a why. And it's super important for you to know what that why is, because there's going to be a lot of temptations that distract you in life. And if your why isn't bigger than the temptation, you're going to stay stuck on a hamster wheel. And I know that we all can probably relate to that. And so one of the things that I'm very passionate about, I've been in the fitness industry for over 20 years as a coach, and group fitness is one of the things that I love the absolute most, and I do personal training. Right now, the majority of what I do is virtual nutrition and fitness coaching. And when we started the Up Level 21 Challenge, it was taking my fitness experience, because I did a lot of 6-week challenges, and we saw a lot of progress. And so I wanted to take the same principles that were successful from those 6-week challenges, helping people to live a healthy lifestyle and lose weight and feel better again, and apply it using the doTERRA products. And so we did just that. And we did that last year. And at one point, we had over 250 challengers in our Up Level 21 Challenge, and it was absolutely incredible. And over time, people get bored, right? And then life happens, and they get distracted, and they are over here and over there. And what I realized, I started Up Level 21 with a goal, with a why. And that why was to allow advocates to come together to share the same passion, to teach and to train and to educate and to contribute. And what I found is I had just created another business for myself. And so I had to take a pause. And in March, I chose to step back. And when I stepped back, at that time I had gathered a lot of testimonials from the challenge. And I knew that the challenge was effective. I knew that people loved the challenges and that it was changing people's lives. But in that pause and in that step back, I had to go back to my why. Why did I start these challenges, and what did I want to do? I actually wanted to create a collaborative space. I didn't want it to be all about Up Level 21. I wanted to have like a home detox challenge. I wanted to have a skincare challenge. I wanted to have a 90-day reset challenge. I wanted to have multiple challenges in one space that we could bring and tap our customers into, because I don't want to talk about skincare, and I don't want to talk about cleaning my house. I want to talk about fitness and nutrition. And so if you're willing to make the skincare challenge, that's great. And if you're willing to make the clean out your home challenge, that's great. And we can all tap into each other's challenges. And so that's what we've done. We're relaunching Lumify Wellness with more challenges. And Janessa created the liver cleanse. And we're talking to Laura Jacobs saying, let's hear from your brilliancy. How amazing would it be if your customer ordered the 90-day reset, and they had Laura Jacobs in the palm of their hand teaching and training them every single day through those 90 days? Would that be incredible, you guys? I know I would sign up right away. And so if we could, just like Mandy talked about, bring all of our resources together in one space and share our geniuses together, that's what the Lumify Wellness app can do. And I truly believe that how you do anything is how you do everything. And if you can be disciplined in your fitness and nutrition and taking your supplements, you can do the exact same thing in your business. And it comes down to systems and processes. And that's one of the things that Mandy talked about, is having systems and processes in place. And that's exactly what our app is going to do. It's going to allow you to have a plug-and-play system. When you sign somebody up with the foundational wellness products, you're going to be able to put them into a guided program that's going to teach and educate them, not you. The app and the technology is going to do that for them. A little video is going to pop up in a reading assignment, and then it's going to remind them to drink their water and to do their steps and to move their body and to take their supplements and to have a sleep program for themselves. That is one of the things that gets me so excited. I have over 80 clients that I train on a monthly basis, virtually, okay? I'm not able to check in with my 80 clients every single day, but my technology does it for me. And it reminds me when I need to check in with somebody. And so if you had something like that in your business that was reminding you, but was touching your clients or your customers every single day and educating them and reminding them to take their supplements, think about how different you would feel, because you're not doing that heavy lifting. You're not having to remember to text and remind all the time. So using technology can be to your benefit. So I know that God is in the details of all things. And that's where Janessa came into my life. I was so excited about what I had created, but I felt stuck. And she was able to come in on the back end and kind of make up for the parts that I wasn't doing well. So I want to go ahead and turn the time over to Janessa.
Hi. All right, so I am all with Mandy, simplicity and systems. You need simplicity and systems in your business, and that is one of the beautiful things about the Lumify app is it gives you simplicity and it gives you systems because you want to build a business that even when you have to slow down, it continues to move forward because we all have times in our lives that we need to slow down, and so that's what I love about what I do. All right, well, I don't know what I did. Okay, and one of the beautiful things is it allows you to look at this question and remind yourself what gets you excited about doTERRA. Why are you here? Why are you sitting in this room for 6 hours? Why are you why are you still here, right? You're still here, you're still listening, you're still engaged, or you're trying to be, and you love what you do here. And so this gives you an opportunity to have a simple system so that you can do what you love and get really excited about. And if that will come back up. So these are some of the programs that are in the in the Lumify app, and you can see some of these, and we have so many more to come. And like the 90-day reset, the liver cleanse, the healthy habits, all of these are coming or will be dropping. We are launching in October, and I will have a QR code for you to join the wait list, and we'll be having a call next week for those who are interested. But this is one of the things, this is what you would see in the app. So that's like the liver cleanse that I've created, is there's a video there at the top, and then, actually I have better slides. Let's move so you can see what this stuff does. I don't know where I'm supposed to point this thing. Okay, so this is what you get. You get to come in and get to experience a 90-day reset. You get to experience a liver cleanse. Whatever it is that your client needs, this comes back to what Lindsay was talking about with our customer retention, bringing on new customers, bringing in builders, and one of the beautiful things is we will be having the Rise Together challenge that was spoken of before with Amy, and on that panel with Annette, that challenge will be in this. For any new builder you want to reactivate, it's going to take them step by step every single day. Give them a video, give them the education that they need, as well as the checkoffs. Like, this is what you need to do today in your business to be successful, to get in those 10 hours and to make sure that your business is actually moving forward. So with that, maybe, we'll see. Maybe. It also comes, if it does come back up, it comes with community as well. We have a community space. There it goes. We have a community space. You can see the liver cleanse. You have a community space for it. And at the beginning, and this is one of the things I love, is an additional touch point. At the top, there's a banner for, maybe, for what is happening that month. So if there's going to be BOGOs, it's going to touch, if your client or your customer opens that up and there's a BOGO happening, it's going to be right there on the top of their app saying, hey, here's a good reminder for you. Hey, this is something that's happening this month. Hey, this is the 10% off. This is the product of the month. Those types of things are going to be in here. And that's what I love. So overall, just really connecting the dots in your business. Where do you need support? Because where you're the strongest, you're doing really, really well in your business, right? Whether you're really great at bringing on new customers, bringing on new builders, keeping those customers or keeping your builders active and alive, you keep doing those things, and then you bring in the Lumify app to fill in the blanks where you need that additional support, to retain your customers, to keep them moving and to keep them going. And so if you have any questions, again, we will be in the back or outside at a booth. And and one last thing I just want to finish up is that if you have ideas, and I know there are so many of you who have ideas, or you have programs, or you have things, this is all about collaboration. This is what she started this whole thing for, and what I got so excited about is we can collaborate, we can put all of this together. So if you have something that you're like, ooh, this would just work so well, and I would love to see that in this space, we would love to discuss with you about becoming a creator inside of the app. And here is the code, if it comes up. For those of you who want to join the wait list for as we launch and as we drop new products, maybe. Maybe there it is. Oh, come on. Okay, it's in the book. It's in the back of the book. It's going to be in the slides, but if you wanted to join, we will be having a call next Wednesday, and we would love to collaborate. We would love to support your businesses. That's what this is all about. Remember, Lumify is to illuminate your business wherever it's at, to support you wherever you're at and with whatever you need. And we'll hope you come and join us. Thank you.
Is this test? Okay, I'm going to project really well. How many of you have heard of Matt Hall? Yeah, he needs no introduction. I think he's one of the greatest speakers in all of doTERRA. We are blessed to have Matt and Shantae on our front line. We have loved collaborating with these two. It's not working, so that's why I'm trying to project. So let's give a big round of applause to Double Diamond and founder and U.S. founder. Check. 1, 2. Oh, what's this? Oh, yeah, I need that. Thank you. I thought about just using this stand here and pretending like I'm a rock star, you know? Like, it's kind of fun to go old school and have I'll come up here, and have a cord. If you have been here for 7 hours, I promise you're a diamond. My goodness. This is like immersion to the max. I'm so proud of each of you and for the journey that you're on. I'm here just for a couple minutes to remind you of where you're going, the vision of the future, and what you'll be able to achieve if you stay consistent as you build your doTERRA business. Let's see if, here we go. My name is Matt Hall. My wife and I have been building this business now for 13 years. That's over a third of our lives together in this company, sharing this message, and it's been one of the greatest honors of my life, I can say. And I wanted to just set your vision again, looking at the long term. This is a few months, it's missing a few months, but this is our monthly income in doTERRA from the first month that we started up until when we hit Double Diamond, I think. And this is the long term of what your doTERRA business and income can look like. You know, it starts out small, and for some of us, it stays small for a very long time, or it feels like a very long time. But as you continue to move forward and grow and develop, learn new skills, and you stay committed, over the long term, you can create absolute and total freedom for you and your family and the ones that you love. Now, the interesting thing is if you hold the vision of the long term strong enough, you can get through all of the ups and the downs. So I just pulled out 4 little clips of that same chart, and you can see one where you can see 9 months of basically decline. That's almost a year, right? 9 months of just income dropping to half of what it was at one point. You can see another 7-month decline where we had a great month and then just kind of stayed stagnant or declined for 7 months. You can see another even bigger income 6-month decline. And even at the higher ranks, you can see, what is that, 8 months? Yeah, that's 8 months of decline. So it's kind of interesting. When you look at this, it looks amazing, right? But these are a part of that journey. 6 months is a long time to be in decline. 9 months is a long time to feel like, oh, it's just not happening, right? But if you stay true for the long term, this can happen. And there will be lots of ups and downs, not only in your income, but at some point in your journey, you're going to have somebody who's like, hey, you're in one of those pyramid things. And maybe you'll have a lot of people who say that about you. I have a professional hater who dedicates her life to tearing me down online publicly and shaming me. And I'm honored that I deserve so much attention, you know? So there's going to be ups and downs. There are going to be challenges. Some of you, I love that in our business we call our like lines of business, we call them legs, right? So to be a beautiful stallion, a diamond, you have these 4 beautiful legs. But some of you feel like this right now in your business, right? You're like, I'm just missing one of those legs. You know, I just need one more and I'll be able to run a lot faster. Worse yet, I mean, look at that. I don't think that guy's going very far. You know, how many of you feel like you're at Premier? Maybe you've been there for a while. You're like, I only have 2 good legs to stand on. You know, it's not easy. But the beautiful thing is you can grow legs, right? You can grow legs. I think about the Goddards. They're like a freaking octopus, you know? They've got all these legs. I'm like, where do you get all those legs from? Can I borrow a couple? Anyway, so if you stay focused on the long term, you can get through any challenge. I like to teach that there's really 2 things that are fundamental, and these are maybe the only 2 things that really matter at the end of the day. If you brainwash yourself every day, okay? I love to wash my brain, so I call it keeping your mind right and your mouth moving. That's the fundamentals of all you have to do to keep growing in your doTERRA business. If you spend time every single day washing your mind, and the hardest thing, some of you have been in doTERRA for a while, and so you have to remember that the experience that you've had up to this point does not need to equal your experience moving forward. You can grow faster, you can grow differently than you have in the past, and your future is not going to look anything like your past. That takes some daily brainwashing, okay? And you keep your mouth moving, and if you're willing to do those things, then really there's no limit to where you can go. So I just wanted to remind you of some of these principles. Oh, my beautiful video is not showing. Up on the screen, there's supposed to be this beautiful video of a kite that's flying. Oh, there we go. It's there now. Now it's gone. Well, it's still flying, and the principle behind the kite is, have you ever flown a kite? Raise your hand if you've flown a kite. Okay. So when the kite's up in the air, what happens if you just let go of the string? You know, you want it to fly even higher. Can you just let go of the string? What happens? It's going to fall. No matter how high it is. It's the same thing in our doTERRA business. At all levels, I find that it seems like people have in their minds that they're going to get their kite to a high enough level that they can just let go of it and that they're going to keep flying, that their business is going to keep growing and soaring. And no matter how high you're flying in your doTERRA business, you have to maintain tension on the line. You have to stay consistent, day in and day out, building your business, doing those income-producing activities. And if you do that, then yes, your kite can continue to fly higher and higher and higher. So our income has grown 13 years in a row in doTERRA because we have never stopped flying our kite. And it doesn't mean it's always going to look that way. I'm sure we're going to experience a 2-year decline or a 3-year decline sometime in the future, but I'm confident because of our consistency that our long term is going to continue looking like what it has over the last 13 years. So as a final reminder for you guys from me tonight, let's go back here. Freedom is the goal in a doTERRA business. Freedom is the goal. Freedom only comes as you develop and you create strong, powerful, independent leaders, okay? That takes time. It takes time for people to develop. And so we teach skills as a stepping stone to get people into that space of leadership. And before that is systems. So you've learned a lot about systems here today. You've heard many, many examples. What I want you to do is just ask yourself, what holes exist in my business today? What can I apply from what I've learned today, and what can I plug in to my business to fill the gaps? Systems. You need a system where when somebody joins the business, it's skill-proof and fear-proof. They very simply feel like they can go out and educate people on the benefits of our products and bring in new customers. For me, that's a hot market approach, which is basically going to your hot market leads and literally asking them if they're willing to buy to help you so that you can get your first testimonials. It's the easiest way to get the first sales of any new distributor. Then you go into your warm market and you have a system of these classes that you're learning about. It's the easiest way for people who are in your warm market who will not buy to help you. They will only buy because they see a benefit in them for themselves, right? Because they see a benefit for them. So we plug people into systems that buys us time where they don't need a lot of skills to have success if the system is good, if it works. But it buys time for them to then develop the skills. So what skills are you missing in your organization? What skills do you need to focus on in educating your team? Do you need to do a presenter school where you're teaching people how to present? Do you need to go through an inviting boot camp? Do you need to take people through some blitzes where they're inviting 20 or 30 or 40 people a day, massive action so that they can get good at that skill, right? So systems buy you time, get people results to buy time for them to develop the skills, which then buys time for them to develop their leadership. And honestly, that is just created through the doing of doTERRA. So those are the main things I wanted to encourage you to remember today. Remember the long term. Remember that your kite can fly higher and higher. We don't have our beautiful video again, but it's these two little children that are running and flying a kite. It's going to take a lot of effort. It takes a lot of work. I'm not here to tell you that building a doTERRA business is easy. It's going to be a lot of work, but it's super rewarding. It's incredibly fun. I hope actually you don't get my slides. Andy, if there's a way for them to not get my slides, this video is worth getting. So that's all I wanted to share with you guys today. Maintain your vision of the future, long term. Be willing to hold tension on that string of that kite over years and years and years, and even decades if that's what it takes, and you will find a level of freedom that will change every aspect of your life. So thank you. I'm excited to be with all of you here at Convention, and let's learn a couple more strategies and techniques for building our business.
Fun. All right, so these two lovely ladies are going to be speaking to us about how they use the Aroma Touch in their business. How many of you have had an Aroma Touch? How many of you fell asleep after that Aroma Touch and had an amazing, sleep period? How many of you have given an Aroma Touch to someone? Okay, awesome. All right, so I was doing a booth, like I mentioned earlier. My wife and I were doing a booth this last weekend, and part of what we did was we did hand techniques, right? We were doing the Aroma Touch on the hand kind of type of thing, and it is crazy how receptive people are to that. Not only that, but how captive they are when you're doing it to them, right? And you can talk to them about whatever. So what I'm going to have each of these individuals do is give their name and where they're from and how long they've been with doTERRA and their rank, and then they're going to tell you how they magically use the Aroma Touch to build their business.
Okay, hi everybody, nice to see you. My name is PJ, I'm the other one. Peter Jane. Everyone says, oh, you're the PJ. No, I'm the other one. And I'm from Australia. My husband is not here, so, oh, thanks. I don't have, no. I didn't bother with the slides. I can just talk. And there's lots to take and you've got lots to integrate without me adding to it. My husband, Yura, is not here, so he is part of my organization called Sycamore Wellbeing. And from the very, very beginning, when I enrolled doTERRA, I don't know, I guess we could just say it was spirit-led. I had this inclination to go and learn the Aroma Touch. I was not interested in the loyalty, rewardsy thingy. I didn't want to know about all that PV, what don't do acronyms at me, Vanessa. Like I was one of those. I was very difficult. And when I had a dream that this was my path, I am someone who is radically obedient, shall we just say that. When I get the dream, I need to act on it, and Aroma Touch was part of it. So who of our aroma touch purists in the room? Who absolutely loves it? Great. Who is totally confused and afraid of getting it wrong? Okay, you're not honest. Because I get a lot of people saying to me, but I don't know what to do and I'm afraid, all right? One of the things I love about the aroma touch, let me just break this down for you. There are 8 core oils. And this methodology was developed by the one and only Dr. Hill. Now, he has shared with us on many trainings that he is somebody who thought that he might be using sandalwood or frankincense, or he thought, you know, I don't know, jasmine. But what came up were the most humble of the oils that we have, and they are the workhorses. Are you feeling me? Right? They are the most humble of oils. And he shares about